Back at you. Oh, so soon with another episode, and who knew we'll be back so soon, right? Yeah, we back, Jack, just like that. That's a fact. Nobody can stop it. We are back for the profit. You heard me? Hold on. Let me get this proper. I had it halfway set up. I thought I had it all the way set up, but I was only halfway set up for I invited y'all into me castle. Now we gotta scramble and ramble to get the rest of this stuff together. Sorry about that, brother. Okay, yeah, that's where we going. Good time getting there. And these are lock that in. Put that right there. Let that thing lock. Look like a spot to crack the lock. Okay, yeah, we doing the most when we got 3 scales. We're doing the most. We need to get rid of that. How y'all doing tonight? I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm missing my partner, man. I'm missing my partner for real. She wanna go ghost on a nigga, man. I'm missing this little lady. She wanna ghost a nigga. Missing that baby though. It's all good, y'all. We ain't tripping on much. You understand me? Oh yeah, let me play that theme music for y'all though. I'll play the theme music. You know, Super Bowl shit. Hey. From the city of the go-getter, to the go-get it. Hustler, getting all the muscles. It's a big broken on your dick, looking sicker than the bitch. Hell no, we gon' ball. Candy paint 30-inch wheels and all. And ain't no job, but we still getting to it. If you working 9 to 5, pull overtime just to survive. Still stay alive. What's the move for the paper? Bust a move for the paper. Bust a move to survive, gotta stay alive. Bust a move for the paper. Bust a move for the paper. Let's mobbing all over the globe. I'm too turned up in my shows. And everywhere we go, we connect with the city. You know I got them country boys with me. We're connected with the zones. Asians, Jamaicans, Cubans, Mexican, and every other race I connect with. Motec, bitch, DJs worldwide. Play my shit, so what you wanna be a hater, bitch? I'ma play a bitch, regulator, bitch. I'ma come straight through your hood on some fucking hater shit. And I'm linking out with whoever trying to get this paper, bitch. From the city of the go-go, so go get it. Hustlers, getting all the muscles. It's a beat broken on your dick, looking sicker than the bitch. Hell no, we gon' ball. Candy paint 30-inch wheels and all. And ain't no job, but we still getting to it. If you working 9 to 5, pull overtime just to survive. Still stay alive. What's the move? Yo, what's up? It's just my intro music. I'll be with y'all in a minute. Gotta stay alive. What's the move for the paper? What's the move for the paper? Hit that like button for me. Gotta get fly. Can't tell you why ladies always gon' love on that guy with that bankroll. So fuck what you think, bro. I'm about to go bankroll. And this is my bankroll. I'm blowing up like bankroll. It's hard work to pay it off. And I am so grateful for everything I've been blessed with. No devil can take this. I make hits like mama making grits in the kitchen. A quick fix, a good shit. I have you fool for a minute while you running around and get it. Millions of vision, and I will not stop until I can't go cash in. From the city of the go get it. Team boys, appreciate you. Yeah, team boys, hit that like button for me, and also I appreciate you for being a fan. Appreciate that. Just missing my baby.
Shout out to my guy CJ shopping with me tonight. Thank God for opening up. You know what I'm saying? Thank God for opening up the windows of heaven and keeping a blessing out here on your man. You heard me? Y'all hit that like button for me though. Hit that like button, hit that like button. And thank God for opening up the windows of heaven and pouring out a blessing. I don't know why I keep flashing in and out like that, but y'all will be all right. Y'all see I'm here, y'all can hear me. You from Will? Napio. What is that? You say Team Boys, you say you from Nepal? What is that? And it seems like you understand English pretty good. You ain't hear me say hit that like button, dog? What y'all got going on? It's like 6 of y'all in here. I know I ain't got 6 haters in the world. I better not have no haters out here. Y'all hit that like button for me. Need the algorithm to go crazy, you feel me? I ain't put the cash app in there tonight. But y'all can still send something if you want to. All donations are accepted over here. Okay? They be like, do you want a roundup? I'll be like, nigga, I need a roundup. I need a donation to my foundation. The hell y'all talking about? Let's not play games here. What's goody? What's good in two hoods? What's happening? What's good in two hoods? I just wanted to get on here and give you some more of this good word. We in Solomon. Solomon, the book of Solomon. Alright? Ain't gonna hold y'all up and play no games. The book of Solomon. The Bride's Troubled Dream, chapter 3. I already prayed earlier. If you missed it, go back and rewatch it. Dear Lord Father up in heaven, don't come before your throne again humbly, sinner, and need of forgiveness, your grace, and your mercy. In Jesus' name, watch over me. Bless this reading and the persons listening. Amen. The Bride's Troubled Dream. On my bed, night after night, I sought him, whom my soul loves. I sought him, but did not find him. I must arise now and go about the city. In the streets and in the squares, I must seek him whom my soul loves. I sought him, but did not find him. The watchmen who make the rounds in the city found me, and I said, have you seen him whom my soul loves? Scarcely had I left them when I found him whom my soul loves. I held on to him and would not let him go until I had brought him to my mother's house and into the room of her who conceived me. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem. By the gazelles are by the hinds of the field, that you will not arouse or awaken my love until she pleases. Solomon's wedding day. What is this coming up from the wilderness like columns of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, with all scented powders of merchants? Behold, it is the traveling couch of Solomon, 60 mighty men around it. Of the mighty men of Israel, all of them are wielders of the sword, experts in war. Each man has his sword at his side, guarding against the terrors of the night. King Solomon has made for himself a seating chair from the timbers of Lebanon. He made his post of silver, its back of gold, and its seat of purple fabric, with its interior lovingly fitted out by the daughters of Jerusalem. Go forth, O daughters of Zion, and gaze on King Solomon with the crown which his mother has crowned him on this day of his wedding and on the day of his gladness of his heart. Will I ever get married? Will I ever get married? Will you ever get married? All right. That was the reading. I didn't come to big fan. Sanjeevi, appreciate you. Name and car for edit. Nah, we in the freight liner. This is not a car, this is a freight liner. Oh, you can't see. Got the case closed. Freight liner though, freight shaker. But I appreciate y'all tapping in. Y'all ain't hit the like button. What's up with you? Y'all don't like the screen, man? What's up? I can't go nowhere till I get some likes, man. I need to get some likes on this video so the algorithm can make it do what it do, baby. Yeah, we need the algorithm to make it do what it do. Appreciate you hitting the like button. And you subscribe to the channel, Team Boys. I need you to comment that you subscribed on one of my other videos, and I'll come subscribe to your channel. I appreciate you. Y'all have to give me a minute with the finding y'all comments, because it be like, I don't know, it'd be crazy. Be crazy amounts of comments right now. Comments be like like a lot, like a lot of comments. And then like, what's up with that? The light went out. Gotta give me the light. Why did the light go out? Oh, because the power went out. The power is low. Okay, there we go. We got a like in the building. Appreciate you. That's gonna help my algorithm make it do what it do, baby. But y'all know what we're working on over here. We got y'all know what we're working on over here. We got Cancer Night. Appreciate it. We got 4,000 subscribers, man. Appreciate y'all for 4,000 subscribers. We on the way to 100,000 subscriber plaque and 100,000 check. Holla check from YouTube. What you know about that? You know what? Can't just take off. You gotta drain the weasel before you take off. You heard me? All that taking off and then having to stop don't make sense. This is another exclusive song that I got out. Check it out. Preview.
Yo, I beat it over, bust it open for a real nigga. She be drinking C-Mouse, her pussy feel different. See, when it brick by brick, that shit feel different. Lil' baby look like a brick house, that shit built different. Ay, do it fast and slow with it, baby, touch your toes with it. She done hit the flow with it, I done threw a hole fit it. Who them niggas muggin'? Luckily, I bought my pole with me. Ay, fuck with Tony, nigga, ugly for show, nigga. Now slow motion for me. She say the kitty been waiting, gonna stroke it for me. She told me to put that phone away, she want me focused on her. She chocolate and she must not know that I love mocha on. I'm sloppy, eat that pussy like a goblin, got it soaking, homie. My dick so thick it got her pussy wide open for me. I pay for ass shots and now it's size poking on them. And now these rappers all of a sudden wanna focus on them. If it ain't mine, you can have it, I don't even want it. If it ain't mine, you can have it, I don't even want it. I'm getting money, touching keys just like Stevie Wonder. Can't see no hater, no these niggas wanna see me fumble. My money coming in hundreds and make these bitches want us. Now make that ass clap. She say see on her period, tell her take her ass back. Acting bougie like a booty Judy when it's really flat. I forgot what her name was. Elsa Tech. Now slow motion for me.
You know she like rap, boy, she the coach, buddy. Doing everything it takes to be in. Yeah, ain't no wrong home when she around me. Going down.
Now slow motion for me. What you gonna tell me, brother? She told me to put that phone away, she want me focused on her. She chocolate and she must not know that I love mocha on. I'm sloppy, eat that pussy like a goblin.
Dark chocolate with a splash of a cherry in the middle. She a bad little thing, fat, sit in the middle. Like light skin, brown skin, dark and white. I don't give a fuck, we can get it on tonight. I be on some other shit when I'm out with a bitch. I ain't trying to hear the talking, hoe suck on a dick. Keep your mind closed, bitch. It's a million a mission. And I gotta get this money, hope you hoes is listening. Oh,
I like it like that. I like it like that, shout.
bust it open for me. Bust it open for me. Bust it open for me. Go on, bust it open for me.
I like it like that. I like it. I like it like that. Turn up.
Bust it open for me. Bust it open for me. Bust it open for me. Go on, bust it open for me. You know, Super Bowl shit. hey. From the city of the go-getter, to the go-get-it. Hustlers, get out the mustard. It's a big broken on your dick, looking sick at the bitch. Hell no, we gon' ball. Candy paint 30-inch wheels and all. And ain't no job, but we still getting to it. If you working 9 to 5, pull overtime just to survive. Still stay alive. What's the move for the paper? What's the move for the paper? What's the move to survive? Gotta stay alive. What's the move for the paper? What's the move for the paper? Let's mobbing all over the globe. I'm turned up in my shows. And everywhere we go, we connect with the city. You know I got the country boys with me. was connected with the souls. Asian, Jamaicans, Cubans, Mexican, and every other race I connect with. Motec, bitch, DJ worldwide. Play my shit, so what you wanna be a hater, bitch? I'ma play a bitch, regulator, bitch. I'ma call straight through your hood on some fucking hater shit. And I'm linking up with whoever trying to get this paper, bitch. From the city of the go-go, so go get it, hustler, get off the muscles. It's a people working on the dick, looking sick of the bricks. Hell no, we don't ball. Candy paint 30 inch wheels and all. And ain't no job, but we still getting to it. If you working 9 to 5, pull overtime just to survive. Still stay alive. What's the move for the paper? What's a move for the paper? What's a move to survive? Gotta stay alive. What's a move for the paper? What's a move for the paper? Let's gotta be fly, gotta get fly. Can't tell you why ladies always gon' love on the guy with that bankroll. So fuck what you think, bro. I'm about to go bankroll. But this is my bank flow. I'm blowing up like bankroll. It's hard work to pay it off, and I am so grateful for everything I've been blessed with. No devil can take this. I make hits like mom making grits in the kitchen. A quick fix, a good shit. I have you do it for a minute while you running around and get it. Million division, and I will not stop until I can't go cash in. From the city of the go-go, so go get it, hustler, get off the muscles. It's a big broken on your dick, looking sicker than the bitch. Hell no, we don't ball. Candy paint 30 inch wheels and all. And ain't no job, but we still getting to it. If you working 9 to 5, pull overtime just to survive. Still stay alive. What's the move for the paper? What's the move for the paper? What's the move to survive? Gotta stay alive. What's the move for the paper? What's the move for the paper? Let's get it. She smart, she paid. She 100, she was down. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she paid. She 100, she was down. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. She go to school, she work at Sonic. Shawty going hammer, God honest. She learned to hustle in the hood, it ain't no need for phonics. She all about her currency, electronics. She a baby, she make her own dough. Getting money, now she rocking diamonds like a light show. The way she chase the money, you would think her money low. Cause Shawty chase the money down stupid, like a heavy coat. Yeah. Plus she go to school, she pay tuition, then she pay her bills, that's what women do. She a real woman, she so independent, she ain't caring about the bank rolls that a nigga spending. No gold, she got her own Kanye West, Jamie Foxx, and Webby made up baby song. All she know is getting to that chick, she seen the money, it don't make her come, but it get her wet. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she paid. She 100, she was down. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she paid. She 100, she was down. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. Get it from her mama. Stay on go mode with no slow mo. She get it from the streets. Make sure a little was easy. Long nights with no sleep. Turn the superwoman at night. Making more cake late night. Got a lot of friends, but most all them dyke. Say dang what she like. Say she the real one of her life. I'm the one that she told, but I'm always on the road with my Florida ways. I'm stuck in those, find a paper route. Now I'm paper down. Ain't working like I'm no slave. Put hustle all on my grave. Everything got paid. On the back roads with the backwoods, wanna do them trenches from the trap spot to the naked hustle. Watching naked woman all along the muscle. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she paid. She 100, she I like the way she drop
drop it when she hit the stage. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she bad. She 100, 1,000. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. She sexy, so sexy. She smart, she bad. She 100, 1,000. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she bad. She 100, 1,000. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. She go to school, she working Sonic. Shawty going ham, God honor. She learned to hustle in the hood, it ain't no need for phonics. She all about the currency, electronics. She a baker, she make her own dough. Getting money, now she rocking diamonds like a light show. The way she chase the money, you would think her money low. Cause Shawty chase the money down stupid, like a Henny coat. Yeah. Plus she go to school, she pay tuition, then she pay her bills, that's what women do. She a real woman, she so independent, she ain't caring about the bank rolls that a nigga spending. No gold, she got her own Kanye West, Jamie Foxx, and Webbie paid up on the song. All she know is getting to that chick, she sending money, it don't make her come, but it get her wet. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she bad. She 100, 1,000. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she bad. She 100, 1,000. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. Hard and sexy. Get it from her mama. Stay on go mode, no slow mo. She get it from the streets. Make sure a little was easy. Long nights with no sleep. Tell the superwoman at night. Making more cake late night. Got a lot of friends, but most all them dyke. Say dang what she like. Say she the real one of her life. I'm the one that she told, but I'm always on the road with my Florida waves. I'm studying those, find a paper route. Now I'm paper down. Ain't working like I'm no slave. Put hustle all on my grave. Everything got paid. On the back roads with the backwoods, rolling through them trenches from the trap spot to the naked hustle. Watching naked woman now lost muscle. She bad, she sexy, so sexy. She smart, she bad. She 100, 1,000. I like the way she drop it when she hit the stage. She bad, she sexy, so it's about time. So I'm here, treat it like static. I gotta get to it. So I'm out here, I'm gonna do it, till I get it done job. No, my job ain't done, no, my mission ain't finished. Good food in the kitchen, nigga really gon' get it, cause a nigga really spit it, and a nigga really living and done bullshit with it. Know how I get it. No bullshit, you know I go get it. Put it, get it. Millionaire mission, kept it from riding down the city. Riding through the city, millionaire mission, and you know we gon' get it. You can catch nigga riding through the city, so I got a fat ass, got a fat titties, and it's sitting all night. Take it, spend the night bright. she wants you to pay for the next round of surgery. You ain't heard me, see? Nigga, this shit here weird to me. What the fuck? I like that naturally. Curve it, swerve it, I be swerving. Put them in them guts. Gotta beat it up. But when you run it up, and you don't give a fuck, you don't give a fuck. You can get touched, thinking that you tough, and you gon' find out. You ain't mine, right? I'ma find out. Hey, dipping and dabbling. Dipping and dabbling. Get for some rabbling. That's what you having, just like a javelin. You get the stabbing, you get the stabbing, just like a javelin. I get them bags on. You get them bags on. You get them bags. I get them bags. Popping them to 8. You get them bags. Baby boy, I'm going. So nice. Okay, appreciate you. I get them bags in. Satchel on my back, I'm mashing. Satchel on my back, and I'm mashing on that. Satchel on my back, and I'm mashing on that. I'm crossing the borders and flashing on that. And I'm mashing on that. Makes you be open, but I'm hoping at the end, because I gotta pass everything tonight. I gotta run it up. Think about it. I don't want to pay none of them bitches. 2,500, 2,500, 2,500, that's a whole 10 piece. You ain't get a minute, I ain't gotta work for nobody. Grab me some shirts, go hustle about it. What you know about it? You don't know about it, cause you go and buy it. Said that it can't be done. You ain't got no faith in the play. You gonna handle that business and get the job done. It's cool though. I got faith in me. They gon' bust a move though, make the shit move though. Never been a fool though. Make this shit cool though. Even though I know what I know, keep it on the low. Going. Don't let nobody know. I got some plans. And I can't say not one word. Gotta keep it on the low. Listen, man. Don't want the devil out here fucking up plans. Ain't you gotta work extra hard when you talk about the plans. I ain't said a thing. Just gotta cook it in the brain. Ain't you gotta work ever hard. Ain't you gotta work extra hard when you talk about the plan. So I ain't said a thing. Just got it in my brain. I know what I'ma do and I'm out here doing it. Got the units moving it. I'm not cooling it. Nigga working overtime, bitch. I ain't cooling it. Nigga working overtime, bitch. I ain't cooling it. Got the units moving it. You see what I'm doing, bitch. Nigga working overtime, bitch. I ain't cooling it. Got the units moving it. You see what I'm doing? It's gotta get bigger and it gotta get better. Gotta get my shit together. I'm on no level. I'm supposed to be retired right now. I ain't retired right now, so I'm going here to make that shit happen. I ain't just rapping, make that shit happen. I ain't just rapping, I make that shit happen. I need to retire like yesterday. Gotta go get the cheese, like I'm supposed to been had it extra pay. Overtime, overgrind. Now we're working out, and we feeling fine. Now we're working out. Push up, sit up, dip, lift ups. Nigga get the muscle up. Right with the hustle, bro. Go get the muscle up, like we got hustle up. Talking that shit, you know I'm pushing up. I ain't pushing up if I ain't getting love. Nah, I ain't pushing up. I am not pushing up if I am not getting love. When I'm pushing up, I am not pushing up. If I am not getting love, when I'm pushing up, gotta watch where you're going. Think you got a good girl and she hoeing. Gotta watch where you're going. Think you got a good girl, but she out here get done. You said it was nothing, I said it was something, let's go get it done. Have fun. Said it was nothing, it was something, let's go get it done. You wanna have fun, I wanna get fun. You said it was nothing, I said it was something, let's go get it done. Get that shit jumping, get that shit bumping. You know how I come, coming for fun, coming for fun, coming for fun. Who is the one? Shit, what he doing? I'm just doing, moving, getting to. Shout out to you if you subscribe, hit like, drop a comment, all that. be on that tube, make it do its do enough. Running up the checks in. No time for no flexing. Time for no flexing, not answering that question. No time for no flexing, not answering no questions. This what reflections. This what deflections. Deflections and all. A nigga just come in the ball. You wanna, I wanna, no. It's what I do. It's what I do. I do my business. They give me so where I be, I see the police going too fast and slowing it down. Cause they got construction that's going on down. What they got it going on? Ain't nothing really going on this side of the damn road. But they got it going all in the roads. I'm just on the road though. They'll still get your ass a whoa, no. Being out of bounds and look at how they crowding. It be going down, man. It be going down. Only 8 times. What you say now? I ain't looking around. Fuck around and hit me a lick. 40. Gave him back the shit. Damn it, they quick. Couldn't run away with it. Just wasn't big enough. I need some bigger stuff. Ain't big enough. I need some bigger stuff. Tell me who is you big enough? You was not big enough. Shawty gon' pick me up. I gotta get it up. No one gon' run it up. Running with the gun and tub. You coming up. That's what I does. And listen here, cousin, why is you bugging? It ain't nothing. Listen here, cousin, why is you bugging? You know it's nothing. Listen here, cousin, why is you bugging? You know it's nothing. You know it's nothing. It's all love, and I ain't tripping. I'm tripping on nothing, cousin. Why is you bugging? I'm buzzing. Let me get cousin, I'm buzzing, cousin. should've done. Said fuck them bills right now. Stacked up me a 10 piece, took off that job. Then I did that and I went in the car. Took off a 10 piece, then took off that job. Stacked me a 10 piece, then jumped off that job. Got me some shirts, then went hard. Got me a 10 piece, then jumped off that job. Got me a 10 piece, then jumped off that job. Bought me some more shirts and bitch I went hard. Then I started pressing up my own shit. Pressing up hats, socks, boxes, all kind of shit. Selling this super quick. It's going, I can't, you stopping it. I'm moving it. I'm doing it. Is you cluing in? What I'm doing in? What we doing in? Like doing in? Like seeing in? How I'm going in? I do it daily. Listen, baby, I done surpassed 2 million views, but I need $2 million to go a lot long there too. Ooh, lady wasn't speeding through the fucking construction zone, to the police license right there. I guess it's fucking on. That's why I go slow. Ask me why won't I go mode? Bitch, I'm in slow mode. I've been watching for Fishbowl. This in here ho-ho. I don't want no tickets. I don't fuck around with none of that shit they be getting. That ain't how I kick it. Slow it down. Handle business. Had to go slow my road. I used to be all gas, no brakes, though. Had to learn to slow my road. I used to be all gas, no brakes, though. Had to learn to slow my road. Had to learn to slow my road. Had to learn to slow my road. Used to be all gas, no brakes for sure. Had to learn to slow my road. Used to be all gas, no brakes for sure. Had to learn to slow my road. Had to learn to slow my road. Used to be brakes for sure. Had to learn to slow my road. Used to be all gas, no brakes for sure. Had to learn to slow my road. 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 Had to learn to slow my road and move faster though. I got myself caught up in some traffic though. What a crazy one. Crazy son. How the shit get done. But nothing is new under the sun. That's what I heard before. Let's go and get it done. Nothing is new up under the sun. Let us go. Go and get it done. If it's been done before, we can do it again. Nigga talking that shit, but I gets it in. From 6 to 10, then 10 to 6. I don't speak, take long naps around this bitch. Take long blanks, then back to the bank. I don't care what they think. I don't need that drink. And I don't need those extras. Fuck that. Plain brain. Get into the chain, man. Mary Jane. I don't even need that hoe. Had to let her go. Yeah, a nigga on another note. On another road. Here we go. Flowing like we're flowing. Going like we're going, and we're doing what we're doing. And she going like she going, and I'm already knowing. How could I say that? Cause I gotta play that background feel. Waiting on the next trip around here. And it's movie time. And it's a movie. Every time I pop out, watch how I do it. It's a movie. Every time I pop out, watch how I do it. Let's get right to it. Gotta do it. Who you move around under the influence of who you been listening to? Cause shit been getting kinda hectic. Disrespectful. Can't disrespect this. Check this. Like a Nike check, bitch. Let me let go of fuck shit. Like a Nike check. I need my respect. Coming for your neck. Put shit in check. Like a Nike. I need my respect. Coming for you. Put it in it. I be the enemy. You be the granny. You looking mean. Give me a little beanie. Give me a little beanie. Beanie, little meanie. She on the scene. Grinning is greening. I love to see her when she be grinning. I love to see her. You know I be winning. No done pretending. I'ma go get it. Super clean, super tough. Everybody come when we come up. I want the hard top. I want the vert too. I gotta make moves. I want the hard top. I want the vert too. I think we make moves.
changing the subject. Your brother has got his hands too full to be thinking about marriage. I thought I would see him more when he took over ownership of Shooters, but it seems like he spends more time there now than when he was managing it. Shooters was a club that Marcus had inherited from the previous owner, who also happened to be his mentor when he was in the streets. Marcus loved that club more than anything, and sometimes Billy wondered if he loved it more than her. Yes, my brother is definitely the workaholic of the family. It only took him one time to get into some serious trouble to make him get his shit together. Kat recalled the close brush Marcus had with prison when they were younger. He was looking at an asshole full of time for being in the wrong place with the wrong people, but through God's mercies, he managed to walk away with only probation. For a while, he still toed with the lines of the lawless, but he focused the majority of his attention on legitimate ventures. Yeah, let him tell it. He's trying to build something for us, but I don't see why he has to stay out until all hours of the night, especially lately. He's been moving real funny. Funny how? Kat asked. Well, you know me and Mark has been together for a long time, so I know all his habits, and he knows mine. Anyhow, he crept into the crib on some late night shit and tried to ease into the bed. I played like I was asleep and let him think he got it off. When he went to sleep, I smelled his balls. No, you didn't, Kat gasped. Kat, you know I'm not a jealous chick, so I don't know what made me do it, but I had a funny feeling in the pit of my stomach, so I tipped my head down and sniffed his balls, and they smelled like soap. Kat stared at her blankly. You're tripping because your man had clean balls? Kat, if you leave the house at 7 a.m. and come back nearly 24 hours later, are your private parts gonna smell fresh? Billy asked. The realization of what Billy was trying to say had finally sunk in. You don't think he's cheating, do you? She asked. I don't know what to think, Kat. I just know I don't like how your brother has been moving lately, Billy said. Kat laid her hand over Billy's reassuringly. Listen, Mom, my brother isn't the most forthcoming when it comes to his whereabouts, but he ain't a greaseball. I've never known Marcus to cheat on any of his girlfriends. There's a first time for everything, Billy shot back. I don't know what's going on, Kat, but I plan to confront him about it. If it feels like he's lying, I'm leaving his ass. I'm ready for you, Billy, Quanah called from the chair. Billy got up and prepared to sit in the chair, and her cell phone rang. The caller ID said unknown. Normally, she wouldn't have picked up, but something told her it might be important. Yeah, she answered. Billy, this is Reese, the caller said. Reese? Why the hell are you calling me from an unknown number? Billy asked suspiciously. Because I'm in jail, Reese announced, loud enough for people to hear through the cell phone. Now stop asking so many questions and come get a bitch out. Chapter 4. It was almost dark by the time Rocky got back to the block. As a result of the scuffle in the waiting room, the police got involved, and Claudette and the girls she'd been fighting with were arrested. Rocky took the kids and left before the police started asking questions that might have landed them in the system. The kids were hysterical after Claudette was arrested, but a quick trip to McDonald's soothed them. Rocky sat and listened as the little girl told her about the last time Claudette had been arrested. That time, it was for drinking in public, and she had her kids with her then, too. As it turned out, the kids had seen Mommy get arrested a few times. It was always for something petty, and she never stayed away more than a day or two, if that. When little Raymond asked if Rocky was going to keep him and his sister Ronique until their mother was released, she suddenly realized she had a problem on her hands. She was stuck with someone else's kids and had no idea what to do with them. Claudette had family in the neighborhood, but Rocky didn't know them well enough to know exactly where they lived. She would see Claudette's mother from time to time, but it was mostly while she was lurking in and out of the shadows, looking for a blast. There was no way Rocky was going to scour the hood, knocking on random dope houses to find her, so she decided to let the kids spend the night at her place, and hoped for their mother's speedy release. With the sun setting, the projects began to stir. Young men and women lined the avenue in clusters, shooting the breeze or plotting. There was always something going down on the strip, especially on the first of the month. On the first, everybody came out. Dope boys came out to relieve the addicts of their checks in exchange for drugs, and hood rats came out to spend their paper on whatever they couldn't afford the other 30 days of each month. It was the one day that nobody in the hood felt poor. Rocky kept her head down as she passed the different groups. She could feel their eyes on her as she passed. Rocky was still fairly new to the hood, but was beginning to develop a name for herself because of the company she kept. Rocky couldn't see the walkway into the projects a few feet away, so she added haste to her steps, pulling Raymond and Ronique behind her. She wanted to get off the block as quickly as possible without bumping into anyone she knew. She had almost made it when her luck turned. Standing at the mouth of the project entrance were two knuckleheads named Wise and Dollar. Wise and Dollar were a part of the Big Dog Entertainment crew, led by drug dealer turned multi-platinum album-selling mogul, Don B. Big Dog. He was like hood royalty, and even though Wise and Dollar weren't rappers, they were affiliated, and they wore the affiliation like badges of honor. When they weren't off doing dirty deeds for Don B, you could find them in the hood, trolling for victims, aka thirsty groupies. Rocky barely knew Wise and Dollar, but she couldn't stand them. Wise was cool when his brother wasn't around to put the battery in him, but Dollar was in full asshole mode 24/7. When Rocky had first moved into the projects, Dollar tried to get with her, but she shot him down. She didn't have anything against him, but but she wasn't interested in getting into another relationship so soon, after what happened with her baby daddy. Dollar took it way personal and gave Rocky grief whenever he saw her. From the way Dollar was smacking his lips and rubbing his hands together, Rocky knew her already bad day was about to become worse. "What's poppin', Ma?" Dollar asked, looking Rocky up and down. The streetlight caught his bald head, where he had his sunglasses propped. He was dressed in blue jeans, a black t-shirt, and wore his company chain, which is a gold medallion with a Rottweiler head etched into it. The rubies in the eyes of the dog's head looked like they were glaring at Rocky. "Nothing," Rocky said dryly. "How you doing, Wise?" He addressed his brother. "Chillin'," Wise said coolly. He was a few years younger than Dollar and slightly less talkative. He mostly sat back and watched things play out. Like Dollar, he was rocking a big dog chain too, but his was a bit smaller and without the gaudy rubies. He was the more conservative of the two. "Where your mama at, little nigga?" Dollar asked Raymond. "Locked up," Raymond replied as if it was normal. "Quit stadium locked up," Wise said from the sideline. "Well, good seeing y'all." Rocky tried to cut it short and walk away, but Dollar blocked her path. "Why don't you stick around for a minute? I got some bomb-ass weed that I was about to twist up." Dollar pulled 2 Dutch Masters from his pocket and dangled them in front of her. "Get rid of them crumb crushers and let's go to the moon." Rocky looked at the cigars and frowned. "Nah, I'm gonna pass. I smoked that shit with you, and the next thing you know, I'll be on a pissy mattress in some basement while y'all 13 niggas taking turns broken me. I heard how y'all big dogs guys do." Dollar sucked his teeth. "That ain't nothing but lies and hate. Pure hate," Wise co-signed. "Shorty, we getting money at Big Dog. What the fuck do we look like having to drug a bitch for the pussy? My team is top shelf while the rest of these clowns are bottom feeders." "Well, I'm gonna go with the bottom feeders on this one," Rocky told him and brushed past Dollar. Wise laughed, which made Dollar angry. "See, I tried to let you ride shotgun with a real nigga, but your ass is too high on your shoulders to touch the seat," he spat. But Rocky kept walking. "That's alright, bitch. Didn't nobody want that uptight ass pussy anyhow, bougie hoe." Rocky threw her middle finger up over her shoulder and kept walking. Dollar's insults had gotten under her skin, but she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of showing it. She was glad her friends hadn't been around to let them hear him talking about her like that, especially Wanda. She would have cut Dollar's ass too short to shit, and then went in on Rocky for not being about that life. Wanda had no patience for weak people, and didn't mind telling you as much. She was so caught up in her own thoughts that she literally bumped into someone hard enough to lose her balance. She almost fell flat on her face, but a pair of strong hands grabbed her by the waist to steady her. "Marco, are you okay?" he asked. Rocky opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. He was younger than Rocky. This much she could tell. But there was an air about him that made him seem much older. Around his neck hung a 30-inch gold chain with small diamonds between the links. On his arm was a large tattoo of a bloody meat cleaver, slashing through the words, "Dead men tell no tales." He wore his hair low, but not so low where you couldn't see the wavy brown curls sprouting from his skull. His skin was the color of wet sand, drying in the morning sun. Eyes like melted caramel drank her in, almost larcenously. He cracked a faint smile, showing off 2 rows of the perfect white teeth. Rocky had never seen him in the hood, but she knew he was somebody from the way the passing crack addicts kept looking at him. It was as if they would drop to their knees and praise him at any given second. He was clearly a street cat, and Rocky didn't go for street cats, but he was still the finest specimen of a man she had ever seen. "I asked if you were okay," he repeated. "Oh, I'm fine," Rocky stammered. "It was my fault. I should have been watching where I was going." "No harm done, sweetie," he told her and kept walking. Rocky stood there in awe, watching the young dude as he ambled down the street. As he was passing the corner where Dollar and Wise were standing, she saw Dollar stop him, and the two began talking. Seeing him talking to Dollar's greasy ass killed any fantasies that she might have been having about him. "What's a bougie hoe?" Ronique asked unexpectedly. Rocky blinked twice in shock before thinking of an acceptable answer. "Something bad people say, and if I were you, I wouldn't repeat it in front of your mother." "Mama says hoe all the time, especially when she's on the phone talking to her friends," Raymond offered. "Well, it's a bad word, and kids shouldn't say it," Rocky explained. Rocky continued through the projects toward her building. She was already 2 hours later than she had told the babysitter she would be, and knew she would be pissed. Rocky would shoot her a few extra dollars in hopes of appeasing her enough to where she didn't give her grief if she needed to use her again. Rocky was about to pull out her cell phone to call and let the babysitter know that she was in the neighborhood when she heard someone calling her name. From the deep southern drawl and the way the voice seemed to echo throughout the whole projects, Rocky knew who it was before she even turned around. Miss Pat was a legend in the projects, having been there since they were first built and raising 3 generations of criminals and misfits. They ranged from beautiful and larcenous to the ugly and cold-blooded. There was no shortage of stories attached to the Butler clan, but no one dared whisper about them within earshot of Miss Pat. Her children and grandchildren were a rotten lot, but they were her family, and she loved them as only a mother could. Normally, Rocky looked forward to seeing Miss Pat, especially when she needed to get her head right, but Miss Pat was as notorious for her long conversations as she was for her exotic weed. Rocky wasn't much in the talking mood that night, so she tried to give a simple hello and keep it moving, but she would have no such luck. Rocky, come here for a second, child, Miss Pat called to her from the bench. She was flanked by two of her cronies, Ernestine and Rita. With a deep sigh, Rocky headed in Miss Pat's direction, with the Trojan in tow. How y'all doing tonight? Can't complain, Rita said, her lips gently pulled back like she would burst into a smile at any second. Behind her tinted glasses, her eyes hung low and dreamy. She was an older woman with a genuine spirit and deep love for quality marijuana. On any given day, you could come to her for a piece of advice or a joint from her stash when you were in need. Ernestine was less vocal in her reply. She raised a tall can of Lime-A-Rita, which was wrapped in a brown paper bag, and tipped it in salute. Ernestine wasn't as old as Miss Pat and Rita, but she was up there. She had held together better than most women her age. She was the mother of 3 teenage kids and grandmother to a newborn. But every so often, you could find her in a neighborhood bar or after-hours joint, strolling her supple young neck. Ain't see you out here on the bench talking about people with your crew lately. How you been, sugar? Miss Pat asked, from her perch on the far end of the bench. Her hair was done up in big solar curls, with bifocal frames of the same shade sitting on her nose. Draped across her shoulders was a blue nylon jacket with the letters NYCHA etched across the breast and the back. Sitting behind her ear was a loose cigarette. I've been okay, just busy, Rocky said. Apparently so, because the last time I seen you, you only had 1 meeting, and now you got 2 more. Miss Pat looked at Claudette's children over the rim of her glasses. Oh, I'm just babysitting for Claudette for a few hours, Rocky lied. Mm-hmm. Miss Pat twisted her lips disbelievingly. What'd they get up for this time? Fighting, Rocky admitted shamefully. I wish I could say I was surprised. That girl spent so much time in the precinct you think she had timeshares, Miss Pat said with a chuckle. Well, let me get these kids upstairs. I left my son with the babysitter, and I was supposed to be back hours ago, Rocky said, starting to walk on. Oh, that reminds me. I saw your son heading to the avenue with Boots, Rita told her. To the avenue? Rocky asked in shock. When she had left her child in Boots' care, she was specific about not wanting him to go any further than the playground. Yeah, she showed up out here about 20 or 30 minutes ago, mumbling something about she had moves to make. Rita filled her in while passing the joint she was smoking to Ernestine. I told her that I didn't want my son on the avenue, Rocky said heatedly. The avenue was hot, and there was never any telling when something might go down, which is why she hated walking that way to get home. Sometimes she would go all the way around the block just to avoid it. Shit, it's the first of the month. You know all these little heifers running around like they got ants in their pants, trying to spend that good government check? Crazy bitches. Ernestine took a deep pull of the joint, holding the smoke, and washing it down with a sip of her Lime-A-Rita. Ernestine, you need to quit throwing shade like your ass doesn't get a check every month too, Miss Pat said. Yeah, but I had over 20 years on my job. I earned that money, sweetie, Ernestine boasted. She raised the joint to take a pull, and Miss Pat snatched it from her unsuspecting fingers. Snatchies, Miss Pat yelled when she took the joint. She inhaled deep and turned her attention back to Rocky. Let me ask you something, she said with smoke rolling from her mouth as she spoke. Why would you leave your child in the care of somebody who doesn't have to take care of their own kids? What do you mean? Whenever I see Boo's kids, they look clean and happy, Rocky said. Yeah, the ones who made the system, Miss Pat fired back. Boo's got more kids than me and Ernestine put together, but they've broken up here and there. Don't forget most of them got different daddies, Rita added. She was licking the edges of a sheet of bamboo paper, rolling another joint. Hush, Rita. Look. So it ain't like I'm talking bad about her. I'm just pulling your coat. Nice girl, and actually want to do something for yourself. So don't fall into keeping time with the wrong people. It's too late for that, Ernestine added. Miss Pat shot Ernestine a look, but didn't say anything. Rocky. She turned back to the girl. Don't worry too much about Boots having your son up on the avenue. She's trifling as hell, but she wouldn't let anything happen to your baby. I'll give her that. She'll be back before her time. Rita stopped her joint rolling and fixed her eyes on something in the distance. One time, she shouted when she saw the 2 beat walkers running through the projects. Moving as swift as a wind, Rita threw her grass and hurried away from the bench. Before Rocky even realized what was going on, all 3 of the old heads had vanished, leaving her and the kids standing in the midst of weed smoke and empty Lime-A-Rita cans. Chapter 5. Bro, why do you feel the need to give Rocky grief every time you see her? Wise asked once Rocky had gone. Fuck that uppity bitch, Dollar said. When you see her by herself, she all quiet and innocent, but once she get around them ratchet-ass bitches from down the block, she gets on some other shit, like she's all that. Bitch, be one way with me, or don't be no way at all. I think you're just tight because you tried to fuck and she shut you down, Wise told him. Man, that wasn't about nothing. I got 100 bitches that would drop their drawers for me in a New York minute. What made Rocky so different? Della asked. The fact that you were sweet on her, Wise replied. You can front for the rest of these niggas, but I'm your brother, so you can't lie to me, Duke. Shut up, little nigga. You be shooting your mouth off like you know something, Dollar said sharply. The parcel of truth in Wise's words struck a nerve in Dollar. It was true. When he first started seeing Rocky around, he took a liking to her. She she was a new face and didn't carry herself like the rest of the hoodlums. Dala was drawn to Rocky like a fly to a sugar cube. And in the beginning, she seemed to like him too. But the sugar turned to shit when Rocky got settled in and started hanging with a chick named Wanda and her cronies. At one point, Wanda and Dala were fuck buddies, but she got caught up and tried to force Dala into a relationship. He already had a girlfriend. When Dala rejected her, Wanda tried to get back at him by spreading a rumor about him having a small penis. He trumped her rumor by posting pussy pictures she had sent him to Facebook. Wanda hated Dala and decreed anybody in her circle had to hate him too, or be branded disloyal. This included Rocky. Wanda's decree ended Dala and Rocky's budding romance, and put Rocky on Dala's shit list with the rest of them. Yo, check it out! Wise tapped Dala and nodded in the direction Rocky had walked in. They spied her talking to a pretty dude with curly hair. The way Rocky was smiling from ear to ear at whatever the young man was saying irritated Dala. Thirsty ass broad, Dala grumbled. Wise kept watching the kid as he broke off from Rocky and headed in their direction. As he got closer and his face was illuminated by the streetlights, Wise realized that he knew him. Oh shit, that's the Turk! The who? Dala asked, as his name wasn't familiar to him. His name is Turk, but some people call him the Butcher's Boy, Wise explained. The Butcher's Boy was a name that Dala was familiar with. He was supposed to be a real head case, partial to solving disputes with a meat cleaver. He was a part of Shay Clark's new regime. From the stories Dala had heard about him, he'd always expected him to be much bigger and uglier. How the hell do you know one of Shay's people? Dala asked suspiciously. His brother wasn't an angel, but he wasn't a street dude. So Dala found it curious that he would be familiar with anyone in Shay's organization. I met him once or twice through a friend of mine when I was going to college at upstate New York. The Turk attended a private high school a few towns over called St. Anthony's. It was one of those exclusive joints where all the kids who attended came from old money families. He was one of the founders of a crew that called themselves Billionaire Boys Club, Wise explained. So why are you all open off the male version of the facts of life? Dala asked, not really getting where Wise was going with the story. Dala, but as much as you claim to know about what's going down in the streets, you mean to tell me you've never heard of the Billionaire Boys Club? Wise asked. Dala just shrugged his shoulders. Wise shook his head sadly. Because a lot of the little niggas who went to St. Anthony's came from criminal families. They tried to play the role of thugs, but when the Turk arrived on campus, he showed them what a thug was really about. He hooked up with Baby Doc, Nichols, and a few other kids, and formed the Billionaire Boys Club. Any law that was broken within a 20-mile radius, BBC either did it or put it together. Nothing moved without them getting a taste. They were an underage criminal organization. By the time the police in that big town even got hip to what was going on right under their noses, those little bastards had already licked for over a million. Them country-ass cops wanted to hang the Turk's half-breed ass up, but Shay stepped in and pulled a few strings. Must have called Shay an asshole full of flavors to sweep that under the rug, Dala said. It did, and he was pissed about it. Nichols is his cousin Gator's son, and Baby Doc is his right-hand man's only kid, so they got off with a beatdown by the big homies. The Turk was an outsider and had to pay a heavier price. Swan put a few of the young boys on him to teach him a lesson. They put Turk in the hospital, but he took 2 of them to the emergency room with him. When he got out, Swan brought him on board to work off the debt as payment for Shay saving his little ass from Slammer. Oh my! This Turk cat sounds like someone we need to get friendly with. Dala rubbed his hands together. It was something he always did when he was up to no good. Holla at the nigga, Wise. Me? You're the one who wants to get to know him. You holla at him, Wise protested. Man, stop being a bitch and get him over here. Dala pushed Wise in Turk's path as he was passing. Wise stood there with a dumbfounded look on his face, confronted with the Turk. The way his copper eyes looked at him made Wise's mouth dry. Finally, he found his tongue and said, "What's good, Turk?" He extended his hand. Turk looked at Wise's hand like it had shit on it. "We know each other?" he asked. Wise looked over his shoulder at Dala, who was watching him intently, before turning back to Turk. "It's me, Wise. We met at that party in Binghamton when you and your BBC crew came through and turned it up, remember?" "A what?" Turk's face softened as a light of recognition went off in his eyes. Just when Wise thought Turk was about to embrace him, his face hardened again. "Nah, I don't remember you, money. Pardon yourself." He brushed past Wise, leaving him standing there with a dumb expression on his face. "You gotta play, son!" Dala laughed and pointed his finger at Wise's face. "Fuck you." Wise slapped Dala's hand away angrily. "You're the one who wanted to get all cozy with him, and I tried to tell you he was bad news. I was just trying to see where his head was at. I thought maybe the little nigga might have been worthy of fucking with the big dog crew, but apparently he ain't. Oh, pretty ass nigga, but I hope you don't get tossed up walking on the strip like you from around these parts." Dala's back, watching the Turk walk down the street. He stopped in the corner where 3 or 4 older heads were standing around shooting the shit. They were old school gangsters in the hood, who no longer had any real power, but they were still dangerous. Turk said something to one of them, which prompted a response, but Dala was too far away to hear what they were saying. Whatever it was couldn't have been nice, because he saw Turk's face sour. One of the dudes got off the gate and shoved Turk, but before it could go any further, it was broken up. "Now this should be interesting." Dala rubbed his hands together. "Come on, son." He started in the direction of the disturbance. "Where the hell are we going?" Wise asked. "Hopefully see this pretty nigga get his shit pushed in," Dala called over his shoulder. Turk hadn't meant to be so short with the kid Wise. He actually did remember him from the party in Binghamton, because Wise and his people had bought a few ounces of weed off of one of Turk's boys. But it wasn't the time or place to be strolling down memory lane with a dude he doubted he'd ever see again. Turk's mind was elsewhere. Once again, Swan had sent Turk off in what he called a dummy mission. Since he had been working with the Clarks, he always found himself stuck doing grunt work, debt collections, delivering messages that couldn't be sent over the phone, running errands. It made him do everything that he felt was beneath him. When he was with the Billionaires Boys Club, he was a boss, a man of respect. But when he became a part of the Clark family, it was as if someone had hit the reset button on his career, and he was demoted to the rank of foot soldier. This was the big leagues. No more nickel and dime capers. The Clarks played for higher stakes than he could have imagined. Shay made it clear from day one that if Turk wanted respect and prestige, he would have to earn it in the trenches. Turk understood, but he didn't like it. He often thought about telling the Clarks to go fuck themselves, but two things kept him from doing so. The fact that he still owed Shay for keeping him out of prison, and Swan's promises that it would get greater later. He and Swan hadn't met on the best terms, but over time, they got close. And Turk looked up to him, like the big brother he never had. It was his faith in Swan that kept him going. "Is there $1 for a pint of whiskey?" Turk heard someone ask from behind him. He turned and found himself staring at a messily dressed man wearing a large hoodie. For the most part, his face was obscured by the hoodie, but Turk could make out the nest of shaggy hair lining his jaw and dark eyes. Turk dug around in his pocket and handed the man a $5 bill. "Try not to drink it all up in one sitting, old-timer," he told him. The man examined the bill and smiled, showing off a mouthful of gold teeth. "Much obliged," he said, and staggered off toward the liquor store. "Should have planned that gold in your mouth instead of out here begging," Turk said to no one in particular, and continued on his way. Turk spotted the dude he'd been sent to speak with, standing in a group on the corner. They were passing around plastic cups and catcalling at young girls who walked past. Turk knew the type. Dudes who had once been holding weight but were now washed and trying to hold on to the glory through the retelling of war stories. He dealt with their type before. If Turk didn't handle the situation tactfully, egos would get bruised, and examples would have to be set. He hated Swan for sending him down there to talk to the old head, but orders were orders, so he sucked it up and stuck to his business. "What's good, fella?" Turk greeted all the men respectfully, before turning his attention to the person he'd come to see. "Carl, can I holler at you for a minute?" he asked the slim man who was sitting on the milk crate. Carl looked up at him. "You know me from somewhere?" he asked aggressively. "We've met once or twice, but I'm here on behalf of a mutual friend. You know Swan, don't you?" At the mention of Swan's name, Carl's face went slack, but he quickly recovered and went back to scowling. He looked Turk up and down. "Swan must be getting desperate if he's sending kids to handle his affairs." "I'm 19, Turk informed him, "but that's beside the point. I'm just here to collect the compensation you owe from the car you hit." Carl had been drunk one night and hit the car of a woman Swan was dealing with. Carl didn't have insurance, so in exchange for her not calling the police, he agreed to pay for the damages in cash. Once Carl was in the clear, he disregarded the debt. It was only a few $100s, but to Swan, it was a matter of principle. "All the money the Clarks get in? I know Swan ain't splitting no punk-ass few dollars." Carl sucked his teeth. "Look, tell him that the next time I see him in the club, bottles on me all night." He went back to his drinking and ignored Turk. Turk frowned because he knew where this was about to go, and he was trying to avoid it. "Carl, I'm not trying to break your balls here, but you know how Swan is. If I go back to him empty-handed, what do you think he's going to do?" Carl took a slow sip from his cup. "That sounds like a problem for you and him to work out. Now get the fuck from around me before I get mad." Turk sighed. "Carl, let's not do it like this. If I have to come back here, it's not going to be good for anybody." Carl sat his cup on the ground and stood told him. "You must be shoved Turk. I said, get the fuck out of here." By then, Carl's buddy had grabbed him and was holding him back. Turk just smiled. "Okay, you got it, Carl. Enjoy the rest of your night, fellas," he told the men and walked off. "And don't bring your bitch ass around here no more," Carl yelled after him. "That was some fool shit you did," one of the men he'd been drinking with said. His name was Steve. "You think it was wise to go show me up like that if Swan sent him? Fuck that little nigga. If Swan want to see me, then he needs to come check me like a fan. I ain't answering no snot-nosed kid," Carl said. "You think he gonna come back?" Carl snorted. "If he knows like I know, he won't," he capped and went back to his drinking. A few feet away, Dollar and Wise were watching the exchange. Dollar got excited when he thought it was about to go down between Carl and Turk. Sadly, it ended without incident. Dollar shook his head. "See, Wise, you're out here praising these niggas like they're somebody, but they're really pussies. Turk came over here trying to be tough and got ran off the block." "I wouldn't speak so soon," Wise pointed to the corner. Turk had indeed come back, and this time he was wearing gloves, and he was no longer smiling. When he raised his gloved hand, the streetlights reflected off the meat cleaver he was wielding. Turk moved so swiftly that they didn't even see him until he was already on top of them. He swung the meat cleaver, bringing the dull end across the bridge of the nose of the man standing closest to him, breaking it. Seeing their fallen comrade and the cleaver-wielding madman, everybody scattered, except for Carl. Turk had him cornered like a rat. In desperation, Carl threw his drink in Turk's eyes, temporarily blinding him, then took off running. It only took Turk a few seconds to recover and take off after Carl. Carl was just about to cross the avenue when Turk hurled a meat cleaver at him. The heavy blade flipped end over end and came to rest in Carl's back. Carl fell in the middle of the street, almost getting hit by a taxi. People looked on in horror as Turk walked up on the bleeding man, ripping the cleaver violently from his back. Using his foot, he flipped Carl over and straddled him. A small crowd, one of his fits, as his therapist called them, on anything but his tools and the meat on his cutting table. I tried to be a gentleman about this, but you wanted to be a savage, so here we are. Turk used his knee to pin Carl's shoulder to the ground and stretched out his arm with his free hand. Swan told me that if I left here empty-handed, I might as well not come back, so I have to take him something. I pay, please, tell Swan I pay, Carl pleaded. Turk smiled. I gave you a chance to pay in cash, but now you'll pay in pounds. And I don't mean European money, I mean pounds of flesh. He brought the cleaver down and cut off Carl's hand. Chapter 6. Billy was mad as hell that she had to cut her hair appointment short to get Sharon and Reese's ass out of jail. When she found out what they had been arrested for, it made her even angrier. Sharon was a young knucklehead, so nothing she did surprised Billy, but she expected more from Reese. Of all of their friends, Reese was the only one still living in her second childhood. They dropped Sharon off at her mother's apartment and then headed for Reese's place. That's worse than everything I love. That little bitch is lucky I didn't kill her in there, Reese fumed. And your ass is lucky that it was written up as disorderly conduct instead of assault, Billy shot back. Reese, what the hell are you doing fighting in the welfare office? I haven't started it, and I finished it, so don't come at me like it's all my fault, Reese retorted. Reese, that fighting shit was cool when we were young and running up and down Lenox Avenue, but you're too grown for it now. You're somebody's mother, for Christ's sake. And I'm also a woman who won't be disrespected, Reese countered. Billy, if you had been in my shoes, you would have done the same thing. The difference between me and you is that I wouldn't put myself in that situation in the first place. You're out here moving like a real fucking chicken head, and that's why none of these men you get with take you seriously, Billy said, a bit sharper than she intended. She saw that her words had hurt Reese, and she felt bad. Reese, I'm sorry. You know I didn't mean it like that. Nah, you meant it like you said it. It's cool, Billy, Reese told her, hiding the hurt in her voice. You know, I know that I'm not perfect, but I'm trying. You're right, I've made some poor choices in men, and I'll probably make some more before it's all said and done. But I'm not ashamed to be out there looking for a good man. You can't knock me because I wasn't blessed with a fairy tale romance like you and Marcus. Billy laughed. A fairy tale? Maybe at one time, but now I'm not so sure. I've got my fair share of problems too, Reese, so I apologize for throwing stones when I live in a glass house. Reese looked at Billy, and for the first time, she saw uncertainty in her face. Of their whole circle of friends, Billy had always been the strongest and most confident. Is everything okay, Ma? Reese asked, immediately forgetting that they had just been arguing. I don't even know, Reese, Billy admitted. She went on to give her the short version about her suspicions about Marcus. Nah, I can't see Marcus cheating on you. That dude loves you, Reese assured her. I know he does, Reese, but just because he'll never give another woman his heart doesn't mean he'll never give them the dick. Right about that, Reese had to admit. So, what are you going to do about it? I don't know. I guess I'll just wait to see what's going to happen and hope for the best, Billy said. That ain't the Wilhelmina Jefferson I know, Reese said, calling Billy by her government name. If your gut is telling you that something is going on, you move on it. Don't wait around for the other shoe to drop. You either confront him or catch him in the act. Where is Marcus now? He said he was meeting with some potential investors at Shooters, Billy told her. Then, that's where we need to be. Let's see if he's really where he says he is. Billy let Reese talk her into swinging by Shooter's Gentleman Club. It was a business her boyfriend Marcus had helped build and eventually inherited from the owner, Shooter. Billy had stood by Marcus as he built it from a hole-in-the-wall strip club to one of the hottest spots in the city. With Reese leading the way, Billy went inside the club. It was still early, so the crowd was light, but there was still a nice sprinkling of people inside. Some were sipping drinks and watching the show, while others got lap dances. Across the room, Billy spotted Marcus's friend and the manager of the spot, Bear. They called him Bear because he was big and hairy with a nasty temper. What up, Bear? Billy greeted him. Bear hugged her and smiled. Hey, boss lady. What brings you here tonight? Just looking for my man. Is he upstairs in the office? Nah, I haven't seen Marcus all day, Bear told her. When he saw Billy's facial expression change, he realized that he'd fucked up. Billy, he might have come in earlier and gone before I got here. My shift didn't start until a half hour ago. He tried to clean it up, but it was too late. It's all good, Bear. When I leave here, and you call him to warn him about my popping up, because I know you will, tell him that if I catch him foul, I'm gonna bust his shit. Billy snapped and left the club, trailing a major attitude behind her. I can't believe he lied to me, Billy said, when she and Reese were back in the car. All the niggas lie. Even the good ones, Reese told me. If he isn't a shooter, where could he be? I have no idea, Billy said, scrolling through text messages on her phone. When Reese noticed that Billy had an iPhone, it gave her an idea. Are your phones on the same account? Yeah, why? Billy couldn't see where she was going with it. Track his phone. All you have to do is log into your cloud account, and as long as his phone is on, it'll tell you exactly where he is. The cloud knows everything. Billy could have slapped herself for not thinking of that. She had always trusted Marcus, so there was no need to question his whereabouts. Leave it to Reese's larcenous ass to give her a sneaky solution to her problem. Billy quickly pulled up the app and tracked Marcus's phone. To her surprise, he wasn't even in New York. It had him somewhere in Jersey City. Reese, you down to take a ride? Reese grinned devilishly. When am I not? The tracker had led them to a restaurant in downtown Jersey City. Billy spotted Marcus's car parked in the parking lot. The sight of it immediately filled her heart with dread, and she was no longer sure if she wanted answers to her questions. She was about to suggest that they go back, but Reese was already out of the car and on the case. Come on, let's see if we can see him through the window, Reese called to Billy, heading toward the restaurant. With her heart in her chest, Reese followed. It only took them a few seconds to spot him. Marcus was sitting at a table near the window with an attractive blonde. Billy watched speechlessly as they smiled at each other over wine glasses. When she saw Marcus reach over and touch the blonde's hand tenderly, she wanted to vomit. She went from shock to surprise to rage. She tried to rush the restaurant, but Reese stopped her. Nah, don't do it like that, Mom. She held her back. We can't go storming into this restaurant handing out ass whippings. We gotta be ladies about it. Let's wait for the bitch in the parking lot, then whip her old fake ass. Billy could barely contain herself, sitting in her car and waiting for Marcus and his date to come out. She was beyond hurt. Marcus had promised to always protect her, but he had betrayed her. She had invested years of her life into their relationship, only to find out that he was no better than the rest. Billy was so mad that she fully intended on going to prison that night. Marcus came walking into the parking lot, arm in arm with the blonde. She was tall and pretty, dressed in an expensive skirt suit and carrying a leather briefcase. Billy figured she could use the thick leather case to bludgeon both of them to death. She waited until Marcus and the blonde had got into his car before pouncing. Marcus and the blonde were caught totally by surprise when Billy came out of the shadows and commenced beating the blonde's ass. Billy tore into the blonde like a prize fighter, hitting her in every part of her exposed body. Reese was right there with her, getting her kicks and stomps in where she could. Marcus tried to grab Billy, but that only turned her rage on him. She cracked Marcus in the face 3 times before he was able to grab her in a bear hug. Billy, what the fuck are you doing here? Marcus asked in total shock. I catch you creeping with another bitch and that's all you can think to say to me? Billy struggled in his arms. Words of Jah, may his soul rest in peace. I'm gonna kill you and his home-wrecking cracker. Billy, you need to calm down. This isn't what it looks like. Marcus held her at arm's length. Then what the fuck is it, Marcus? Billy raged. She was now crying and shaking violently. I gave you my heart and you stepped on it. You couldn't even do me the courtesy of stepping out on me with a black bitch. You had to chase a white one. Not that it makes it any better, but damn. And you. Billy turned to the blonde, who was on her hands and knees picking up the small velvet pouches that spilled from her case. I should kill you for breaking up my relationship, you whore. You trick. You... Jeweler. Marcus cut her off. He walked over to the white girl and helped her to her feet. I apologize for this, Inga, and I promise to make it right. I'll throw a few extra grand on top of what I already spent for your troubles. He promised. Marcus, what the heck is going on? Billy asked, now totally confused. When Marcus turned back to her, he was furious. If you had listened, instead of jumping out the window, I could have explained to you who Inga is. She's my jeweler, not my mistress. Marcus, why have you been sneaking around all suspicious if there's nothing going on? Billy demanded an explanation. I haven't been sneaking around. I was making some moves with my old crew, so I could afford to get this made for you. He pulled a small box from his pocket and popped it open, revealing a flawless diamond in a platinum setting. Around the band were smaller diamonds. It was the most beautiful ring Billy had ever seen. Marcus got down on one knee in the parking lot and looked up at Billy. Since the day I met you, I've only had eyes for you. Wilhelmina Jefferson, will your crazy ass spend the rest of your life with me? Part 2. Bad Intentions. Chapter 7. Present day. Now that was straight out of a ghetto fairy tale, Yoshi said after Billy had finished her story. Tell me about it. I got a ring and fingerprint all in the same night, Billy joked. I'm really happy for you and Marcus, Mom. After all the bullshit we've been through, if anyone deserves their shot at happiness, it's you two. Real talk, Yoshi said. We've definitely been through some shit, Billy recalled some of the rougher times in their lives. As a group and individually, the girls had been through some rough patches. Out of curiosity, why are you guys getting married so fast? Yoshi asked. Most people take at least a year to plan their weddings, but you guys aren't wasting any time. What's the big rush? You pregnant or something? No, I'm not pregnant, dumbass, Billy laughed. It was Marcus's idea. I tried to tell him we don't have to hurry, but he says he doesn't want to wait. He says he doesn't want to waste any more time than he has to before making me his forever lady. Oh, that is so sweet, Yoshi said. Marcus always was a good guy like that, even though he always was trying to play a game for back in the day. Even with all that tough shit, you managed to break him down, and I'm proud of you, girl. She gave Billy a high five. Yeah, I know I was a bitch to him in the beginning, but anything worth having is worth working for. And I worked for that nigga like a dog, Billy joked. But on the real, Marcus has been a blessing to me. Love like ours comes along once in a lifetime. I know, Yoshi said, thinking of her one true love and his fate. When Billy realized she had reopened an old wound, she covered her mouth in embarrassment. Oh my god, Yoshi, I'm so sorry. It's cool, Billy. It's been a few years now, so I won't break down at the mention of Jaw anymore, Yoshi said, as if it was no big deal. Jaw had been Yoshi's one true love, and the surge of Harlem. Back then, Yoshi had been a wild child herself, so she and Jaw's souls connected like missing pieces to a puzzle. His love for her and wanting better for them is what had made Jaw decide to hang up his guns. He was ready to divorce the streets to be with Yoshi, but the streets weren't quite ready to let him go. When Jaw was murdered, he took with him the part of Yoshi that was capable of love. She had been with other men after Jaw, but none of them were ever worthy of her heart. Let's not ruin my visit by talking about depressing shit. We've got to keep our focus on planning your wedding. Yes, my wedding. Billy let the words roll around. It's less than 2 weeks away, but it still doesn't feel real to me. It will when you're walking down that aisle, Bree said. God, I hope I don't pass out from nervousness, Billy said. If you do, we'll carry your ass the rest of the way. You're going to marry that man, and your whole crew will be there for you, just like old times. Everybody except Rhonda, Bree said, unwittingly darkening the mood. Rhonda had been the fourth member of their group, and by far the most outspoken. She could be abrasive, rude, and downright ghetto, but she was still one of them. A few years prior, she had been murdered by the man she'd led to believe was her son's father. What do you think Rhonda would say if she were here? Billy asked. Make sure you get him to put a baby in you too, so if y'all split, you can get child support on top of alimony. Yoshi imitated Rhonda's voice. Billy and Reese both busted out laughing. Yeah, that girl was always about her paper. Not a day goes by when I don't think of her crazy ass. I could always call Rhonda if I was dealing with some shit that I couldn't figure out. She had a solution for everything, even though most of the time, her solutions were outlandish as hell. You ain't never lied, Reese added. Do you remember the time I thought I was pregnant and was scared to tell my mother? Rhonda to the rescue. She told me that if I drank a whole bunch of milk and sat in a warm tub, I could give myself a homemade abortion. Oh shit, I remember that, Yoshi exclaimed. I don't know who was a bigger idiot, her for suggesting it, or me for listening, Reese laughed. Reese, your ass was on the toilet for days after drinking all those nasty-ass mouths, Billy recalled. I might not have been pregnant, but it sure felt like I was going to give birth the way my stomach was hurting, Reese recalled. I miss those days. I miss us. I think we all miss our sisterhood, but some of us are more reluctant to admit it than others. Billy cut her eyes at Yoshi. Yoshi threw up her middle finger. Since they were young, Billy had always been the one trying to play peacemaker between the girls. Yoshi understood where she was coming from, but wasn't sure if she was ready to make her peace with Reese. A few years had passed since the incident, but every time Yoshi thought about it, she wanted to pop off. In time, they would squash it, but it would be on her terms. To avoid getting pulled further into a conversation she wasn't ready to have, Yoshi busied herself looking out the window. It had been a long time since she had been back in Harlem, and it had changed a bit, but was still familiar to her. The sights, the sounds, the smell, she felt like she was home. Yoshi loved her new life in LA. She lived in a nice house, the weather was always beautiful, and she was getting money doing something that she enjoyed. California was definitely easy to fall in love with, but her heart would always be in Harlem. Yoshi snapped out of her daze when she felt the car coming to a stop. She looked up and saw the familiar looming brick buildings of the projects. What are we doing in the hood? I thought we were going to Billy's so I could drop my bags off and freshen up. We are. I just had to make a stop to buy some bundles of hair, Reese told him. Yoshi made a face. You still buying bootleg hair from the projects? Damn right. And this ain't no bootleg. These are some quality bundles. Miss P don't have stuff when it comes to her merchandise. Miss Pat stood in her kitchen, wearing her favorite floral housecoat and a pair of tattered slippers. Her hair was wrapped in a scarf that was damp with sweat. She had been standing over the stove for hours and still wasn't done handling her business. She bounced in place to the tune playing on a small boombox sitting atop the refrigerator. Every few seconds, she would stop to sing out part of the song on the radio. I'm in love with the cocoa. Her hands swirled the fork around in the pot with the expertise of a chef making a poached egg, getting a perfect spin on the cocaine. She picked up a measuring cup, holding a small amount of white powder, and began sprinkling it into the pot. Baking soda, I got baking soda. One of the big homies in the neighborhood found himself in need of a chef at the last minute and had called on Miss Pat to come out of retirement. Even 10 years removed from selling hard drugs, Miss Pat still had the best whip game in town when it came to cooking coke. Miss Pat stopped her whipping when she heard a knock on the door. She turned the fire off on the stove and dropped a lid on it to make it look like a meal she was simmering instead of a felony. Moving quickly, She grabbed the crack she'd already cooked up and threw it all into a false bottom in her refrigerator under the vegetable bin. She wasn't worried about it being the police, because if it had been, they'd have busted her door down instead of knocking. But she still didn't want anybody in her business. The knocking continued as Miss Pat washed the cold residue off her hands into the sink. With her trusty .22 tucked in the pocket of her duster, she went to answer the door. "Hold your damn horses!" Miss Pat yelled as she eased up on the peephole. Once she confirmed the identity of her visitor, she undid the multiple locks and pulled the heavy projector door open. "Girl, what the hell did I tell you about bringing your ass around here without calling first?" "I did call, but you weren't answering your phone," Bree said. Miss Pat pulled her iPhone from her pocket and checked it. Sure enough, she had 5 missed calls. "Damn, I forgot to turn my ringer back on," she said, more to herself than anyone. "Okay, bring your asses on in here." She stepped aside to let the girls enter. "How y'all doing?" "Fine, Miss Pat. How about you?" Billy asked. "Trying to make it in this white man's world," Miss Pat told her. "Oh, congratulations on your wedding. That Marcus is fine as wine." Billy smiled. "Thanks. I guess news travels fast, huh?" "You know, don't nothing go on in the hood without me knowing about it. The whole hood is buzzing about you taking one of its most eligible bachelors off the market. Oh, and I'll be expecting an invitation." "You know I wouldn't leave you out, Miss Pat," Billy lied. She hadn't planned to invite the whole hood to her wedding, just family and friends. But she knew that if she left Miss Pat out, she'd likely never hear the end of it. "Did my order come in?" Reese asked Miss Pat. "Yeah, I got you faded. Give me a sec," Miss Pat told her before disappearing into one of the bedrooms. When she returned, she was holding 4 packs of hair. "I got the 3 packs of Rem you asked about, but I wanted to show you this new Malaysian wet and wavy I got in this morning." She held up one of the bundles for the girls to inspect. "Check the quality on that." The girls took turns stroking the hair. "Damn, Reese wasn't lying about you having a hookup," Yoshi said, running her fingers through the hair to check the texture. "You know Miss Pat don't fuck around," the old woman said, speaking of herself in third person. "I planned on letting these go for $250, but since Reese is spending with me already, I'll let you have them for $200 even." "I hadn't planned on buying any hair, but I can't pass up on a deal like that. I'll take 2, Yoshi said, getting her money from her purse. "Billy, you better get in on this. My wet and wavy will look banging on you at your wedding." "You know I don't be putting all that fake shit in my head," Billy waved her off. "Fake?" Miss Pat scowled at her. "Child, I have you know that Miss Pat don't do fake. Every bundle I sling has grown from someone's head. You can run a DNA test on any of my shit and trace it back to the original owners." "I know your stuff is official, Miss Pat. I've just never been big on weaves and extensions," Billy explained. "Well, not all of us can be blessed with such beautiful hair, Billy. But for the ladies who need a little something extra, I got it for the low low." Miss Pat bust back into her song. "But seriously, I'm really happy for you, Billy. You know, for a while, a lot of us thought you played for the other team." She stuck her tongue between her fingers and wagged at her. "Never. I'm strictly dickly," Billy declared. "I'll bet you won't now. I know a lot of women that would change their sexual preferences and their religious beliefs for a piece of that chocolate candy you're about to marry. I bet y'all gonna do it big, too." "I'm fine with the small ceremony, but Marcus wants a big wedding. Since he's paying for it, I'm not complaining," Billy said. "He's still working at that strip joint?" "Marcus doesn't work at Shooters anymore. He owns it now," Billy corrected her. "Well, excuse the hell out of me. I'm surprised that sour old bastard Shooter was willing to let it go. But then again, he always did have a soft spot for Marcus. That boy was like a son to him." "Miss Pat, I didn't know you knew Shooter." Reese was surprised. "Yeah, me and Shooter go way back, as in backseat of his Cadillac. I swear that man could do some things with his mouth and could still make me weak in the knees just thinking about him." Miss Pat braced herself against the wall dramatically. "I got to make sure I wear my good wig for this one. You make sure you have your wedding planner sit with me at Shooter's table, you hear?" "Oh, we're not using a wedding planner. We're doing it ourselves," Billy told her. "Charles, you have no clue what you signed up for." Miss Pat shook her head. "Me and my first husband, Charles, may God curse his black-ass soul, planned our wedding too. That translates to, he kicked out the money and I did all the work. Honey, let me tell you, it was a damn nightmare. From it raining on our outdoor ceremony to my ghetto-ass relatives throwing hands at the reception, it seemed like everything that could go wrong did. For my second and third weddings, we used a planner. If you want, I can refer you to someone." "Nah, I don't think that'll be necessary, Miss Pat. I've taken care of most of the stuff already, and the rest of the odds and ends, I got my girls to help me handle," Billy told her. "That's good that you got reliable friends in your corner. Y'all kind of remind me of me, Ursine, and Rita. Except, we was prettier at y'all age. No shade," Miss Pat chuckled. "So, which one of these heifers is maid of honor?" "I am," Yoshi and Reese said at the same time. Reese looked at Yoshi. "And what makes you think you're going to be the maid of honor?" "Because I'm her best friend," Yoshi replied. "Well, so am I. Not to mention that I've known her longer," Reese shot back. "Bullshit, Reese. You weren't even allowed to come outside after dark when me and Billy first started running the streets. I've been her A1 since day one." "Well, I was the one here with her for the last couple of years while you've been off doing your own shit. Unlike some people, I don't abandon my friends." Yoshi gave Reese the sign off. "Bitch, you use the word friend so freely, you can't even put stock in it coming out of your mouth. Maybe if my so-called friend hadn't totally violated me by fucking the guy I was seeing, I would have felt like I had to leave. And there it was, the elephant that had been in the room since Yoshi stepped off the plane. Chapter 8. So, you just gonna sit there buried in them papers or address the elephant in the room? Wayne asked from the Chase Lounge on the other side of the office, where he had kept himself, nursing a glass of scotch. He had come to the club directly from work, so he was still wearing his postal uniform. Marcus looked up from his paper shuffling. And what elephant would that be? Wayne stopped mid-sip and gave Marcus a disbelieving look. The fact that you're about to drink the Kool-Aid, that's what elephant. Jesus. For a man about to go to the electric chair, you sure as hell are calm about it. Wayne, I'm getting married. Not being executed, Marcus said. Same shit if you ask me. Marriage or execution. Either way, your life is over, Wayne said in a matter-of-fact tone. Wayne was one of Marcus's oldest and dearest friends, but he was also one of the few people who knew how to get under his skin. He knew just what buttons to push. And how would you know when you've never been married? Come to think of it, we've known each other since junior high school, and I can't remember you ever even having a steady girlfriend, Marcus pointed out. That's because I'm smart. Wayne threw his drink back and made his way across the room. I don't have to have ever been married to know that it's a sucker's bet. He flopped his 250-pound frame into the chair on the other side of Marcus's desk and helped himself to another glass of scotch. He'd filled his glass halfway before Marcus relieved him of the bottle. Take it easy, Ned the Wino. You know this A shit is for special guests, Marcus told him. He had paid a pretty penny for a case of the expensive scotch and only broke it out when he was trying to impress a potential business partner. Oh, so I ain't special now? Wayne faked hurt. Yeah, special ed, Marcus laughed. You ain't shit, Marcus. Anyhow, like I was saying, you name me one nigga we grew up with that can't say they're in a happy marriage. What about Louis? Him and Claudia seem like they got a good thing going, Marcus said. Louis was another guy who had gone to school with Marcus and Wayne. He'd married his childhood sweetheart and was now living somewhere in New Jersey, working at a big company. They didn't see each other much, but would occasionally get together on weekends when their schedules permitted. Wayne laughed. Fool, that Mr. and Mrs. Perfect shit is a Jedi mind trick. That relationship went nuclear years ago, and now they can barely stand each other. Louis cheats on Claudia, and she cheats on him, but they'd rather fake it until they make it for appearances. Try again. Marcus's wheels spun as he went through the mental list of names in his head, of friends or even acquaintances, but sadly, couldn't think of anyone outside of Louis and Claudia. It was like the sanctity of marriage had been lost on his generation. You see what I mean? Wayne continued. So, marriage fucks everything up, because in order for it to work, you have to stop being you. That's a crock of shit. I'm going to be the same person before and after my vows, Marcus declared. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Wayne threw his drink back and slammed the glass on the table. All-night poker games on Thursday? Dead. Weekend trips to Miami? Dead. Us test driving a girl before you decide if you want to hire them or not? Dead and stinking. Funny, because everything you just named was more beneficial to you than me, Marcus pointed out. Marcus, don't front like you don't benefit from the perks of owning a fucking strip club. You ain't no angel, Wayne accused. I never said I was, Wayne. I've done a little flirt here and there, but once I take my vows, all that shit is behind me. Having a pick of a dozen bitches is cool, but having one who makes your life worth living is a blessing. I ain't gonna fuck that up by trying to prove to you single motherfuckers who ain't got shit to lose that I'm still that nigga. Wayne shook his head. See, you changed it already. The bottom line is, I know I'll have to make adjustments. I get it, but I'm happy to do it because I love Billy. You act like because I'm getting married, I'm not going to be the same dude I've always been. Before and after the wedding, it'll still be business as usual. Not all business, Wayne told him. The minute you say I do, you're agreeing to sacrifice your individuality for the sake of the union. Ain't no more you, only y'all. Everything you do from there on out, you'll have to consider Billy first. Can you honestly say you're ready for that? Marcus poured himself a healthy shot of scotch. He hadn't planned to drink, but Wayne had his wheels spinning. Absolutely. He threw the scotch back. Their conversation was interrupted when the office door swung open unexpectedly, and a well-dressed older gentleman walked in. He was decked out in a green leisure suit and black shoes polished to a high shine. It was rare that you would ever catch the old-timer out in public dressed in anything but his best. From his processed hair to the gaudy pink ring he wore, his whole style was an ode to the gangsters of his generation. I guess knocking on a closed door is a lost art, Marcus said. Yeah, unless you own those closed doors, Shooter replied. A minority owner, Marcus corrected him. Minority or majority, it's still my name on the marquee, and my blood and sweat in the foundation of this establishment, Shooter reminded him. Whatever, old head, Marcus teased him. Old or not, I still got enough swag to knock a bitch half my age, Shooter said in his best pep drawl. What are you two jokers up to? I'm in here trying to show our boy the error of his ways, trying to talk him out of this marriage shit. Help me talk some sense into him, Shooter, Wayne urged. Why? So he can be a single and miserable like you? Shooter asked. I am not miserable. I'm happier than a sissy in Dicktown with my life, Wayne said. Oh shit, Shooter's gone. You spend your days lugging mail and your nights chasing random pussy. Ain't none of them bras you lay with worth their salt. I like a little variety, that's all, Wayne said. Variety is cool, but consistency is better. Sure, you got a lot of pussy, but what do the women you lay with contribute to your life other than a cheap thrift? Shooter asked. I'll bet you couldn't tell me the last time you ate a meal that wasn't even delivered or out of a microwave. Shooter, why are you hating on me? Wayne asked. I ain't hating on you, young blood. I actually feel kind of sorry for you. You're a handsome young man with a good job, your own place, and a credit score that ain't in the toilet. You might actually make some girl a decent husband one of these days, if you could get off your own dick long enough to see a woman as more than something to be conquered. Amen to that, Marcus added. You're just some haters. Wayne folded his arms and pouted like a child. So, I hear in a few nights this room's gonna be on everybody's to-do list, Shooter said. Yeah, hosting the birthday party for Shay Clark's wife is going to bring us a hell of a lot of publicity, Marcus said proudly. Indeed it is. Just make sure it's the right kind of publicity. Inviting all the mobsters in here all at once is going to be a handful to keep under control, Shooter warned. Shooter, we have gangsters in here every night. This won't be any different, Marcus said. Boy, Shay Clark and his bunch ain't no street corners, old boys. They're mafioso. There's a big difference. Make sure your security people are on point, young blood. Bear and his team have got it under control, Marcus told him, sounding surer than he really was. In truth, he had been so focused on pulling the wedding together that he hadn't really weighed the pros and cons of letting Shay have the party at Shooter's. All he saw was the opportunity to host the biggest event in the city and a large cash deposit Shay had one of his people drop off. He wasn't hurting for money yet, but between keeping the club running and kicking out dough for the wedding, he was starting to feel a slight pinch in his pocket, and the money generated by the party would be a much-needed blessing. Do you hear me talking to you, Marcus? Shooter asked. I'm sorry, what did you say? Marcus snapped out of his daze. I asked if everything is straight with the wedding, Shooter repeated. I guess I left the plane in the Philly. I'm just cutting the checks, Marcus said. Boy, I ain't gonna envy your bank account when she's done with it. Women go over the top with everything, especially weddings. If you need to hold a few dollars, just let me know. Thanks, but I'm good, Shooter. I got a few irons in the fire bringing some extra income in, Marcus said. Shooter gave Marcus a look. What kind of irons? Stop looking at me like that, Shooter. I'm not back hustling, if that's what you're thinking, Marcus said, trying his best to sound convincing. You damn well better not be. I've invested a lot of time and money into cleaning you up, boy. I didn't give you my club to have you lose it while you're rotting away in some prison cell. Don't worry, Shooter. Prison isn't in my future, Marcus assured him. There was a soft tap on the door. Enter, Wayne called out, as if it was his place and not Marcus's. One of the day shift managers, Tammy, came into the office. Tammy had been working at Shooter's for a little under a year and proved to be one of Marcus's most valued employees. Tammy was 5'5", light-skinned with $1 million smile, and a figure that could have made her rich if she was a dancer and not a manager. That wasn't where Tammy's head was. She was more concerned with getting through college than she was twerking for dollars. Hey, sweet thing. You must have known I was in the building, Wayne greeted her. Why don't you sit on Santa's lap and tell him what you want for Christmas? He reached for her, but Tammy slapped his hand away. Nigga, you try to touch me uninvited again and you're going to lose that hand, Tammy said seriously. She was normally a sweet girl, but could be quite the firecracker when provoked, which Wayne did every chance he got. Wayne, stop harassing my staff, Marcus told her. I'm kind of in the middle of something. What can I do for you, Tammy? Sorry to disturb you, Marcus, but there's someone here, Tammy said. Who is it? Marcus asked in an annoyed tone. He hated unexpected visitors. He wouldn't give me his name, but he says he's an old friend, Tammy told him. Everybody's a damn friend or long-lost relative when you're on top, Shooter mumbled. Marcus ignored Shooter. Send him up, Tammy, but make sure you have Bear pat his ass down first. You got it, boss, Tammy said with a playful twang before going to retrieve Marcus's guest. Wayne's eyes followed Tammy's ass until she disappeared through the door. Damn, I stuck a baby out of her pussy. Hey, you know you ain't Tammy Speed. She's not into dudes in uniform, Marcus laughed. So I've heard. Tammy liked him clean cut and engaged, Wayne said suggestively. And what's that supposed to mean? Wayne twisted his lips. Come on, Marcus. How long are you gonna play this game? I know you're hitting that. Nah, you know I stopped mixing business with pleasure a long time ago, Marcus told his friend. Marcus, you never were a very good liar. You don't think anybody sees the way y'all look at each other when you think no one is paying attention? Even when you think nobody is watching, someone always is. So you better wake up and get on point. You're tripping, man. Marcus waved him off. If that's what you gotta tell yourself so you can keep thinking you're slick, I'm okay with it. But I know you better than anyone else. Who you're fucking is your business. I just want to know how the pussy tastes. Wayne, you need counseling, Shooter said. And you, he turned to Marcus, are too damn accessible. You pay the managers too much money for them not to know how to handle strays that come in off the street without bothering you with it. Bosses should only sit with bosses. Shooter, this ain't the 70s and 80s when you held up in this office like it was a fortress. You can't figure out what the consumer wants unless you're in on the ground floor with the common folks, Marcus explained. Besides, he opened the desk drawer and produced a Desert Eagle. If a nigga act crazy, this will make them sing real quick. Shooter laughed. At least some of my good business sense rubbed off on you. A few minutes later, Tammy came back into the office, but this time she wasn't alone. There were two of them. The first was a female who was shaped like a bodybuilder. Her long dreads pulled to the top of her head in a large bun. Her face was a mask of pure stone. Trailing her was a smaller man, but he was equally imposing. His wide shoulders strained against the sleek black leather jacket he was wearing. Diamonds of several colors decorated the heavy chains around his neck, speckling his chiseled jaw. The bald fade hairstyle he wore made the fact that his head was almost perfectly round stand out. He stood there smirking, while a very stunned Marcus looked on, speechless. The man's lips parted into a wide smile. "What's the matter, Marcus? You ain't happy to see your old buddy trapped?" Shooter leaned over to Marcus and whispered, "What was that you were saying about prison not being in your future?" Chapter 9. Of all the people Marcus expected to see walk in the door that day, Trap wasn't one of them. It had been 6 months since the last time they'd seen each other, and before that, it had been nearly 5 years since they'd been in the same room. Trap represented a part of Marcus's past that he worked extremely hard to bury. Considering the fact that Trap was now standing in his office, Marcus hadn't worked hard enough. "Well, don't all get up at once." Trap strolled into the room. "Damn, Satan must have forgot to lock the back door to hell again," Shooter capped. He had never particularly liked Trap, and never tried to hide it. Trap was bad news, and trouble followed him like a shadow. "Good to see you too, old-timer." Trap ignored the insult, and greeted Shooter with a respectful handshake. "What it do, Marcus? No love for your man?" "Nah, it ain't like that." Marcus got up and came from around his desk to greet him properly. "I just didn't expect to see you." He hugged him, letting his hand absently sweep Trap's back for weapons. "You know I don't announce my movements. People know where you're gonna be, they know where to get to you," Trap told him. "So what brings you this far north?" Shooter asked. Trap shrugged. "A little bit of this and a little bit of that. I had some business in New York and decided to pay a call on my old running partner." "Well, you know Marcus ain't a participant in that race anymore, don't you?" Wayne asked, moving to stand next to Marcus. He didn't know Trap well enough for his dislike for Trap to run as deep as Shooter's went, but he had spent enough time around him to know what he represented to Marcus. "Big Wayne, you wow me." Trap placed his hand over his heart dramatically. "I'd never tried mud into my friend's home. It's good to know that you still got the homie's back, though. You're a square, but you've never been a sucker, and I've always respected that about you." Wayne didn't reply to the acknowledgement. He simply nodded. "But Dick," Trap continued, "I know you're a super busy cat, and I don't want to hold you no longer than I have to, but I need a few minutes with you in private." He glanced from Shooter to Wayne. Wayne glanced at his friend to see how he wanted to play it, as did Shooter. At a moment's notice, they'd have been ready to ride out for Marcus. After a few tense moments, Marcus gave them the signal that he had it under control. So be it. Shooter got to his feet. "Me and Wayne will be downstairs at the bar if you need us." He led Wayne towards the office door. As he passed the woman, Trap's sister Moochie, she gave him a respectful nod. Shooter returned the gesture. Moochie was good people, but blindly loyal to Trap. Trap watched Shooter and Wayne until they'd left the office and the door closed behind them. "They've always been compatible. Good friends are kind of hard to come by." "Indeed," Marcus agreed. "When we find good friends, loyal friends, we appreciate those relationships enough to never compromise them. So what do I owe the pleasure of your unannounced visit?" "As I was saying earlier, I had some business out this way. A bit of a dilemma more than anything," Trap explained. "But before we get to that, how come I gotta hear through the grapevine that you're getting married?" "I wasn't really putting it out there because we're not having a big wedding. Just something intimate with a few close friends and family." Marcus downplayed it. "Are we now family?" Trap asked. "Of course we are, Trap. I didn't mean it like that," Marcus said. "I'm just fucking with you, dog. Mixing your street family with your real family is never a recipe for a successful evening. Those two worlds overlapping can lead to you having to answer to some very uncomfortable questions. I can dig it, and I respect it. I wish you and your lady nothing but happiness. Make sure you shoot me an address so I can send you a wedding gift," Trap told him. "No doubt," Marcus said, before glancing at his watch. "Trap, I ain't trying to rush you off, but I gotta meet wifey in a while. You know how women get when you're late." "Don't I?" Trap laughed. "Mochi hates the fact that I'm always late. Ain't that right?" he asked his sister. "Whatever, Trap. Get to the point so we can dip. We still got other stops to make, you heard?" Mochi said in a rough voice. She was all business all the time, and one of the people who kept Trap on point. Right. My dilemma." Trap got serious. "Big bro, I got a situation that I think you and your squeaky clean reputation can help me with." "Trap, before you go any further, let me remind you that I don't take my blessings. I got a legit thing going here, and I really can't afford to fuck it up by getting caught up in some street shit. Marcus told him. Trap's face darkened. Marcus, I think I'm starting to feel a little disrespected by how your wet nurses, and now you, have been coming at me since I've been here. You've been blessed with a second chance, homie. It will be some hater shit on my part to try and jam you. And I ain't never been no fuck nigga. I'm happy for your success, dog. As far as you not tainting your blessings, he made air quotes with his fingers. You can miss me with that shit. You tainted this the minute you decided to step out of your element to feed your dreams. Or have you forgotten who opened up that pipeline for you when you needed it? The truth in Trap's words stung like a slap. Once upon a time, Marcus and Trap had been in business together, moving drugs. Marcus found his way down the straight and narrow when he came under Shooter's wing, and Trap found success in the music industry. But Trap always kept one foot in the streets. A few months ago, Marcus found himself having some financial trouble. The club needed renovations, which was eating into the bulk of his money, and maintaining the lifestyle he had become accustomed to was getting harder and harder. His pride wouldn't allow him to tell anyone, not even Billy, about his difficulties. When things looked bleakest, Marcus reluctantly played a trump card he had been holding and called in a favor from an old running buddy. Trap had his people flip some money on the street for Marcus to help him out. Marcus had reservations about getting back in bed with Trap, but he was in a bind. He reasoned that since he wasn't officially back in the game, that the rules didn't apply. But he should have known better. Once you allowed a demon like Trap to stick his claws in you, it would hold on for dear life, rather than let you go. Marcus sighed. What do you want from me, Trap? Just a little courtesy, that's all, Trap said sincerely. You know I've been doing this independent music thing real heavy for the last few years. I've been doing my thing, and I'm almost to the point where I can go legit. But in the meantime, I still got one foot in and one foot out, if you get my meaning. And what does that have to do with me? Marcus asked. I was getting to that. See, it's come to my attention that the good state of Florida is trying to build a case against me for some of my past misdeeds. Now, I ain't no angel, but I ain't no John Gotti either, which is what they're trying to say. So what do you need from me? A lawyer? Marcus asked. Nah, I got one of the best defense attorneys in the country on the case. What I need from you is a bit more sensitive. Marcus didn't like the way he phrased it. You see, in the midst of all this criminal investigation shit, they're also looking into my finances. As we both know, mine is a cash and carry business, so I don't exactly have any pay stubs I can produce to prove how I make my bread, Trap explained. Okay, shouldn't be too hard for me to have the bookkeeper doctor hook you up with some pay stubs. I can say you're one of our seasonal managers or something, Marcus offered. Trap laughed. Marcus, I own a condo in South Beach and a townhouse in North Carolina. No way in the hell the government is going to believe I was able to pull all that off from managing no strip club. I was thinking of something on a slightly grander scale. Such as? I was thinking we convince them that we're partners here in Shooters, Trap said. Trap, you must have fell and bumped your fucking head. Why the fuck would I tell them you own my spot? Marcus snapped. Calm down, Marcus. You and I both know that this is your shit, but the government doesn't. All we need to do is provide them with the phony paperwork. I don't know about this, Trap. What if they double check it with the state filing office? Marcus asked. I already thought of it. Most likely, when we show them the paperwork, along with you vouching for me, it won't go that far. But in the event that it does, I'll put some assurances in place. What kind of assurances? Marcus asked suspiciously. Best you don't know, homie. The main thing is that when or if an inquiry happens to go through, it'll get overlooked. All I need is for you to give me the go-ahead, and we're straight. Trap said, as if it was just that simple. Trap, I'd really like to help you, but this shit could end badly. I could lose my club. I can't get involved, Marcus told him. Trap's face soured. Well, listen at you trying to play Mr. Straight and Narrow. You wasn't talking that shit when we was getting down for a cause that suited you. Where was this good Samaritan talk when we were banging hammers at niggas trying to protect what was ours? I got blood on my hands in your name, and you gonna leave me for dead in a time of need? It was a low blow, and they both knew it. Every bit of Marcus's common sense told him that this was a bad idea, but his sense of loyalty and owing Trap a debt outweighed his good judgment. Alright, nigga, but if this shit goes bad, don't sweat it, Marcus. Everything's gonna be cool, Trap smiled. And to show that I'm a good sport about it, I got 100 large for you. You ain't gotta give me no money, Trap. I ain't giving you shit. 50 of it will go into the salary you're going to pay me over the course of the rest of the year, in case they double back and 50 goes into your pocket for your troubles. I'll bring the bread by tomorrow night. Nah, that ain't gonna work. I've got a private party going here tonight, and the client already dropped off the bread for it, so I can't cancel, Marcus said, thinking on Shea Clark's bag of money. Even better, I'll come through and take the stage as a bonus, Trap offered. That won't be necessary. I got Big Dog performing. Trap's eyes lit up. As in Don B's crew? Yeah, you know him? I've passed Cup Cross a few times, Trap said slyly. Look, I won't hang around. I'll come through, pop a few bottles, and drop your money. After that, I'm gone. Deal? He extended his hand. Okay, Marcus shook his hand. But after this, my debt to you is paid in full. Chapter 10. It had been days since Rocky had left the house, and she was starting to feel like a prisoner. Her son had been staying with her mother so she could move around more freely while looking for work. After what had happened with Claudette at the welfare office, she decided a job was less hazardous than public assistance. Finding a job had been trickier than Rocky had expected. She had been filling out applications and emailing her resume around, but still hadn't found anything to suit her. She'd been in a couple of interviews, but it seemed like she kept hearing the same things. "We'll be in touch," or "You're overqualified for the position." She never thought she'd see the day when having a college degree would be more of a hindrance than help. Being unemployed was just one of the many problems Rocky was having. Her bathtub had been clogged for over a week, and housing still hadn't sent anyone to fix it. She'd put in a ticket for it, and even went by the management office twice, but all she was getting for her troubles were excuses. She was getting tired of taking whole baths in her sink, or going all the way to her mother's for a hot shower. For as thankful as Rocky was to have a roof over her head, she was sick and tired of living in the projects. Rocky was stressed, and it was becoming harder and harder to cope with, especially on her own. Rocky's life was too cluttered to try and squeeze a boyfriend in. But there were other perks to having a man around, besides the stability of a relationship. At the very least, if she were getting the occasional side of dick, it would help to alleviate the stress in her life. But as it stood, it had been nearly a year since she'd had an orgasm that wasn't self-induced. Mourning her deceased sex life made her think of the encounter she had with the tattooed cutie with the nice eyes. Their meeting had been a brief one, but it was long enough for him to leave an impression on Rocky. It wasn't just because he was fine as hell. It was the way he carried himself. She had been around enough gangsters to know one when she saw one, but he didn't strike her as the average. He carried himself with an air about him that intrigued Rocky. On more than one night, the mystery man had provided the visuals for Rocky's self-pleasure sessions. A part of her felt dirty for thinking of a man she didn't know in that way. But then again, that's what fantasies are all about. Visualizing things you were likely to never have. "Get it together, girl," Rocky said to herself, pushing the dirty thoughts from her mind. She felt like the walls of her apartment and her problems were closing in on her, and she needed to do something to break up the sad-ass routine of her life. So, she decided to get slithered. Rocky dipped into her emergency stash and took out a few dollars for a bottle and some chronic. The liquor store was only a few blocks up, so she had that covered. But what she didn't have was a weed connect. The knuckleheads who hung out in the lobby sold weed, but it was mostly dirt. If she was going to do it, she wanted to smoke something exotic, and she knew just who to call to get it for her. "You know, I was surprised when you called me," Booth said, sitting across Rocky's dining room table, where she was putting the finishing touches on a blood sour. "So was I, because I really don't fuck with you like that," was what Rocky wanted to say, but instead she opted for, "You know I don't fuck with too many people in this neighborhood to have them all in my business." "You smart," Booth said, licking the ends of the blunt to steal it. "These bitches around here ain't about shit. All they do is chat you up all friendly like, then put all your business out in the streets. You gotta watch these project holes, Rocky." "So I've noticed," Rocky said, giving her the side eye. As expected, when she offered Boots the opportunity to get high and drunk for free in exchange for procuring the weed, she was all for it. Rocky cocked a pint of Hennessy, and Boots called to the dude she knew who sold nickel bags of sour diesel and got them a 4 for $15 play. She'd cuffed the $5 change from the 20, but Rocky let it slide. "So," Boots sipped from her plastic cup. "I heard you and Claudette started a riot at the welfare office." "I didn't start anything. It was Claudette who kicked all that craziness off," Rocky clarified. Boots shook her head. "That girl is always in some shit. You better watch yourself running with her, Rocky." On another note, Rocky changed the subject. "I've been meaning to ask you something. Was that you I saw in that fraternity test show a couple of weeks ago?" The question caught Boots so off guard that she nearly choked on her Hennessy. "Girl, hell no, that wasn't me," she lied. "Really? Then you must have a twin out there in the world because the girl on the show sure looked like you," Rocky said. "I get that all the time, Rocky. People always mistake me for someone they've seen on TV. If life had played out different, I would have probably been an actress. God knows I got the looks." Boots tightened the faded green scarf on her head. The two girls sat around for a while longer, sipping, smoking, and shooting the breeze, until the munchies eventually kicked in. Rocky's fridge was running on vapors, so they decided to walk up the street to the Chinese restaurant. It wasn't until Rocky got outside and the sun hit her that she realized she was slightly tipsier than she thought. If she didn't get some food in her system soon, she was going to have a situation. Boots was the only person Rocky knew who could turn a 5-minute walk into a journey that lasted nearly 40 minutes. It seemed like they couldn't make it a half block without Boots stopping to talk to someone she knew. Rocky lingered off to the side, fighting the pains in her stomach, while Boots ran her mouth. Eventually, they made it to the avenue and were making tracks for the Chinese restaurant when Rocky spotted someone that made her pull up short. Heading in her direction was one of the girls Claudette had fought in the welfare office, with 2 other girls she didn't know. They seemed to be locked in a heated conversation. As they neared Rocky and Boots, Rocky's heart pounded in her chest. She wasn't sure what to expect when they crossed paths. Rocky hadn't had anything to do with the fight. But she was with Claudette, and guilt by association was sometimes good enough to get you an ass whipping. Rocky wasn't a big fighter when she was sober, so she was sure she wouldn't stand a chance drunk. She only hoped that if the girl decided she wanted to go another round, that Boots would have her back. When the girls were right on top of them, Rocky braced herself for the inevitable. To her surprise and relief, the girl didn't give her so much as a second look. One of them gave Boots a half-assed hello, and they kept it pushing. Apparently, whatever they were arguing about was more important than Rocky. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Boots asked Rocky, noticing that all the color had drained from her face. "Nothing. I just need to get something to eat," Rocky lied. When they reached the Chinese restaurant, they were surprised to find Claudette outside. The scratches on her face from the fight were starting to fade, but there was still some slight bruising under her eye. Claudette leaned against a Mercedes SUV, talking to the driver through the window. From the way she was cheesing, they were obviously telling her everything she wanted to hear. "Look at this thirsty bitch," Boots said to Rocky. When they reached Claudette, she was just finishing her conversation with the driver of the SUV. Rocky saw him hand Claudette a few dollars before pulling off into traffic. "Hey, Boo," Boots greeted Claudette happily, as if she hadn't just been throwing shade at her. "What up, though, Boots? I'm glad I bumped into you because I've been meaning to ask you about something," Claudette told her. "What's good?" Boots asked excitedly, thinking she was about to get the opportunity to spill or sip some tea. She loved gossip. "Little Nate from the other side said you and Bernie were on TV. Is that true?" Claudette asked. Rocky snickered. "Oh my God, I wish people would stop asking me that," Boots said in a frustrated tone. "I know who my baby daddy is, so what the fuck would I look like going on the show to try and find out?" "You'd look like the bitch who was on the show," Claudette laughed. "I'm just fucking with you. Where you coming from?" "Shit, me and Rocky was at the crib getting faded. We just came out to grab something to eat," Boots told her. "Damn, y'all had a session and couldn't even call the bitch? That's shady as hell," Claudette said. "It wasn't my smoke. Rocky lit me up." Boots threw her under the bus. "Is that right?" Claudette turned her attention to Rocky. "And since when did Miss Goody Two-Shoes become a pothead? Every time I try to get you to smoke with me, you be acting funny." "Stop lying, Claudette. We've smoked together before. But you know I don't indulge like that. I just do it when the mood strikes me," Rocky told her. "From the way your eyes are all low, the moon must have hit you like a motherfucker today," Claudette capped. "So what up? What y'all got in the next bag? I'll throw it on it." "All I got on me is $3 to get some wings and fries. But I think we got a little Henny left," Rocky said. "You know I ain't got it." Boots turned the pockets of her sweatpants out, showing there was nothing in them but lint and loose cigarette tobacco. Claudette sucked her teeth. "Boots, how the hell are you broke when you and two of your kids just got your checks from the first?" "Once I paid all my bills and my rent, I didn't have too much of nothing left," Boots said. "But your rent is only $400. Boots shrugged. "Social Security checks don't go as far as they used to." Claudette shook her head. "I swear you get on my nerves, that cheap shit. Luckily, I came into some good fortune. I'll spring for a blunt, but I ain't making the trip to get it. Say no more. I'll go holler at Scrams and them down the block. Just give me the bread." Boots extended her hand. "And bring my change back, too." Claudette placed a 20 in her hand. Boots mumbled something under her breath and went off in search of the weed man. "That is one janky-ass broad," she said when she was out of earshot. "Boots is okay," Rocky said. "You feel like that now, but wait until you really get to know her. That chick is pure slime, and everybody in the hood knows it. She out here fronting like that wasn't her whole ass on the show. I ain't surprised that she don't know who her baby daddy is, because she'll fuck anything with a post. If you got a man, don't bring that nigga around Boots." "Well, I'm single, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, before I forget, you'll never guess who I saw a while ago." "Who?" Claudette asked. "One of the girls we got into it the other day at the welfare office." "You mean that I got into it with while your ass laid out in the cut?" Claudette corrected her. "Anyway, where did you see the hoe?" "On the app." "On the app? What app? This app?" Claudette motioned towards the strip. "Yeah, she was with two chicks, but I didn't know who they were." "You think they were looking for you?" Rocky asked. "I wish the fuck some off-brand bitches would call themselves rolling up in my project looking for a problem. Best believe they would have found one. I already told my cousin that what went down, and it's on sight wherever we catch them boys. You know the Shower Cat Posse don't fuck around," Claudette said heatedly. The Shower Cat Posse was a group of hood buggers that Claudette's cousin hung out with. They were notorious for swarming on women, and sometimes men, in packs, and dishing out ass whippings. "Damn, I wish you would have called me as soon as you saw them," she sank her fist into her palm. "I wasn't thinking about it. Besides, it looks like you had your hands full with dude in the car. Who was that anyhow?" Rocky asked. "Oh, that was this dude I met last week named Holiday. He's trying to send me his application for a taste of his sweet pussy," Claudette boasted. "You didn't fuck him yet?" Rocky couldn't hide her surprise. "What do you think, I'm some kind of hoe or something?" Claudette asked in an offended tone. "No, I didn't let him fuck me, but I did give him some head. He's been on my back ever since, trying to get me to let him be." "What's stopping you?" "He looks like he's getting money." "Oh, Holiday is a major player in the game, and that's the main reason I haven't fucked him yet. Holiday is a baller, running with one of the strongest crews in the city, being broke and living in these slum-ass projects. I ain't too proud for a sponsor, and you need to get you one too. As a matter of fact, you should roll with me tomorrow night. Holiday's boss is having a party for his wife, and he wants me to be his date. I told him I'd go if I could bring a friend." That way, I'll have an excuse to devour him if shit goes sour. I was gonna hit Nikki, but why don't you come out with me? Claudette, my money is kind of funny, so I ain't in a position to really go nowhere. My hair ain't even done. Rocky yanked at a loose strand of her mop. Girl, I can throw a pressing comb to her wig, gel them edges down, and have you combat ready in under an hour. As far as money, fucking with a broiler comes with its perks. Holiday and them are gonna cover everything. All you gotta do is find something decent to wear, and we in these streets, baby girl. Rocky was hesitant. She was totally unprepared to go out, but what else did she have to do? Her social life had been on the bench for too long and needed to get some flame time. It would be nice to get out and be fawned over for a minute, even if it was just by some thug-ass dudes that Claudette knew. Okay, but his friend better be cute, she relented. That's my girl, Claudette beamed. I'll have him make sure you don't get stuck with some pooky-looking nigga. You better not, Rocky warned. Girl, quit worrying. I told you I got you. This party is going to be everything. I hear even them niggas from Big Dog might be coming through too, Claudette told her. Rocky made a confused face. What the hell is a big dog? Chapter 11. The air inside the spacious room was so heavy with smoke that it was a struggle to see your hand in front of your face. There was more chronic smoke in the air than oxygen, making it hard to breathe, but no one dared step out. They were too afraid they might miss the miracle when it finally manifested. Two girls, Tracy and Kimo, sat in a love seat near a glass coffee table. On the tabletop were several bottles of water, boxes of cigars, and an open plastic bag that had once held almost a pound of weed. It was down to half that thanks to the constant rotation of blunts being sparked or handed out by one of the girls. That was their position at the company, the official blunt rollers for the crew. The girls made more twisting of spliffs than some people made working regular jobs. Gathered inside the studio were the usual suspects. Tone was sitting in the recliner, talking on the phone, and doing something on his iPad at the same time. Every so often, he would pause to say something to the producer before going back to his gadgets. He was all business, all the time. Tone was the mortar that held the company together, but the man sitting to his right was the brick it was built on. Don B was sunk in his plush leather chair, with one jeweled wrist hanging over the side lazily. Pinched between his fingers was a smoldering blunt of Afghan Kush. Every so often, he would lift the blunt to his thick lips and puffs. A black Yankee fitted was pulled down over his head, shadowing most of his face to his thick beard. Hanging from his neck was a bejeweled Rottweiler head. From behind his mirrored glasses, he surveyed his subjects and the king built. The self-proclaimed Don of all Harlem was a kid who had fought his way from the bowels of the ghetto to the top of the food chain. The former crack dealer turned music mogul had used the money he'd made on the streets to build one of the most successful record labels in the last decade. But for as successful as Big Dog and its founder were, they were equally notorious. Don B's name, as well as his company, had been mentioned in several homicide investigations over the years, including those of some of its own artists. The running joke about Big Dog was, you had to die to go platinum. Still, even with the rumors surrounding the company, it didn't stop hungry young artists from seeking out Don B. Two such artists were in the studio that afternoon. Working the huge control panel of lights and knobs that dominated a good portion of the room was one of the newer members of the family, an Asian kid named Charlie Wong, who adopted the moniker of Keys. He was wearing a white t-shirt, black Atlanta Falcons fitted cap, and black skinny jeans. Over his ears, he wore large headphones, which funneled sound from the recording booth into his brain. As he bobbed his head to the melody of his latest track, the small Rottweiler pendant at the end of his gold chain clanked against the control panel. Chink's skin might have been yellow, but he had more soul than most black folks did. Keys was a musical genius who could play several different instruments. His ear for music was unmatched, and when he created tracks, it was like he was anointing it with the Holy Spirit. In under a year, Keys had produced 8 songs, which all hit the Billboard charts. He was one of 2 of the record company's most prized assets, and top earners. Inside the recording booth was the other one. She was hailed as the second coming of Mary J. Blige, possessing a soulful sound and a round-the-way girl appeal. The media couldn't get enough of her and her hard luck story, and everyone knew she would be the next big name in music. But before that, she had simply been Vera Petty, a former gospel singer from a small town in Texas. She showed up in New York on a bus with little more than the clothes on her back, the Bible her grandmother had given her, and stars in her eyes. That all changed when Don B had taken her under his wing and remade Vera in his image. He retired her conservative look, put her on the cutting edge of fashion, and brought in some of the best stylists and makeup people in the business to give her a new, racier look. The day she signed her contract, the shell that had been Vera Petty was burned away from the ashes, Rose Venus, the first lady of Big Dog. Even before her transformation, Venus had been a beautiful girl, and the fellas found it hard not to admire her, especially considering what she wore inside the recording booth. The tattered black leggings hugging her legs and hips tightly, leaving very little to the imagination. It was hot as the devil inside, so she had come out of her shirt and was wearing nothing but a sports bra and a towel around her neck, which she used to wipe the sweat from her cocoa-colored face. A red bandana was tied around her head, ensuring she didn't ruin the expensive weave Don B had started her wearing. Venus caressed the microphone stand as if it was a familiar lover, and she needed him to hear her words. She had a voice so beautiful that it was easy for even the hardest cats to get choked up when they heard it. By the time she had gotten to the end of her song, there was hardly a dry eye in the room. "That was beautiful," Kima told Venus when she stepped out of the booth. She was dabbing the corners of her eyes, trying to keep her mascara from running. "Thank you," Venus said with an easy smile. "That wasn't beautiful. That was Big Dog," Don corrected her. He was beaming like a proud father. Venus was truly blessed, but more importantly, it was the property of Big Dog, and the one Don B saw as his next cash cow. "Oh no, I still think it sounds like it could use some fine-tuning," Key said. Venus frowned. "Fine-tuning? I've been singing this damn song over and over for hours. It ain't gonna get no more perfect than that." "If Key says it needs fine-tuning, then it needs fine-tuning," Don B said. "I've seen the song like 100 times already," Venus protested. "And you sing it 101 if that's what it takes," Don B told her. Venus sucked her teeth, and the whole room went silent. Don B's face became hard. "Something you need to say, Venus?" "No, I'm cool, Don." Venus tried to shrug it off. "Nah, you sucking them $30,000 teeth I gave you like you ain't feeling what I'm saying. Have I ever told you anything that wasn't to your benefit?" Venus gave him a look as she thought of some of the less than intelligent things Don B had convinced her to do. "Of course I haven't," Don B answered for her. "Everything I tell you, or anyone else, is for the betterment of your careers or this company. Yeah, I know I work y'all niggas like slaves, but how else do you expect to be number one? I hold all you motherfuckers to a certain standard because I understand what it takes to make it. Big Dog is at the top of the food chain because we work harder than anyone else. Now, if you want to sign to a record label that doesn't mind if you slack because they put out shitty music anyway, then you know where the door is. But if you want to be remembered as one of the greatest of all time, I suggest you get your ass back in the booth." Venus mumbled something under her breath before storming back inside the recording booth, slamming the door behind her hard enough to rattle the glass partition. "That's what the fuck I thought," Don B said. "Don, why you go so hard on that girl? I think the song sounded good," Tone said. He had taken a break from his networking to add his 2 cents on Venus's behalf. "Oh, it was perfect, but I ain't gonna tell her that. If you don't keep these bitches hungry, they start to get complacent, and you know we can't have that," Don B explained. "Must y'all throw the B-word around so freely in the presence of ladies?" Tracy asked. Her brown eyes were red and hanging low from all the weed she had smoked. She was a short, dark-skinned chick with thick hips and a slick mouth. "You ain't no lady. You're a fucking employee, and I don't recall censoring what comes out of my mouth as being part of your job description. Now, stop bumping your gums and roll me another blunt before I send your ass back to the unemployment line," Don B snapped. "Kima," he addressed the other girl. "You got a problem with me using the word bitch too?" Kima raised her hazel eyes from the blunt she was about to light. "Nope. My baby daddy calls me a bitch all the time, and I ain't getting a crumb from him, so it don't bother me none when you say it as long as you cut in a check." Kima didn't particularly care for her arrogant employer, but as long as he kept her bills paid and money in her bank account, she would turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to his bullshit. "See, that's what I'm talking about. Kima is a team player," Don B said. "Tracy, you need to take some pointers from your girl and loosen the fuck up." "Whatever, nigga," Tracy said and went back to her blunt rolling. Their banter was broken up by the buzzing of the intercom. "Hope that's the food we ordered. I'm hungry as hell," Don B said. "Me too," Venus said from inside the booth. They hadn't realized the two-way mic was on. "You'll eat after you lay the song," Don B told her. "I'll check and see who it is," a grumbling voice said from a dark corner near the door shortly before a man with a shaggy beard and long cornrows emerged. G had been so quiet they'd almost forgotten he was in the room. G did everything quietly. Even when he spoke, it was rare that he ever raised his voice. G was the newest addition to Don B's security detail. He joined them during the chance encounter in Florida, and he had been instrumental in saving Don B's life. Devil, who was the head of security, had been against recruiting a stranger. They didn't know much about G, except what he told them, and Devil was distrustful of men with secrets. Still, Don B felt like he owed him a debt and agreed to let G eat from the big dog bowl. When G looked at the security monitor, he frowned when he saw the 2 men standing in the lobby. He didn't particularly care for either of them, but they were a part of the dysfunctional-ass family he'd joined, so he buzzed them in. A few seconds later, Vala and Wise came ambling into the studio. "Greetings, fellow scumbags and degenerates." Dala gave that to all the men in the room. When he got to G, the quiet man looked at Dala's hand as if it was something vile. "Word? It's like that? Well, fuck you too." G took a step towards Dala, but a look from Don B back to Mo. "Bitch ass nigga," he mumbled. "Dala, why are you always fucking with G?" Don B asked in frustration. Dala was always trying to antagonize G, and it would only be a matter of time before he lost his cool. "Nah, big bro, I be trying to show the nigga love, and he always acting like he ain't feeling me," Dala explained. "That's because I'm not," G said plainly. "You're a troublemaker and a sneaky-ass fucking viper in the weeds. I got no tolerance for little candy-ass niggas like you, and if I had it my way, I'd leave you stinking in the ditch somewhere." "Good thing you ain't the one calling the shots, and my big bro is," Dala said spitefully. So, where are you two dickheads coming from? Don B asked, changing the subject. Just bending a few corners, Wise answered. As usual, Tone shook his head. You know, if you two niggas spent as much time helping out around here as you do fucking off in the streets, you might actually amount to something. Now that's a terrible thing to say, Dollar faked offense. What y'all see as us hanging around, getting drunk, and fucking random bitches, is actually us being your eyes and ears in the streets. And what news do my eyes and ears bring me that will make up for you disrupting my studio session? Don B asked. He was tired, hungry, and in no mood for Dollar's bullshit. Saw a man lose his hand a few days ago, Wise interjected. Unlike Dollar, he smelled the anger on the horizon and wanted no parts of it. Do tell, Don B urged. Wise opened his mouth, but it was Dollar who recounted the tale. Yo, B, she was crazy. One of them old niggas from the projects landed on the wrong side of Shea Clark and got dealt with. He went on to tell Don B the story of how Carl had lost his hand, embellishing certain parts here and there. Rolled up, but the kid had like 100 blades on him and used every last one on Carl. It was ugly, B. Damn, he cut him up that bad and nobody called the police? Tracy asked. Dollar looked at her as if she was the dumbest person on earth. Who in their right mind is gonna call the police on one of Shea Clark's boys? Especially the Turk. The Turk? What the fuck is a Turk? Don B asked, as he was unfamiliar with the name. The butcher's boy, G spoke up. They call him the Turk on account of his father being Turkish. His daddy, Ahmad Kaplan, was a legend in his day. As the story goes, the butcher was the one you went to if you wanted somebody to go missing and never be found. They say he'd hack up bodies in the back of his butcher shop on Saturday and sell the meat half price to the church ladies on Sunday mornings. Papa Clark used him on a bunch of contract jobs back in the 80s and 90s. Just then, Tone's phone rang. He looked at the number on the screen and smirked. Speak the devil's name and he shall appear. He excused himself to take the call. Sounds like a cold piece of work. Don B was still stuck on the story of the butcher. We could use a man like that on our side. Last I heard, Ahmad Kaplan was retired, G said. That's a shame, but maybe his kid has inherited some of his skills, Don B suggested. Do you know him well enough to get close to him? He asked Dollar. Yeah, I know him. Dollar lied, which got him a dirty look from Wise. Well, he ain't my right-hand man or nothing, but we and Wise can get at him if you want. Do that, Don B told him. Well, it looks like you guys spoke Shay up, Tone said as he was ending his call. That was Shay on the line? Don B asked in surprise. Nah, it was his mouthpiece, Swan, Tone told him. Shay is throwing a birthday party for his wife tomorrow night, and apparently, Don B is one of her favorite artists. Swan says Shay would greatly appreciate it if you would agree to perform at the event. Don B frowned. Fuck do I look like? Some clown who can be hired for birthday parties and bat mitzvahs on a whim? I'm a rock star. Call that nigga back and tell 24 hours isn't enough notice, and that he should find himself another circus act to entertain his bitch. You sure you want to play it like that, Don? G asked. It's not often that the boss of bosses calls on you for a personal favor. Well, he ain't the boss of me. I don't give a fuck who he is. Nobody orders the Don around, Don B said. Maybe you should stop looking at it as being given an order and start looking at it as an opportunity, G suggested. How you figure that, G? Don B asked, curious to hear G's take. His insight into the criminal mind had often proved helpful to Don B. Well, if Shay Clark is throwing a party for his main lady, you know the guest list is going to consist of a lot of heavy hitters. People that less than savory cats like us would normally be able to get next to. There's no telling what kind of networking opportunities for Big Dog may come of it. Or problems, Tone countered. Shay knows as many gangsters as he does businessmen, and we ain't the most well-liked motherfuckers in the streets. A very valid point, Tone, but I seriously doubt if Shay's gonna mix those two crowds, especially at a family function. But of course, this is just my humble opinion. The Don of Dons calls the shots. He mocked about it. You know what? You're right. Don B agreed with G. Tone, hit Swan back and tell him I'll do it. Once that was settled, they went back to focusing on Venus's recording session. G returned to his shadowed corner, smiling inwardly. What he had said was true about it being a great networking opportunity for Big Dog. Shay loved to show off, especially when it came to honey, so there would definitely be some power players in attendance, all looking to earn the favor of the young king of New York. It was a golden opportunity for Big Dog, but G had his own agenda. Chapter 12. You know a nigga has got an agenda, don't you? Was the first thing out of Shooter's mouth when he re-entered Marcus's office. Wayne had cut out, but Shooter lingered around until after Trap and Moochie had gone. When does he not? Marcus said, pouring himself another drink. But I'll bet that didn't stop you from agreeing to whatever he came in here and asked you for, Shooter said. He didn't need Marcus to confirm or deny. The look on his face said it all. Damn, Marcus, How long are you gonna keep playing the fool for this dude? I ain't playing the fool for nobody, Shooter. You don't even know what Trap wanted, and you're jumping to conclusions, Marcus pointed out. I don't need to know what he wanted. I know what he's about. Trap is a gangster, and you're a businessman. Mixing those two worlds is a recipe for disaster, Shooter warned. I'm good enough in my comfort zone to know better than to step out of it, Marcus assured him. Trap didn't come to me for anything illegal. He just needs a solid, he lied. Shooter snorted. The last time Trap needed a solid, an innocent man ended up shot, and you found yourself indebted to me for 50 large. Or has a weed completely wiped your memory clean? Back when Marcus and Trap were still running tough, Trap had asked Marcus to take a ride with him, to see some Haitian kids he was doing business with. It was supposed to be a simple pickup of some guns Trap had bought, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into something else. The parcel of guns was short by one, a small 38. Trap didn't even give the dudes a chance to explain before he accused them of trying to cheat him, to the displeasure of the Haitians. They had impeccable reputations and felt like Trap's accusation was disrespectful. Marcus tried to be the voice of reason, but the situation spiraled out of control quicker than he could get a handle on it. Trap, being the hothead that he was, shot one of the Haitians and everything went downhill from there. As it turned out, the gun dealer that Trap had shot was connected to some very serious people who didn't take kindly to one of theirs being put in the ICU and were out for blood. Marcus ended up the victim of a kidnapping, and there was no doubt in anyone's mind that they intended to kill him. Fortunately for Marcus, Shooter had a relationship with their leader and was able to negotiate for Marcus's life, but not without compensation. That was a turning point for Marcus, and he decided to focus solely on his legitimate holdings and leave the streets for those who still had the stomachs for it. It's not going to be like that this time, Shooter, Marcus said, sounding surer than he actually was. Well, so you hope, but shit happens, especially when dealing with a man like Trap. Marcus, I'm from the streets, so I understand how the code works. Your sense of loyalty to your former comrade is why you can't bring yourself to turn Trap away when he needs you. But you ain't a soldier no more, and the rules no longer apply. The only person in this world you have an obligation to is that gal you plan on marrying in a few days. You're a grown man, and I can't force you to do anything. But what I can tell you is to be careful and to be smart. If it comes down to a choice between you and Trap, don't be no hero. You feed that nigga to the dogs. You hear me? Yeah, I hear you, Marcus said. Alright, I'm about to cut out. Got a hot date in a couple of hours, and I want to make sure I'm powder fresh for this young tender. Shooter patted his processed hair. Marcus shook his head. The consummate pussy hound. You better believe it. I've paid my debt to the marriage gods, and what's left of this life of mine will be spent rested, dressed, and knee-deep in bitches half my age. Shooter gave him a wink and left. Long after Shooter had gone, his words still rang in Marcus's head. Dealing with Trap was like handling a viper. Sometimes they bit you, not out of malice, but because it was their nature. Marcus grabbed a bottle of scotch and deposited himself on the chaise lounge. After pouring himself a stiff drink, he fished a half-smoked blunt from his pocket and fired it up. Between Trap's bullshit and the wedding, Marcus felt like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. He had so many different things on his mind that he felt like his head would explode if he didn't get everything sorted out. Marcus felt like he had only closed his eyes for seconds, but by the time he opened them again, the sun was starting to set outside of his office window. He reached for his drink and found it and the bottle missing. It was then that Marcus noticed that he wasn't alone. Sorry to startle you. I knocked, but you didn't answer, she explained. Did you need something? No, I was just checking on you. I overheard Shooter and Wayne talking about that guy, Trap, and I wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine, Marcus said, sitting up. Drowning yourself in scotch tends to do that to you. Tammy handed him a bottle of water. Appreciate it. Marcus cracked the seal and down the water. He immediately started to feel more alert. From the deck you put in that bottle of scotch, I'd say you've had a pretty rough day. Marcus sighed. Tammy, you don't even know the half. You want to talk about it? She asked. Not really, Marcus said flatly. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just concerned, Tammy said in an apologetic tone. My fault, Tammy. I didn't mean to sound like that. I'm just a little stressed, Marcus told her. Well, I think I know just the thing to help out with that. Tammy placed her hand on Marcus's lap. Cut it out, Tammy. Marcus moved her hand and stood up. What's the matter, baby? Just trying to make you feel better. Tammy got up and closed the distance between them. Seductively, she ran her hands down Marcus's chest and abs and began trying to undo his belt. Knock it off, Tammy. He took a step back. Marcus, you don't have to worry about anyone catching us. I locked the door behind me. She hiked her skirt, revealing she wasn't wearing any panties. Come on, baby. Just put the head in. Tammy, am I speaking another language, or are you just not getting it? Ain't nothing popping. So it's like that? Tammy asked, clearly offended by his rejection. It ain't like nothing, and that's what I keep trying to tell you. What's with you lately? Oh no. Maybe it's the fact that I'm not used to having a man make love to me and then cast me to the side like I'm some junk ball. She shouted. First of all, lower your voice in my office. Second, we only fucked once, Tammy, and we both agreed that it was a mistake, that it should have never happened. No, you said it was a mistake, not me, she reminded him. Whatever, Tammy. Either way, nothing is going to happen between us. You know where my heart is. Funny, because you weren't so worried about your heart when you had your dick in my mouth, she snapped. Listen, Tammy, Marcus began, trying to keep his anger from bubbling over. I slipped, and I accept responsibility for that, but I'm about to get married. I don't want to take old baggage into my new life. So now all I am is baggage? Damn, you sure know what to say to make a girl feel special. Stop twisting my words, Tammy. Why not? When you're twisting my heart. I know it's just a fuck to you, but it meant more to me, Marcus. I don't just give my body away like that. I know you love Billy, and I respect that, which is why I've never tried to take you from her. If I have to play number 2, I'm willing to do that, if it means you'll still be in my life. All I'm asking is that you don't throw me away like trash, she figured. Stop talking like that, Tammy. You know I hate when you start talking like second fiddle shit, because we both know you're better than that. You're a beautiful girl who is about her business, and any man would be lucky to have you. So how come you don't want me? She asked, with tear-filled eyes. Tammy, don't make this any harder than it has to be. You know I can't do this. Well, neither can I. Tammy composed herself and left Marcus's office. Marcus was left standing there, feeling like shit on a stick, because he knew Tammy was a monster that he had created. He'd known Tammy had a crush on him, but he faked ignorance to it. She was an employee, and he was her boss. Sure, Marcus had freaked off with some of the strippers, but Tammy was looking for more than a one-night stand. They'd managed to keep it professional until one night, all the rules went out the window. Billy and Marcus were having problems in their relationship, and the fact that he had been spending most of his time at the club didn't help. He was dumping more money into it than he was getting out, and he was trying as best he could to keep the place from folding. This presented a problem for Billy. She had even gone as far as accusing him of sleeping with the dancers he worked with, but at the time, he wasn't. He tried to get Billy to understand what was going on with him in the club, but she couldn't put her jealousy aside long enough to see that he was trying to grind them out of the hole. It eventually caused a rift between them, and that opened the door for what was to come. One night, Billy and Marcus had gotten into a big argument over something trivial, and rather than go back and forth with her, he left and went to spend the night at Shooters. It was their off night, but Tammy and some of the other managers were there doing inventory. After the other managers had left, Tammy stayed behind with Marcus. She felt like he needed a friend. Marcus couldn't speak for her intentions. He had no plans on sleeping with Tammy that night. It was something that just ended up happening. That night, he had some of the most mind-blowing sex of his life. Tammy did things to Marcus, and let Marcus do things to her that Billy would never go for. It was definitely memorable. Tammy was fine, but Billy was his heart, and the guilt of being unfaithful was killing him. So, he cut his adventures with Tammy short. Tammy took it better than he had expected. Of course, she was hurt, but she understood. For a while, things seemed back to normal. Tammy flirted, but didn't cross that line. All was well until she found out that Marcus was getting married. She became moody and at times borderline insubordinate. Until then, Tammy had been an invaluable employee, but lately, Marcus had begun to wonder if keeping her around was going to come back and bite him on the ass. Chapter 13. By the time Billy made it back to Marcus's condo, she was tired, hungry, and irritated. The reunion between Yoshi and Reese had been a complete disaster. Billy hadn't expected it to be all hugs and kisses between the girls, considering their unresolved issues, but she hadn't expected things to go nuclear. At one point, she thought they were going to come to blows, and had it not been for Miss Pat and her pistol, they likely would have. She hated to see her friends at each other's throats, especially over a piece of dick. Not long before she left New York, Yoshi had been seeing a guy named Gary, who she met on a video shoot. Gary wasn't a hustler or a killer, like most of the men Yoshi had dealt with. He was a square with a decent job. Gary was hardly Yoshi's type, but he was good to her. At least in the beginning. Yoshi never told her friends about her relationship with Gary, because she wasn't sure where it was going, but she was starting to develop some strong feelings for Gary. Just about the time that Yoshi had decided to commit to Gary, she noticed a change in his behavior. She'd been around the block enough times to know the signs of a cheating man, so she let Gary go. Her suspicions would be confirmed later on when Gary's dirt started coming to light. She was able to deal with the fact that Gary was fucking 3 other girls that she knew of, but what broke her heart was finding out that one of them was Reese. To Reese's credit, she didn't know about Yoshi and Gary in the beginning, and as soon as she found out what Gary was up to, she broke it off with him. Where Reese messed up was by not telling Yoshi about it. Since Gary and Yoshi weren't seeing each other anymore, Reese figured she'd just let that fire burn itself out, and Yoshi would never be the wiser, but the street started talking. As the saying goes, what's done in the dark always comes to the light, and when the light shone on what Reese had done, it hurt Yoshi deeply. Reese had tried to reach out to Yoshi on more than one occasion to explain, but the damage was already done. This isn't to say that had Reese told Yoshi in the beginning, she wouldn't have been hurt. but they could have gotten past it. But because Yoshi heard it through the grapevine and not from Reese, it looked suspicious, like she was being sneaky. Not long after, Yoshi up and moved to California without warning. Billy didn't even know Yoshi was moving until a week before she left. Between Ja being murdered, her being raped, and a slew of other misfortunate events, New York had become a grim reminder of all the bad things that have happened to her and her life. Billy couldn't say that she blamed her friend for wanting a fresh start. She just wished it had been under different circumstances. As if the situation with Gary didn't make things bad enough, there was the issue with who would be Billy's maid of honor. In truth, she hadn't even thought about it. She had so much on her mind planning the wedding that she hadn't even given thought as she should have into the roles everyone should play. Yoshi was one of her oldest and dearest friends, but it had been Reese who had stuck by Billy through the ups and downs over the last few years. They both deserved the honor, but it could only go to one of them. No matter which one of them she picked, the other would be offended. So she was damned if she did, and damned if she didn't. Her wedding day would be upon her before she knew it, and she had a tough decision to make. When Billy put her key in the door, all she could think about was a hot bath and a cold glass of wine. The house was dark, but she could smell weed smoke in the air, which meant Marcus was home. She looked for him in his usual spot, the den, but found it empty. When she checked the bedroom, she didn't find him there either. It wasn't until she was passing the kitchen that she spotted him. His silhouette, actually. Marcus was sitting in the dark at the dining room table. The only reason she even noticed him was because she could see the burning ember at the end of his blood. "Why are you sitting here in the dark like a vampire?" Billy flipped the light switch. The fact that he was sitting there in a dingy-looking tank top with a half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels on the table was disturbing. But it was the pistol on the table next to it that frightened her. "Baby, what's wrong? Are you okay?" She cautiously approached the table. "Yeah, I'm good. Just got a lot going on, trying to clear my head," Marcus told her. His voice sounded tired. "You're trying to clear your head with a bottle of whiskey and a pistol? You do realize how fucked up that sounds, right?" Billy looked from the gun to her fiancé. Marcus laughed. "What'd you think, I was planning on all for myself? Mom, I love my life too much to go out like a sucker." He pulled her onto his lap. "When I die, it's gonna be one of old, gray, and between your legs." He kissed her tenderly on the lips. "Talk that shit, Mr. Man." Billy straddled his lap so that she was facing him and plucked the blunt from his fingers. She draped her arms around his neck and gave him a shotgun, blowing the potent smoke into his face. "Sounds like we've both had shitty days. You want to go first, or should I?" "I'll let you take the lead on this one," Marcus deferred. "Well, it all started when we picked Yoshi up from the airport." Billy went on to tell Marcus the story of her dreadful day. "Damn, y'all ain't been back together for 24 hours and Reese and Yoshi are already beefing? Over some dick at that." Marcus shook his head. "I guess some things never change." "And what's that supposed to mean?" Billy asked in a defensive tone. "Listen, you know I got love for Yoshi and Reese on the strength that they're your people. But let's look at this realistically. The world is a small place, and both those chicks play fast and loose with their cookies. Chalk it up as them getting caught slipping and move on." Billy got off his lap and folded her arms. "Marcus, that's a fucked up thing to say." "Billy, you know we tell truths between us, so I'm giving you my truth," Marcus said seriously. "Well, the truth is that Gary was a piece of shit for playing my girls against each other," Billy continued. "See, what you're looking for is a scapegoat in all this. But you can't put it all on the dude. All parties involved played a part in this turning out all fucked up. Gary is a scumbag for what he did. But to keep it 100, he's an outsider with no loyalties to either of them. So what makes you think it was his place to inform them that they were sharing dick?" "Because that's what a stand-up nigga would have done," Billy declared. Marcus chuckled. "Yeah, maybe in one of those farm novels you always read. But this is the real world. This is mine." "Wait, let me see if I'm following you. This dude could have potentially ruined a friendship that goes back 20 years, and it's their fault? Reese didn't even know Yoshi was seeing Gary too." "Yes, but when she found out, she should have said something. Reese made it worse by hiding it, and Yoshi is not helping the situation by holding a grudge," Marcus said. "She's hurt. It's to be expected. I'm not saying she isn't allowed to be in her feelings. Anyone would be. But is she really willing to throw away all the history you guys share over someone who wasn't either one of their men to begin with? Jokers like Gary come a dime a dozen, but 20-something years of friendship is slightly harder to come by. They both need to put on their big girl panties and get past it. I can't promise you it'll be easy, but you guys have gotten through a lot worse together." Marcus's delivery was a bit harsh, but it didn't make it any less true. The girls had been through hell and back, but had always pulled through by leaning on each other for strength. This time would be no different. Only Billy would have to be strong enough for all of them. "Oh wow, I was so caught up in my own problems that I almost forgot you had something on your mind too," Billy said. "No worries." Marcus stood up and took Billy in his arms. "Seeing that your face of yours, my problem." "Get off me, you smell like a wino," Billy playfully. "Stop acting like me smell like a backroom bar doesn't turn you on." Marcus pulled her closer. Remember back when I used to sneak by to check on you in the mornings when I would leave the club? Yeah, I remember. You always smelled like liquor, weed, and cheap-ass body spray. One of the many drawbacks of working at a strip club, Marcus laughed. I hated that smell so much that you wouldn't let me get near you until I showered. On mornings when I was lucky, you would come in and wash my back, among other things. He pressed himself against her so she could feel him harden. Well, hello, stranger. Billy tugged at his dick through his pants. Their schedules had both been so hectic that their sex life had suffered slightly because of it. You want to move this little party to the bedroom? Shit, we ain't even gotta go that far. Marcus lifted Billy and sat her on the table. He planted soft kisses on Billy's neck while undoing the drawstring of her sweatpants. He slipped his hands inside her panties, and his fingers came out wet. He locked eyes with Billy and licked his fingers, slowly and deliberately. Damn, it tastes so good, baby. That's just an appetizer. She slipped her sweatpants and panties down, scooting back on the table and spreading her legs. You ready for the main course? Marcus knelt between Billy's legs and took in her scent. It was the sweetness of her essence, mixed with a slight hint of musk from being out all day, but not a stench. He kissed her on one thigh, then the other, repeating the process while making his way onward. He could feel her squirm when the bubbles on his face brushed her inner thigh. Marcus kissed her lower lips as tenderly as he would her mouth, sucking and inhaling so that he could taste her. Billy gripped the back of Marcus's head and tried to force him deeper, but he resisted, keeping enough distance between his face and her vagina, where they weren't touching, but she could feel the heat radiating from his face. When his tongue flicked out and grazed her pussy lips, a jolt of electricity shot through her, causing Billy to involuntarily arch her back. When Marcus had decided he had teased Billy enough, he grabbed her by the thighs and pulled her closer to him. At that angle, he could give her love nest his full attention. Marcus clamped his mouth over her entire vagina and closed it slowly, dragging his tongue down her slit as he went. Billy tried to wiggle out of his grasp, but he held firm. Using just the tip of his tongue, he invaded her space. Billy's body went rigid when his tongue staggered her. Marcus flipped it this way and that way, making sure to greet each of her walls. Billy propped herself on her elbows and looked down at the top of Marcus's wavy fade. His head bobbed up and down, and then in circular motions, causing the muscles in her stomach to constrict. 101 different reasons as to why she loved him popped into her head, with his skills at oral stimulation making its way closer to the forefront. Billy's heart beat in her chest, and spots danced in her eyes as he brought her to a climax. She felt herself coming, over and over, as if he had opened up a faucet that she couldn't turn off. Just when Billy thought she would die if he didn't stop, it happened. Damn! Marcus jumped back, but not quickly enough to keep from getting a spray of fluid in the face. Oh my goodness! Billy covered her mouth in embarrassment. I tried to drown me. Marcus wiped his face with his tank top. Great, make me feel more ashamed than I already am. Billy swung her legs around and got off the table. I'm only teasing. Marcus grabs her arm. Ain't no shame in your future husband getting you off. And now that I've gotten you off, how about a little show of appreciation? He looked down at his dick, which seemed to have magically appeared through his zipper. Billy looked down at his throbbing muscle and licked her lips seductively. Marcus, she purred in his ear, squeezing his dick in her hand. I would love nothing more than to suck you until you moan my name, but you stink. She abruptly let his dick go and brushed past him. Marcus was dumbfounded. Hold on, so you just gonna leave me like this? He held his dick. You've been in the streets all day and your balls smell like salami. See about me after you've showered. Billy, that's some cold-blooded shit. I made you squirt for the first time, and this is how you repay me? Billy stopped short and looked back at him. And who says it was my first time? She winked and disappeared into the bathroom. Billy, don't make me fuck you up, he called after her, but she couldn't hear him over the sound of the spray in the shower. Chapter 14. Sitting in a hotel room, reading the minibar, and flipping through channels is not how Yoshi envisioned her return to New York when she boarded the plane at LAX, but there she found herself. The plan had been for her to stay at Billy's crib while she was in town. They were going to eat ice cream, smoke weed, and reminisce like they used to do when they were younger, but that plan went out the window when she and Reese had fallen out. There was no way she could be under the same roof with her, let alone same room, and trust herself not to try and kill her friend. Before she agreed to attend Billy's wedding, she had told herself that she was going to let the past be the past and forgive Reese, and she meant it. But seeing her face after all these years reopened old wounds that she thought were healed. When she looked at Reese, instead of seeing one of her closest friends who had been there for her through some truly dark times, she saw the bitch who had slept with the man she had opened her heart to. Yoshi was more hurt than angry over the whole thing. After losing Ja, she had given up on finding love, but over time, opened herself up to the idea of a little happiness. And Gary, She saw someone who wasn't like the other men she'd dated. He worked a legal job and didn't live in the hood. She thought she had finally found someone different, but as it turned out, he was just like the rest. The more Yoshi thought about it, the crazier it made her. When she looked up at the mirror on the wall of the room, above the writing desk, she didn't recognize a person staring back at her. Through the abuse, the rape, and the murder of her soulmate, she had always pulled it together and stood tall. She was not some weak basket case who went all to pieces when she got her feelings hurt. She was a warrior, a survivor. Somewhere along the line, she had lost that part of herself and needed to find it again. Billy's wedding was still the focal point of her trip back home, but that night, it would be all about Yoshi. Yoshi pulled herself out of bed and went about the task of preparing herself. She dumped her suitcase on the bed and pieced together an outfit that reflected her mood. After a quick shower, she beat her face and did her hair. After dressing, she stood in front of the mirror that had earlier reflected who she had become and now saw what she used to be. Throwing on her sunglasses, she smiled wickedly. You wanted her, you got her. The bitch is back. No matter how much New York had changed, some things would remain the same. Or so Yoshi hoped. She took a taxi from Midtown to 147th and Broadway. Back in the day, there had been an after-hours spot up that way that Yoshi sometimes frequented when she was feeling especially adventurous. When Yoshi reached the block, she was disappointed to find the rundown storefront she was looking for had been replaced by a small floral shop. It saddened her, because she had been looking forward to revisiting some of her old stomping grounds. Seeing a familiar face or two was just what she needed to pull out of her slump, but she wouldn't find it there. She was about to tell the taxi driver to take her to a different spot when something struck her as odd. The security gate, which obscured the view inside, was secured across the main window, but not the door. Upon closer inspection, she thought she saw shadows moving behind the smoky glass door. What was the florist doing open at 2 a.m.? I'll get out here. Yoshi paid the fare and slipped in the back of the taxi. The temperature had dropped, making her wish she put on stockings under the short black skirt she was wearing. A little chill was the price she would have to pay for wanting to be cute. The sharp heels on her thigh-high boots clicked across the concrete as she approached the entrance to the floral shop. She had almost reached the small entrance when, seemingly, out of nowhere, a burly Puerto Rican man appeared in her path. You lost, Jula? He asked her. Nah, I know just where I'm at. Yoshi tried to step around him, but he moved with her. I don't think you do. Everybody out here, at this time of night, is either looking to get high or sell a pussy. He reached out and touched Yoshi's arm seductively. Which category do you fall into, Mommy? Yoshi looked from his hand to his smirking face. When she spoke, there was ice in her tone. I fall into the category of a bitch who'll have you murdered if I tell Killer Boo how you tried to disrespect my pedigree. Go fetch your boss and tell him Yoshi Bell is here, she commanded. Yoshi watched him, holding her breath, while he measured her words. After a few seconds, he nodded and disappeared inside the forest. She had just taken a hell of a gamble by bluffing him. She wasn't sure if the after-hours spot was still in that building, or had moved when they replaced the storefront with a flower shop. Even if it was, there was no guarantee that it was still run by the same person. A few minutes later, when the Puerto Rican came back with the black dude, she knew her gamble had paid off. At 6'4" and weighing at least 250 pounds, Caribou was a very imposing figure. He had chopped off his signature cornrows and now wore his head bald. His beard and goatee were peppered with gray, showing signs that age and hard living were finally starting to catch up with him. His dark eyes landed on Yoshi and drank her. Is this the whole bitch you said was looking for me? Killer Boo quoted what Puerto Rican had told him when he came inside. Yeah, this is the bitch, the Puerto Rican said smugly. Killer Boo nodded before open hand slapping the Puerto Rican. The blow was so vicious that it took the Puerto Rican off his feet and deposited him on the ground several yards away. Killer Boo picked him up by the front of his shirt and shook him violently. The next time you call yourself disrespecting a woman, make sure she doesn't have a big brother who'll break your fucking neck first, he snarled before letting the Puerto Rican go. When Killer Boo turned back to Yoshi, the anger drained from his face. Give me some love, baby girl. He spread his massive arm. Hey, Killer! Yoshi hugged him. She had gotten so big that she almost couldn't get her arms around him. It's like killer shit. That's the niggas in the street. Your family, Yoshi, though, Boone told her. Now come inside and let's get a drink. I haven't seen you in years, and I want to hear all about what's going on in your life these days. Killer Boo led Yoshi through the flower shop and down some stairs in the back, which opened up to a large room. To say she was surprised at what he had done to her old hangout would have been an understatement. Yoshi remembered the after-hours spot as being a hole-in-the-wall spot with a bar and a few flimsy card tables and folding chairs, and a small dance floor where she and her friends would dance until all times of the morning. Boo had made some upgrades. The card tables were gone, replaced with black lacquer wooden ones, and the sticky wooden floors were now carpeted. The bar still dominated one whole side of the room, but the dented metal one she remembered had been replaced with one made of smoked glass and fully stocked with everything from premium liquor to rock cut. On either end of the bar, there were large cages where girls dressed in bikinis danced. The once run-down neighborhood hangout now looked better than some of the clubs in Midtown. If what he'd done with it was any indication of what Boo had been up to since he was released from prison, it was safe to say he was definitely on the come up. Yoshi knew Boo from the neighborhood, but they didn't establish a relationship until she started dating his baby brother, Ja. She would sometimes go up with Ja when he visited Boo at Greenhaven Correctional Facility, which was like a second home to the eldest Dutton brother. Boo was one of the few people who could call her Yoshi Belle, and it didn't get under her skin. She once asked him why he refused to call her Yoshi, and he told her it was because that was a name she went by when she was still dancing in the clubs, and he wasn't comfortable with those kinds of images of his little brother's future wife. They had gotten so close that Yoshi would sometimes go and visit him without Ja, and spend hours talking about life. When she had made the trip to tell Boo about Ja's passing, it was one of the hardest things she ever had to do. Boo was a stone-cold killer, and a very composed man, but that day, he went completely to pieces. He took it so hard that they had to cut the visit short to take Boo to the infirmary because they thought he was having a psychotic break. And in truth, he was. Paul, the middle brother, had raised Ja, but Boo was like a surrogate father to him. Losing Ja was like losing a kid, and he had never fully recovered. Yoshi kept in contact with him through letters until he was released from prison a few years prior. She had heard through the grapevine that he had taken over the old after-hours spot. Boo perched himself on one of the bar stools and slid the other one out for Yoshi. He was gangster as hell, but still a gentleman. Mrs. Dutton had raised them well. Without having to ask, the bartender deposited a bottle of Hennessy on the bar. "I see you still off that brown water." Yoshi nodded at the bottle. "You know what leopards don't change their spots." Boo popped the cork and chugged from the bottle. "You still drink Absolute?" "Nah, it's Ciroc these days," Yoshi informed him. Boo had the bartender bring her a bottle of pineapple Ciroc and poured her a glass. "To the Dutton boys," he raised his bottle. "May they have a pound of granddaddy and a bad bitch waiting on me when I see them on the other side." "To the Duttons." Yoshi touched the glass with his bottle before downing her drink. "So, I've gotta ask, how on earth did you manage to get a hold of this place? Old man Suarez has run this since the beginning of time, and I was a little surprised to hear that he had passed the torch." "Oh, he didn't pass it. I took it, and his hand along with it." Boo laughed. "When I was on the streets, me and my crew made a lot of these old niggas rich, but none of them dropped so much as a dime on my account the whole time I was away. So when I came home, I made my rounds and collected what I felt niggas owed me." Yoshi shook her head. "You still on that goon shit, huh?" Boo shrugged. "Sometimes it's necessary evil. Lately, I just been chilling though. I got a team of wild-ass young dudes out here putting it in for me. We were wild in our day, but these kids are on another level with it. Human life don't mean shit to them if it's about $1. This one young cat I got into me, who goes by the name of Fate, is the wildest of the bunch. I think I took such a liking to him because he reminds me of Ja." "Shit. Ain't nobody on it like Ja was," Yoshi said. "You might be right about that. I used to sit in my cell in total shock hearing some of the shit my brother was out here doing. Ja was the last of the dying breed." "Indeed he was." Yoshi agreed. She suddenly became silent, like her mind was drifting. "You think about him a lot?" Boo picked up on her vibe. Yoshi smirked. "All the time. There's not a day that goes by when I don't think of Ja and what could have been. He was my heart. I miss my little brother too. Not to say that I don't miss Paul. I had love for both of them, but my relationship with Ja was different. I raised that little dude from a pup. Even after I got locked up, I stayed in his ear trying to keep him straight. I guess I didn't do a very good job of that," he said sadly. Boo had always blamed himself for Ja getting killed. Had he been there for his family instead of in prison, then maybe things would have played out different. "You can't beat yourself up about what happened to Ja, Boo. Always had a touch of the wild in him. And I don't think there was anything me, you, or anybody else could have done about it. Sometimes I feel like Ja loved the streets more than he loved me." Yoshi joked in an attempt to lighten the mood. "Nah, you had his heart, Yoshi Belle. There was no denying that. You know, when Ja first started seeing you, I tried to get him to cut you loose," Boo confessed. "Oh, really?" Yoshi was surprised. She's always thought Boo liked her. "Just hear me out before you get in your feelings," Boo urged her. "You have to understand that Ja was my baby brother, and it was my job to protect him from harm. He was young and impressionable, and you were seasoned, let's just say." "But you didn't even know me back then, Boo," Yoshi pointed out. Boo chuckled. "You think because I was in prison, I didn't still have power and reach? There's not a woman who came in and out of my brother's lives that I didn't get a full rundown on. I tried to warn Paul's simple ass about Rhonda, but he was always a fool for his heart. No disrespect to Dad, of course." "So, you thought I was on it like that?" Yoshi asked in an offended tone. "I didn't know anything outside of what I was hearing, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you what the streets were saying. Ja was a gangster, but he was still a kid and inexperienced at love. Getting his heart broken so young could have fucked him up more than he already was, and I couldn't have that." "So, what changed your mind about me?" Yoshi asked. "Meeting you and judging your heart for myself," Boo admitted. When John brought you up on that first visit, I was prepared to let you know I wasn't feeling a relationship. But once I sat down and talked to you, I realized I was wrong. The way you looked at my brother and the bells in your voice whenever you said his name was all the proof that I needed to know that you were the genuine article. You and my brother had discovered something that most of us never will. True love. I had no right to try and block that blessing. I don't know whether to be flattered or offended, Yoshi said. Boo shrugged. Take it however you need to. I'm just keeping it full with you, Mom. Yoshi bowed. The one good thing about doing all that time in prison was that it taught me to appreciate the things I once neglected, like love and family. While I sat in prison worrying about shit that really wasn't important, I lost everyone I loved. I couldn't even hug my family when they laid my little brother to rest, because I was shackled at the waist. In short, what my faith taught me was, when God puts blessings in our lives, like love and family, we should cherish them, because some people will never know the joys of either one, or worse, won't realize what they had until it's too late. A butterscotch-colored young man wearing a black sweatshirt and black White Sox cap materialized beside them. Yoshi hadn't even heard him approach. After a respectful "excuse me," he leaned in and whispered something in Lou's ear. Yoshi couldn't hear what he was saying, but from the change in Lou's facial expression, it wasn't good. Yoshi, I hate to cut out on you, but I gotta go handle something that's probably gonna take most of the night, Lou explained. While you're here, make yourself at home. My people already know your family, so everything is on the house. Take my number. He slipped her a business card. If you ever need anything, and I mean anything, you call your big brother. Let's go, Fate. Boo told the young man in the White Sox cap before disappearing in the crowd. Yoshi sat there for a while, nursing her drink, thinking about her conversation with Boo. Though he was speaking about his own life experiences, Yoshi felt like the words were meant for her. She could think of a half-dozen people she had shared a laugh with one day, only to find out they had died or befell some other tragedy the next day, like her friend Rhonda. When she was killed, it proved the point that nobody was promised tomorrow. Life was too short to be petty, which is what she was doing by holding a grudge against Reese for making a mistake. They had been through far too much to go out like that, and when next she saw her, she intended to put it to bed for good. Yoshi hadn't even realized she was crying until she felt a tear splash the back of her hand. She took a napkin from the holder on the bar and dabbed her eyes, careful not to smear her makeup. Fuck him, someone said from just behind Yoshi. She turned around and saw a brown-skinned dude wearing excessive jewelry standing behind her. Excuse you? Yoshi didn't understand what he meant. I said, fuck him, he repeated, inviting himself to the stool beside Yoshi. Any nigga who would break the heart of someone as gorgeous as you is a fool. So again, fuck him. And what makes you think I had my heart broken? Yoshi asked. You are mistaken. He took his finger and gently wiped a streak of black from the corner of Yoshi's eye. Yoshi laughed. You're pretty observant, aren't you? Not to sound like a stalker, but I've been watching you since you walked in. I was going to come over and offer to buy you a drink. With your dude, so I fell back. Well, Boo isn't my dude, he's my brother. And I wasn't crying over a broken heart, Yoshi told him in a matter-of-fact tone. He raised his hands in surrender. I didn't mean no disrespect. I guess that's what I get for assuming. Well, since dude ain't your boyfriend, how about that drink? Yoshi raised her bottle of Ciroc. As you can see, I've already got that covered. Besides, I don't accept gifts from strangers. Damn, where are my manners? They call me Trap. He extended his hand. Yoshi stared at his hand as if she was contemplating whether to shake it. Yoshi, she relented. See? Now we're not strangers anymore. Trap smiled. As you already pointed out, you got the drink part covered. So I guess all I can offer you is a little company. Company, huh? Yoshi raised her eyebrow. Sweetheart, don't take this the wrong way, but if I wanted to fuck you, then I'd have come out and said it. I ain't so beat for no pussy to where I play games to get it. My bread is too long and my patience is too short. I just saw an attractive woman who looked like she could use somebody to talk at the moment. If I overdone, let me know and I'm out of your hair. The young man who called himself Trap was a piece of work. He was cocky and borderline arrogant. But there was a charisma about him that intrigued her. Maybe it was because she had been dealing with the men on the West Coast for the last few years. Or maybe it was because he was right and she could use someone to talk to. But she wasn't ready for him to leave just yet. Fuck it. Yoshi turned the bottle of Ciroc up and slid it across the bar to Trap. Stick around for a while. Chapter 15. Billy got up early the next day to get a jump on the things she needed to do. She was surprised to see that Marcus was already up and out. Because he works nights, Marcus usually didn't stir until at least 1 p.m., unless he had something going on, which she suspected he did. It was clear to her that something was going on with her man, but he didn't seem to want to talk about it, and she didn't press him. Billy had learned long ago that trying to force Marcus to talk about his problems only made him more reluctant to open up. She would eventually get to the bottom of what was going on with Marcus, but she had her own issues to deal with first. The first order of business was checking with the wedding venue to make sure that everything was as it should be. They had rented a mansion for their ceremony and were to exchange vows in the garden, standing in the shade of a copper tree. The innkeeper who maintained the property plugged Billy in with a company that would provide her for the tables and chairs they would need without charging an arm and a leg. Billy had pretty much everything covered except the food. The first catering company Billy had hired was a bit pricey, but they came highly recommended.
What the fuck, bro?
To their credit, their food was up to standard, but their certifications weren't. Just days before the wedding, the health inspectors closed them down and left Billy scrambling to find someone to feed the hungriest of guests she was expecting. Everyone she reached out to was either charging way too much because it was such short notice, or the food was less than tasty. Thankfully, Kat had a friend of a friend who owned a restaurant that was willing to take on the job without killing their budget. They had an appointment for that morning to roll through and do a tasting at the restaurant before Billy made her decision. Billy invited all the women in her wedding party to attend the tasting with her. It would be an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. She'd be able to see if the food was up to par while trying to bridge the gap between her two friends. The rift between Yoshi and Reese had been bothering her, and not just because she needed them in her wedding party, but also because she hated when her friends were at odds. She knew neither of the girls would willingly sit down to hash it out, so she neglected to tell both of them about the other's invitation on the island. Reese was an easy sell to come out and meet with Billy that morning, but she couldn't seem to get a hold of Yoshi. She had been calling and texting her all morning, but with no reply. Billy was concerned, but not particularly worried. Yoshi had been navigating the streets of New York longer than any of them, and knew how to take care of herself. She figured her lack of response was due to her still being in her feelings, so she left the time and location on Yoshi's voicemail and just hoped she showed up. Billy picked Reese up on her way to the restaurant. She had offered to drive, but there was no way in hell Billy was going to ride in that hot box again. The whole ride, Billy kept checking her phone to see if Yoshi had called back, or at the very least, responded to one of the half-dozen texts she sent her. But still nothing. The restaurant was located in East Flatbush, which was a melting pot for different Caribbean ethnic groups. The location was small, somewhat rundown, and had an outside seating area where guests could enjoy their meals on nice days. There wasn't much to look at in the way of decor, but you could smell the food as soon as you hit the club. Several troublesome-looking men lingered in front of the spot, staring at Billy and Reese like they were steak dinners. One of them said something vulgar in a thick accent as they passed. Reese was about to make a slick reply, but Billy pulled her along. The restaurant was Billy's last hope, and she didn't need Reese causing a scene and ruining things because she couldn't control her mouth. When they got inside, they found Kat already waiting for them. She was sitting at a quiet table in the corner, drinking wine and whispering into the ear of an older man with dreadlocks. From the way he was smiling, only God knew what she was saying. When she spotted Billy and yourself occupied while you waited, Reese snickered, which got her a sharp elbow from Billy. Ignoring Reese, Kat made the introductions. Langston, this is the bride-to-be, Billy. Nice to meet you, Langston, and thank you for accommodating us on such short notice. Billy shook his hand. Anything for a friend, and a friend of Kat's is a friend of mine, Langston said in a proper accent. Kat has filled me in already on the you had with the last catering, and prepared as we speak. Good, because I'm starving. I just hope everything isn't jerked or has curry in it, because I got bad guts, Reese said to Billy in Kat's embarrassment. Langston laughed. No worries, my love. We specialize in traditional Caribbean food, but I think you'll find our special events menu quite diverse and to your liking. Langston wasn't lying when he said the Yard's special events menu was diverse. In fact, it was so diverse that some of the foods listed Billy had never even heard of. To showcase his wares, Langston had his staff prepare samplers for 3 courses, consisting of 5 dishes per course. For the appetizers, they sampled everything from salads to soups to cold bars and finger foods. Reese's greedy ass gorged herself on the lobster puffs, which were made from scratch with fresh lobsters they would import daily. The first 4 samplers from the dinner course consisted of the basics: chicken, fish, or pork. The 5th sampler of the dinner course was chef's choice, and probably the most impressive in Billy's opinion. It was herb-roasted quail, served over a bed of wild rice with green beans. It was Billy's first time having quail, and she loved it so much she ordered a whole one to take home with her. Their assortment of sweets was even more out of this world. First in the bathroom, she asked Langston, "Come on, love, I'll show you where the washroom is. I've got to get the paperwork for your friend anyway." Langston took Reese's hand and led her inside. "Kat, you know you don't have to go in on her like that," Billy said, once Reese was out her earshot. "Fuck that, Billy. You little French flip mouth," which is why I jump in her ass every time she opens it. With bitches like that, the moment you let them get away with talking crazy to you, they can do it whenever they feel like it. I don't play no games with these hoes. "You sure don't," Billy said, taking out her phone. She tried Yoshi again, but got her voicemail. "Damn. What's the matter, Mama?" Kat asked. "I've been trying to get Yoshi on the line all day and can't seem to reach her. I'm starting to get worried," Billy said. "I wouldn't be. Yoshi is tougher than most chicks. History has already showed us that. You might actually be lucky she's not answering the phone. You know there's still bad blood between her and Reese. I'm surprised you even got Reese to come, knowing that you invited Yoshi too." "Reese doesn't know," Billy admitted. "I figured if I could just get both of them together, we could get all this foolishness." Kat shook her head. "You're playing with fire trying to ambush them like this, Wilhelmina. Both of those chicks are bullheaded, and you know Yoshi's got a nasty temper." "I know, Kat. I can't see any other way to handle this. My wedding day is almost on us, and my bridal party is divided over some dumb shit. Before the day is over, I'm going to get these two petty bitches and put an end to all of this once and for all. Well, you may not have to wait as long as you thought. Kat motioned towards something that's just beyond Billy. When Billy turned around, she had to blink twice to make sure her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. A powder blue Porsche truck had just pulled to the curb next to the yard. A beefy woman with dreadlocks got out from the driver's side and walked around to open the rear passenger door. Billy couldn't help but feel like she had seen her somewhere before, but wasn't sure where. She couldn't see who was inside the ride, but she could see who was getting out. Yoshi exchanged some last words with whomever she had been riding with, before slipping a pair of dark sunglasses over her eyes and making her way towards the yard. From the way she was dressed and walking, Billy suspected she had been out all night. What exactly she had been doing while she was out remains the lingering question. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Last time I saw you, I think you were trying to get yourself arrested, Kat said, referring to when she and Yoshi were both dancers at Brick City. One of the patrons had gotten out of line, and Yoshi taught him a painful lesson in respect. That was a younger, wilder me, but I'm all grown up now. Can't you tell? Yoshi did a little twirl and stumbled, but quickly recovered. Bitch, are you drunk before 11 a.m.? Billy asked in disbelief. No, Wilhelmina, I'm liberated. Yoshi threw her hands up before plopping down in the seat across the table, nearly knocking over a glass of water. Liberated my ass! You loaded! Billy leaned in and sniffed her. Jesus, what did you do? Bathe in vodka? That ain't nothing but a little Ciroc. Yoshi waved her off. She looked around at the picked-over sample case. Damn, you couldn't wait for a bitch to get here before you started the tasting? Yoshi, I've been calling your ass all morning and haven't heard from you. I didn't even think you would show up, Billy told her. My phone was dead, but I did get your voicemail. I'm mad as hell that I missed it because the munchies are on my back, Yoshi said, looking around to see if there was something she could salvage. Her eyes landed on the chocolate ganache Billy was eating, and she liberated it from her. Then again, the fancy car you were with must not have been about too much of the shit if he dropped you off without making sure you had breakfast, Billy capped. Yoshi paused from devouring Billy's cake. Oh, he fed me all right. Make no mistake about that. I'm just starving now because we smoked like 2 blunts of Afghan on the ride over here. And who exactly was that again? Billy asked. Before she could answer, Reese had returned from the bathroom. When she saw Yoshi sitting there, her eyes tightened. She looked at Billy for an explanation, but found only an apologetic look on her face. Obviously, the fix was in. Her gaze went back to Yoshi, who was staring back at her from behind dark sunglasses. The tension was apparent between them, so much so that you could feel it in the air. Neither of the girls wanted to break the ice, but one of them would have to. In a strange twist, it was Reese who decided to be the bigger person. Sup? Reese broke the silence. Chillin'. How are you? Yoshi replied. Reese shrugged. Been better. Been worse. I could complain, but who gives enough of a shit to listen? I'd listen, Yoshi said. It wasn't quite the cool-ass response she prepared in her mind, but it's what came out when she opened her mouth. Reese was surprised to hear the admission, but didn't show it. Instead, she folded her arms and twisted her lips. That's funny, because you haven't been trying to hear anything I've had to say since you got back to New York. Well, I've been drinking and thinking, Yoshi told her. Obviously, Reese shot back. Yoshi's eyes narrowed, as if she was having trouble focusing. Look, bitch, I'm trying to have a moment with you, so stop cutting me off. She pointed at Reese drunkenly. When I found out you'd been keeping your involvement with Gary a secret, I was really hurt. Part of that hurt came from the fact that you kept it from me, and I thought we were bigger than that. But the salt on the wound came from the fact that it was you he chose over me. Reese was confused. What are you talking about? You two were broken up when this happened. We were, but it's what happened after that that made the situation even uglier, and me look like a chicken head. As I found out, I was beyond pissed and needed to get some things off my chest, so I went to Gary's house to confront him. I was so mad that I wanted nothing more than to spit in his face when he opened the door. But as soon as I laid eyes on him, I couldn't find the hateful words I had been practicing the whole way over there. Even after how he had done me, I still had feelings for him. I didn't plan on fucking Gary, but before I knew it, I was ass naked and we were going at it. When it was over, I told Gary he had to make a choice, me or you, and Gary chose you. This came as quite a shock to everyone, especially Reese. After she cut Gary off, he tried to reach out to her a few times, but Reese wasn't trying to hear it. She'd washed her hands of Gary. Wait, so you've been holding a grudge all this time because a nigga who dogged you wouldn't allow you to put yourself in a position for him to shit on you again? Kat shook her head. You young bitches got the game twisted. It wasn't because he didn't choose me. It was because he chose her over me. You have to understand something. Since we were young, I was always the one who got the guy with the looks, the money, or the car. And Reese got the tag along. No disrespect to you, Reese, but you know I'm not lying. When the shoe ends up on the other foot, I couldn't take it. I sure hope this isn't your way of trying to make me feel better about all this, Reese said. No. It's my way of saying I accept my part of the blame in all this. I know you were only trying to protect my feelings, Reese, and I lashed out to cover my own shame. I went out like a straight bird over some dick, and almost ruined a friendship that meant more to me than anything. I miss you, Reese, and I miss our friendship, Yoshi said emotionally. I miss you too, Yoshi Bell. Reese threw her arms around her. Yoshi had always been the toughest and most emotionally removed of their group, so to see her bare her soul like that was a rare thing. See, y'all gonna make me fuck up my makeup with this Lifetime channel shit. Kat dabbed the corners of her moist eyes with a napkin. Group hug! Billy pulled them all together. Seeing her friends back together was one of the best wedding gifts she could have asked for. Billy, I owe you an apology too, Yoshi said. For what? Billy asked. For being such a bitch about this whole maid of honor thing. This is your day, and instead of being petty, I should be thankful that you thought enough of me to be included, Yoshi said sincerely. About that, Billy began, but was cut off when Yoshi let out a drunken burp loud enough to draw the attention of anyone close enough to hear it. What was that? Some kind of hood rat mating call? Kat frowned, fanning as the stench of old liquor and whatever Yoshi had been eating wafted across the table. Are you okay? Billy asked, noticing the color had drained from Yoshi's face. No, I think I'm gonna be sick. Yoshi leapt up from the table, headed for the bathroom, but her drunken legs wouldn't move fast enough. She made it as far as the restaurant entrance before vomiting on the restaurant floor, in Langston's shoes. He had been on his way out with Billy's contract. Langston looked from his ruined shoes to the drunken girl in front of him, to Billy, who was clearly embarrassed by what her friend had just done. Sorry, was all Billy could think to say. I'll be sure to include the cost of my shoes in your final bill. Chapter 16. Marcus's day wasn't going much better than Billy's. He started it earlier than he would have liked, but he didn't have a choice. The driver who was delivering the liquor called him to let him know he was outside the club, but there was no one there to let him in, which came as a surprise. Tammy was supposed to be there to receive the delivery, but apparently she hadn't shown up for work. He tried calling her phone, but she didn't answer, so he had to take care of it. He was pissed, and more concerned than anything. No matter what was going on, he was normally able to depend on Tammy to handle business when it came to the club. For her to pull a no-show without even so much as a call was unusual. She was probably still in her feelings from the argument they'd had the evening before. When he had a free minute, he would send somebody by her house to check on her. Once he was sure she was okay, he was going to fire her. No matter how great a manager she was, once she started letting her emotions fuck with his money, she made herself expendable. After taking care of the delivery, Marcus called one of the night managers to come in and cover for Tammy while he ran some errands. Billy had to go into Brooklyn to see about securing another caterer for the wedding, so he promised her that he would follow up with the people providing the furniture, which proved to be a headache. He had an 11 o'clock appointment, but the owner of the rental place didn't show up until almost noon. To make matters worse, they had messed up with the colors. Billy requested white furniture, but they bought in green. Instead of owning their mistake, they tried to make it seem like Billy and Marcus had been the ones who made the mistake. It was resolved when Marcus threatened to have some of the homies roll through and break the owner's legs. He hated to jump out of character like that, but violence was the only language some people understood. The owner assured Marcus that they would have the mistake corrected and deliver the proper furniture the day before the wedding. If he didn't make good on his promise, Marcus was going to make good on his. From there, he had to shoot up to Midtown Manhattan to meet his groomsmen to pick up their tuxedos and oversee a last-minute fitting. One of Marcus's groomsmen, Dre, had gotten locked up on a child support line, which left Marcus scrambling to find an alternate at the last minute. He had never been a man of many friends, so it wasn't an easy task, but Wayne had a solution. This is how Cousin Mud became a part of the wedding party. Mud was Wayne's cousin who ran around with them back in the days. He was slightly older than they were in age, but years behind mentally. Mud had been in and out of prison for as long as any of them could remember, so he found himself forever trapped in the era in which he was a scrapping young man whose name still meant something in the streets. Mud was a cool cat, so he got a drink in him. He would yap on for hours about how things were back in his day, or his exploits in prison, with each retelling of the story more outlandish than the last. When Mud was drunk, he could be unpredictable and sometimes violent, so Marcus was on the fence about using him as an alternate in his wedding, but Wayne assured him he'd keep his cousin in check. Marcus hoped so, because the last thing he needed was Mud causing a scene on the biggest day of his life. As soon as Marcus arrived and saw the look on Shooter's face, he knew there was a problem, and he wouldn't to wait too long to find out what it was. He could hear Mud's boisterous voice coming from inside one of the fitting rooms, right before the tailor came scrambling out. Her face was flushed red, and she was yammering something in Chinese that didn't sound pleasant at all. Is everything okay, Mrs. Lee? No, everything not okay. I don't measure if dirty man keep trying to poke my eye with nasty worm. Mrs. Lee snapped. This ain't no worm, baby. It's a full-grown snake. Mud came stumbling out of the fitting room, wearing his tuxedo jacket and boxers, showing off his erection. Have some shame and cover yourself. Marcus turned his head away. My fault, cousin. Mrs. Lee's magic hand just made me a little excited. I think we made a love connection in there. She was feeling this pimpin'. Mud laughed. Ain't that right, Lee? Mrs. Lee opened and closed her scissors threateningly. You connect with these if you have nasty worm in face again. I love it when they play hard to get. Mud blew a kiss at her. From the glassy look in his eyes, the stench of vodka from him, Marcus knew he had been drinking. Damn, Mud. It ain't even 2 o'clock and you're drunk. Was it nothing but a sip? Mud shrugged it off. Smells more like a gulp, Shooter cat. Mud, we're already behind schedule, and this is the last possible day to get you fitted and make sure your tuxedo is ready by the wedding. So I'm going to need you to put that alcoholic shit on pause for a minute so we can get this done, Marcus told him. I ain't no alcoholic. Alcoholics go to meetings, Mud said defensively. Whatever makes you feel better. Just get your ass back in the fitting room so Mrs. Lee can finish. You got it, Marcus. I'll behave. Mud held his 3 fingers up, making the Boy Scout sign. Come on, Lee. Let's get back to it, baby. He staggered back into the fitting room. Thanks for putting up with him, Mrs. Lee. I'll make sure I leave a nice tip for you, Marcus promised. Okay, I do it because you good guy, Marcus. But any more funny business from old junk and your grooms didn't show up naked because I know do fitting. She told him before following Mud into the fitting room and pulling the curtain behind her. What the fuck, Wayne? You said you had this under control, Marcus snapped. Man, he was already saucy when I picked him up, Wayne explained. Words to everything I love. If Mud pulls his final shit at my wedding, he's gonna come up missing, and you're gonna help me dig the fucking hole. Marcus bumped past Wayne and sat in the chair next to Shooter. Well, damn, who pissed in your Cheerios this morning? Shooter asked, picking up on Marcus' foul mood. I've had a rough-ass morning. Tammy was supposed to receive the liquor delivery, but she never showed up, so I had to get up at the crack of dawn and take care of it, Marcus fumed. Shooter shook his head. That girl has really been getting beside herself lately. Any idea what might have brought on this change of attitude? His voice dripped sarcasm. Don't start with me, Shooter. I'm not in the mood. I'm going off damn near no sleep, and I still have to make sure everything is ready for tonight. You guys gonna swing through? Nah, I'm gonna take a pass on this one. I don't dig the rap scene, and I dig the rappers you're having there tonight even less. Standing too close to that particular pack of dogs, you're liable to come away with rabies, Shooter said. Shit, speak for yourself, because I'm all in that thing. You know how many bitches are gonna come out to see Big Dog perform? It's gonna be wall-to-wall pussy, Wayne said excitedly. You're welcome to it, but if you happen to find yourself drinking with Don B, you better double-check your glass and make sure there ain't nothing extra floating around in it, Shooter joked. On another note, you boys figure out when you're doing the bachelor party? Marcus claimed he don't want one, Wayne said disappointedly. Shooter gave Marcus a funny look. What do you mean you don't want a bachelor party? That's every man's rite of passage before crossing over into the great beyond, which is matrimony. Shit, that's the best part of getting married. I'm around big butt bitches shaking their asses for dollars every night, man. I ain't moved by that shit, Marcus told him. If y'all want to hook up for drinks or something, I'm with that. I don't want to do nothing too over the top. Wayne shook his head. Sometimes, I wonder if you're really my best friend, or just a dude wearing his skin. A loud shriek coming from the fitting room drew everyone's attention. Marcus bolted over, followed by Wayne and Shooter. Marcus threw back the curtain to find Mrs. Lee covering her mouth in embarrassment. Behind him, he heard a soft chuckle come from Shooter. Mud was standing in front of the mirror, looking down at himself in disbelief. A small puddle pooled under his right foot, soaking his sock. Mrs. Lee had finally managed to taper the black slacks to fit Mud, right before he... Mud looked around and without an ounce of shame said, I told her I had to use the bathroom and she didn't move fast enough to let me out. You know I got a weak bladder. Marcus collapsed back in the chair and placed his head in his hands. We should have just eloped. Chapter 17. Bills and dick. That's all some niggas are good for. Honey was schooling her sister Trish as they perused the racks of yet another store in the mall. They had been in and out of at least 7 different establishments in the last couple of hours, with no sign that they would be meeting anytime soon. It was the day of her birthday party, and she still hadn't found the perfect outfit yet. Besides that, mall outings were the only time she and her sister could bond, without anyone hovering over them. Since they were both married with children now, they didn't get to spend as much time together as they once had, largely in part of their choice in husbands taking their lives down 2 different paths. Trish had married a banker, and Honey had taken vows with a kingpin. I know, Melissa, Trish called her by her government name, but you don't expect that kind of hurt to come from someone you love. And why not? Honey asked, while fingering the fabric of a dress she was trying to decide if she wanted. It's the ones who you love that will hurt you the most, even when especially men. We can fuck them, feed them, and spend countless hours in the gym to keep them enticed, but they'll still find a way to fuck up, no matter how good of a dude they are. But not Milton. He isn't like that, Trish said. Milton is a man, Trish. They're all like that. No matter how much you give a nigga, they're always gonna want more. I call it a genetic defect of the species. While they were shopping, Trish had revealed to her younger sister her suspicions about her husband being unfaithful. A friend of hers from work had come to her saying she'd seen her husband in the company of another woman. When she confronted him about it, he told her it was a client. She wanted to believe him, but wasn't sure she could. So, you think Milton is dirty? Trish asked. No, I'm not saying he is, but I'm not saying he isn't either. Before you take this broad's word as a gospel, you have to examine the motives behind her telling you. The girl who told me is married, so I don't think she has designs on Milton, Trish said. Just because she doesn't want him doesn't mean she wants you to have him either. Milton is fine as hell, and he takes good care of you. Maybe her husband is a fucking creep who treats her like shit, and she wants you to wallow in misery along with her. Being married is one thing. Being happily married is something else altogether. And sometimes you can shine too bright for a bitch's liking. You're right, but I'm gonna still keep my eye on him, Trish said. You'd be a fucking fool if you didn't. Let me tell you something, big sis. No matter how good the men in our lives are, they're still men, and sometimes their nature makes them weak. I'll bet you don't have those kinds of problems out of Shay, Trish said. And who says I don't? I know we seem like the perfect couple on the outside, but don't think our relationship isn't without its problems. To be honest, I've probably got it worse than most. I find that hard to believe, Melissa. Shay adores you. Indeed he does, Honey agreed. But that doesn't mean he's incapable of cutting up. My husband is the boss of a major organization and worth millions to boot. These shameless hoes throw themselves in... Trish asked. Honey thought on her answer for a few seconds. I wish I could say he has. Me and Shay have had some situations in the past when he was still sowing his oats. Even after giving him 2 beautiful kids, there was still little shit here and there. There were times when I didn't think we would make it from one year to the next. But by the grace of God and plenty of vodka, we're still holding on, she laughed. Winston cheating on me, I can understand, because I'm such a plain Jane. She tugged at the formless brown dress she was wearing. The shaver has to be a fool to step out on you. I mean, look at you, little sis. Trish pointed at Honey's reflection in one of the store mirrors. Honey was probably the only person in the entire mall walking around in stiletto heels, tight leather pants, and her face fully beat like she was about to go to the club in the middle of the afternoon. Some people would have looked at it as Honey was doing the most, but that's just how she was. Long before her good fortune, she was a girl who had always craved the finer things in life. Honey adjusted her blonde weave in the mirror and wiped a smudge of lipstick from her bottom lip. Yeah, I am a bad bitch, ain't I? Sadly, it's the beautiful people who are always getting tried. Ain't that right, youngin'? She addressed the young man who had been shadowing them through the mall. Huh? Turk asked. He had been more focused on his phone than the woman's conversation. Haven't you been paying attention to anything I've said? Honey asked. It's my job to guard you, not ear hustle, Mrs. Clark, Turk said respectfully. That's fine. You can play the strong silent type if you like. You're better eye candy than a conversationalist anyhow. This little dude is fine, ain't he, Trish? Stop picking on that boy, Melissa, Trish scolded her. I'm not picking on him. I'm just stating the obvious. He's a fine piece of man meat. With those pretty ass eyes and that good hair. I bet these little bitches go crazy over you. Honey reached out to touch Turk's hair, but he took a step back. No need to be scared, Turk. I don't bite. Much. It's not you that I'm afraid of, Mrs. Clark, Turk said. He had been around the Clark family long enough to know that Honey liked to play twisted little games. He had also been around long enough to know that it never went well for those dumb enough to entertain her. You're pretty and smart. Those are good qualities, especially in someone so young. You're going to make a fine lieutenant one of these days. Maybe even a capo. I should only hope so, Mrs. Clark. I've been working very hard to earn your husband's approval, Turk said. Apparently not hard enough, or you'll be in the field with the others instead of playing my shadow. What exactly did you do to get on Shay's shit list anyhow? I'd rather not say, Mrs. Clark, Turk replied. The truth of the matter was, Turk had landed guard duty as punishment for what he had done to Carl. When Shay found out what he'd done, he went ballistic. Shay was against leaving messes in the street, especially ones that could lead back to him, which was what cutting off Carl's hand in front of 24 witnesses had done. The only thing that had saved Turk from a far more severe punishment was that he was acting on Swan's orders. Still, an example had to be made, so he pulled Turk off the streets and assigned him menial tasks, like guard duty, until further notice. Well, if you're not going to talk to me, you can at least make yourself useful. Honey shoved her shopping bags into his arms. Take these to the truck and bring it around to the front of the mall. I'll be ready to go when I pay for my stuff in here. Right away, Mrs. Clark. Turk took the bags and left the store. He breathed a sigh of relief once he was away from Honey. She was never cruel to Turk, like she was to some of the other soldiers who drew her detail, but she made him uncomfortable. She was always doing things like touching him suggestively, or stopping in his path, so he'd walk into her. Turk didn't think she'd ever let him hit it, nor was he foolish enough to ever try his hand with the boss's wife. But just the idea was enough to put him in a bad situation. To within an inch of his life, for making a slick remark to Honey in the streets, and Turk wanted no parts of that action. Turk had enough problems with the royal family as it was, and didn't need any more black marks added to his service record. Since he had officially become a soldier in the Clark family, he had been going out of his way to impress the higher-ups, but it always seemed to backfire on him. He was either doing too much or not doing enough. His best efforts never seemed to be good enough to please the young king. Turk had himself to blame, really. He was constantly trying to step out of the shadows of a man he hardly knew, and live up to a need that wasn't his. Turk came up on the rough side of town, raised by an aunt when his mother became too far gone on drugs and booze to contribute anything positive to his life. Growing up a clearly biracial child in an all-black neighborhood had its ups and downs. The girls loved his sandy skin and pretty hair. Those qualities made him an outcast among the boys. Having inherited his mother and father's genes equally made it difficult to tell exactly what his ethnicity was, but he looked closer to Arab than Turkish or African American. Some of the kids had taken to taunting him with remarks about sand niggers and going back to Iraq. His foreign appearance made him a target, and he was always fighting because of it. It was his willingness to knuckle up but stop the taunts, and he even managed to make a few friends, but he was never really accepted. Turk's aunt felt as if he was starting to spend too much time in the streets, so she arranged a summer job for him the year before he turned 14. It was grunt work at a butcher shop ran by an old Turkish man named Ahmad Kaplan. Kaplan was a horrible person who drank way too much and had a gambling problem, but his skill for cutting meat was second to none. Ahmad saw what he did as more than butchering animals. It was art. Every swing of the blade was a stroke on the canvas. This was the approach he taught his young apprentice, Turk. Working for the butcher wasn't bad at all. Turk always had extra meat to take home to his family, and he developed relationships with all the local gangsters who frequented Kaplan's shop. Whenever some of the really important men from the neighborhood would come in, Kaplan would let Turk work the register while he went in the back to take care of their special orders. Turk loved when the gangsters came because they always gave him healthy tips and treated him like he was family. It always puzzled Turk how such seemingly harmless old man knew so many killers and thieves, and why they treated a half-breed orphan like he was one of their own. But one late night, he would find out. Kaplan had just finished taking care of a special order and had to run out for a while. In an attempt to score points with the old man, Turk decided to clean his work area. It was while emptying one of the slot bins that he discovered a human finger. He never mentioned his discovery to Kaplan, but there was something about the way the old man looked at him after that day that made Turk think he secretly knew. One thing was for certain. Turk would never take meat from the shop home to his family again. That fall, Turk's aunt unexpectedly decided to send him away to boarding school in upstate New York. When he asked her where she got the money for tuition to the prestigious school, she told him a story about having been awarded some kind of scholarship for underprivileged kids that was provided by the state. It was obviously a lie, but she was adamant about getting him out of the city, so he went. It was at the school where he would meet his crime partner, Baby Doc, and later on, Nicholas Clark. The three friends would go on to create all sorts of criminal mischief, which is how he ended up indentured to Shea Clark. He loved one of their messes. It would be 2 years before he'd seen Ahmad Kaplan again, and it would be under tragic circumstances. Turk found himself back in the city to attend the funeral of his estranged mother. They found her dead from an apparent overdose. Turk tried to mourn his mother, but he didn't know her well enough to be saddened by her passing. He was surprised to see how many people had turned out for the funeral of Ahmad Kaplan. He seemed more broken up than most over the death of Turk's mother, which Turk found odd, considering to his knowledge they'd never met. It wasn't until one of Turk's uncles got drunk at the repast and spilled the beans about Turk's fraternity that everything started to make sense. The next evening, Turk went to the butcher shop to confront the old man about his uncle's drunken accusations. He expected Ahmad to deny them, but he didn't. He was actually very candid with Turk about things that until then he had kept from Turk, but were common knowledge in underworld circles, including his fraternity. That night, over a bottle of vodka and 2 loaves of pie, which was Turkish bread, Ahmad Kaplan bared his soul. He told Turk of his immigration from Istanbul to the States, and of his heinous deeds, which earned him the title of the butcher, and how alcohol and a gambling habit had destroyed his once notorious reputation. He also told him how he fell in love with a black prostitute who would give birth to his one and only son. Also, about his marriage to the daughter of a powerful mafia chieftain who had forced him to turn his back on the boy, under the threat of having the child killed to hide the shame his infidelities had brought to their family name. After their talk, Turk wasn't sure if he felt better or worse, but at least some of the blanks that had been in his life and history were now filled in. That was the last time Turk would ever step foot in the butcher shop, and the last time he laid eyes on his biological father and nature.
Shit.
Turk had just finished loading the bags into the back of the truck when his cell phone rang. What is it, Holiday? He answered. Turk listened for a while and frowned. Nope, I ain't gonna do it. Last time I let you set me up in a blind date, go ahead and mustache. Get Nichols a Baby Doc to pass along in a little outing. After a few more minutes of Holiday's pleading and the promise of speaking to Shay about getting him off guard duty, Turk finally relented. But if this and ended the call. Turk hated blind dates, especially when Holiday sent them on. For a man in his position, you'd have thought he would have been a bit more selective in his choice of women. But Holiday's dick did not discriminate. All toy rats like fat kids love cake, and 9 times out of 10, whomever he was setting Turk up with would be just as ratchet as the rest. Still, if helping Holiday out could get him back in the streets and away from Honey, he would grin and bear it. Besides, attending Honey's party might be a quicker way to get back into Shay's good graces. He still didn't trust Holiday to set him up with someone who wasn't busted, but it would only be for a few hours. He would smile, buy a few drinks, and cut out. What was the worst that could happen? Part 3. A Clash of Kings and a Queen. Chapter 18. Honey hadn't added much input when it came to planning her birthday party, except stressing the fact that she wanted it to be off the chain. Turning 30 was a big deal, and she wanted to say goodbye to her 20s in high style. She trusted Shay to make sure it would be nice, but what she wouldn't expect was an extravaganza of that magnitude. The Clark entourage was 3 cars deep. The lead car carried Holiday and Angela, who always ran point when they attended public events. They were the first to enter, who talked too much and listened too little. Honey wasn't happy about Swan rolling out with a woman other than Giselle, his daughter's mother, but she held her tongue. Swan and Giselle had an on and off again relationship that Honey was never comfortable with. Swan brought other chicks out, she felt like she was being disloyal to Giselle. She had history with Giselle, and the others were just space fillers in Swan's life. Trailing the first 2 cars was a black Lincoln Navigator. Riding in it were Swan's goon squad, several armed and dangerous men, ready to pop off at the first signs of trouble. They were foot soldiers, whose sole purpose was to protect Shay at all costs. They were able to spot shooters several blocks before they actually arrived. 2 searchlights of pink and gold, Honey's favorite colors, were erected in front of the club, crisscrossing and letting people from miles around know that that was the spot to be. A projector was set up on the curb, playing a photo montage of some of Honey's finest moments. Damn, you went all out, babe, Honey said to Shay as she looked out the heavily tinted window of the Hummer. Nothing but the best for my lady, Shay told her while adjusting his tie. I still wish we had come out in one of the other cars. These windows are so thick and so dark. Nobody can see us, Honey said. That's the general idea. You can't shoot at what you can't see. You know there are people in the world who would rather see me dead than happy, and ain't no sense in making their jobs easier, Shay told her.
Oh my God.
Don't you worry, Shay. Nothing is gonna happen to your lady on my watch, their driver Andrew volunteered. That's Mr. Clark to you, little nigga, Swan corrected him. And you ain't getting paid to do security, you're getting paid to drive. So do that and shut the fuck up. He hadn't meant to be so short with the young man, but Andrew had a knack for getting under Swan's skin. The only reason he'd given Andrew a job is because he was fucking his older sister. Let the little nigga live, Swan, Shay told her. Andrew urged him sometimes too, but he knew how it was to be young and want to fit in. And you, he turned to Honey, are gonna get more than enough attention with that outfit. I paid enough for it. Honey tugged at the front of the dress to make sure her breasts weren't popping out. You mean I paid for it? Let's go greet your adoring public. The front of the club was so jam-packed that you'd have thought they were having a sold-out concert inside instead of a birthday party. A few would get lucky and make it in, but most would be turned away. It had been Swan's idea to leak the information about the party and performance to the popular site Baller, who specialized in being in the know when something big was going down. When you wanted to know where the fabulous were partying, you visited their site. In exchange for access to the party, they'd get the word out on all their social media networks, and people would come in droves. The plan was to have as many people as possible show up, and then handpick who would be allowed entry. This would ensure that Honey's party was the talk of the town, and judging by the crowd, they'd be talking about the party all week. The goons were the first ones out of the vehicle. Led by Holiday, Turk, and Baby Doc, they fanned out along the sidewalk and formed a human walkway between the Hummer door and the entrance of the club. Shooters had top-notch security, but Shay didn't trust the well-being of his wife to anyone but his own people. Andrew scurried around curbside and opened the door for the royal couple. Shay slid out looking like every bit the power player that he was, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit and blood-red silk tie. He squinted against the flash of at least a dozen cameras as media and spectators alike tried to get pictures of him. Shay was quite the celebrity around town. Unlike his father and brother, who shunned the spotlight, Shay welcomed it. He was the king who wore 2 crowns, one of the corporate world and one of the underworld. Once he felt like the paparazzi had gotten a good enough look at him, he extended his hand to his queen. Honey was breathtakingly beautiful in her black Zac Posen silk gown. The dress stretched past her ankles, giving you only glimpses of her metallic Pierre Hardy sandals as she walked. Her blonde hair was laid to the gods, freshly curled, not even 40 minutes before they'd arrived. The main attraction was the diamond-filled tiara, which crowned her head. As Shay led Honey across the red carpet toward the front of the club, they found themselves the center of attention. Honey couldn't help but stop for a second to take in the crowd of onlookers. There was a lot of love in that crowd, but there were also some sour faces. Honey couldn't say she blamed them. They all wanted to walk a mile in her shoes, but she doubted many of them were built to navigate the road she'd taken to get where she was. She thought about all the gutters she had to crawl through, and the degradation she was forced to suffer before life finally showed her some love, and reasoned she would do it all over again if the roads led to the love of her life, Shay Clark. As a child, Honey's mother had always told her that there were no such thing as fairy tales, but she couldn't tell because Honey had surely been rescued by a king. All hail the clenched teeth as she smiled for the different cameras as Shay led her to the club entrance. All hail the motherfucking queen. Turk hung back and watched as the king and queen were escorted inside by soldiers deemed more deserving than him and his blood. He knew those assigned to guard Shay and Honey would reap all the benefits for half the work, while grunts like him would go unmentioned on the big night. It stung a bit, but he sucked it up. So long as he was back in the action, he was willing to accept a lesser role. Look alive, ladies, Angelo ambled up to the young men. He was going to be packed tonight, and I need everybody on their toes. I'd prefer if you didn't drink at all, but if you insist on taking a sip, know your limits. The last thing I need is for shit birds to get so twisted that you can't rise to the occasion if it goes down. You on it, Angie? Baby Doc, a bit too enthusiastically for Angelo's taste. Angelo didn't like Baby Doc being out with them on a night where anything could happen. He was still young and inexperienced, and that would make him a liability if things got hectic. Had it been up to Angelo, Baby Doc wouldn't have even been there, but Shay felt like it was time for him to cut his teeth. Don't worry about it, Angie. He's gonna be okay, Holiday said, as if reading his mind. The last time he told me he was going to be okay, he almost got his head blown off, Angelo said, reminding Holiday of he and Baby Doc's run-in with Animal. Baby Doc had almost become a casualty because he came between Animal and his prey, which was Holiday. Thankfully, Baby Doc came away with his life, but he lost partial hearing in one of his ears, when Animal fired a gun next to it. After giving a few last-minute instructions, Angelo and the goon squad made their way towards the club entrance. Holiday! Holiday! Someone was calling from the crowd of people waiting to get in. Angelo looked over and saw a young girl jumping up and down, trying to be seen over the security guard who was blocking her from entering the club. You know that bitch? Angelo asked Holiday. Oh yeah, that's one of my little jump-offs. Tell them niggas to let her through, Holiday said, rubbing his hands together. You know you're on the clock, right? Angelo reminded him. I know, man, but Shorty ain't gonna come between me and handling business, Holiday told him. She'd better not, Angelo told him before giving security the signal to let the girl through before going inside. Claudette was all smiles when security parted the rope. She made it a point to cut her eyes at some of the other girls who weren't fortunate enough to make the cut. Hey, boo! Claudette threw her arms around Holiday to add salt to the females she knew were watching. She tried to kiss him on the lips, but he turned his face away. What's up, little mama? Holiday greeted her in a cool drawl. You looking good? He admired the 2 sizes too small skirt she had wiggled into. He hoped to God that she wasn't wearing any panties underneath. You know I couldn't be on your arm looking all crazy, knowing it's a big night for you, Claudette said. Who's your friend? Holiday asked, looking over at Rocky. She was standing a few feet behind Claudette, looking nervous. Oh, this is my girl, Rocky. Claudette pulled her over. A pleasure to meet you. Holiday shook her hand while openly admiring her. She was a little on the homely side, but cute in her own way. So, where's your man who's supposed to be keeping my girl company tonight? Claudette asked, looking over at the posse of vultures that had gathered behind Holiday to see who he was talking to. They looked hard, and in some cases, unwashed. From the look on Rocky's face, she wasn't feeling them either. Holiday scanned the crowd and spotted Turk near the velvet rope, talking to one of the bouncers. There he is, right there. Yo, T! He called out. Rocky had to do a double take when she saw the man approaching them. Dressed in a white shirt, black blazer, and jeans, she almost didn't recognize the mystery man she had been fantasizing about since the night they collided in the projects. So we meet again, she said, trying to hide the nervousness in her voice. So it would seem. Turk smiled. Wait, y'all know each other? Claudette asked, looking from Turk to Rocky. It's a long story, Rocky said. Very, Turk added. Well, you two can tell us all about it when we get inside. Now let's go turn up, Holiday said, and led the group inside. Chapter 19. Marcus stood on the second floor balcony of Shooters, which overlooked the main floor. In one hand, he held a smoldering L of some primo bud, and in the other, a glass of champagne. It was a little early to be celebrating, as it was only midnight, but he couldn't help but give himself a well-deserved pat on the back. When everyone said that he couldn't, he showed them that he could, by planning and executing what would go on to be hailed as the party of the year. The amount of people who turned out that night was more than Shooters had ever seen. Everybody wanted to get into that party, and when people found out it wasn't open to the general public, they threatened to riot. Even with the added security Marcus had brought in for the night, they still didn't have enough manpower to keep the crowd at bay if they decided to buck. For a minute, Marcus thought they were going to tear his club apart, but then the King Spoke appeared. Shay moved with an air of power about him that he could almost physically feel. With a wave of his hand, the unruly crowd grew still and quiet. It was the most amazing thing Marcus had ever seen. Though it was to be a private event, Shay agreed to allow Shooters to let in a certain amount of guests. One half of the club would be sectioned off for his private party, while the other patrons would be allowed to occupy the other half, provided they paid 3 times the cover charge. The security team didn't like it because they felt like Shay was taking an unnecessary risk. Marcus, however, understood the method to his madness. By this simple act, Shay had accomplished 2 things. He earned the respect of the people by proving that he was a compassionate king, and made himself a nice piece of change. From the triple fee Shooters collected at the door, Shay would be given proper tribute. Breaking bread didn't bother Marcus because even with Shay taking a cut, he still stood to make more money that night than Shooters would normally clear in a week. Inside, Marcus had everything set out for the clerk. A red carpet went from the entrance and led a winding path to what would be the clerk's personal section. Bottles were on show, and some of their sexiest servants had been assigned to take care of their every wish for the night. Marcus had even gone the extra mile and rented 2 thrones for Shay and Honey to sit upon for the night. Marcus had done his homework on the royal couple, and knew just what to do to properly stroke the egos of the royal couple. The highlight of the night was probably when Big Dog took the stage. From the moment Don B opened his mouth, the crowd was to his control. The crowd mouthed every word to every song he performed. Marcus had never been a big fan of Don B's music, or him as a person, but he had to admit that there was a magnetic quality about the man. He'd been skeptical about honoring Honey's request to have the gangster rapper at his spot, not only because of the crowd he would attract, but also because of his history with Reese, and the circumstances surrounding the paternity of the daughter. Billy had gone through the roof about Marcus allowing Don B to perform, but this wasn't about personal feelings, it was about $1. Honey seemed to be enjoying the show more than anything. She was as excited as a high school kid to see the rapper perform, and didn't bother to hide it. At the end of Don B's set, the crowd erupted into a deafening roar. It took the combined efforts of half their security staff, as well as the Big Dog bodyguards, to keep people from mauling them as they made their way to their reserved section. No matter what Marcus might have thought about Don B personally, There was no denying his star power. The whole time Marcus had been working the party, Tammy was blowing his cell up. She had called and texted him so many times that Marcus eventually shut his phone off. He wasn't interested in anything Tammy had to say after the stunt she pulled. Marcus had sent Bear around to her house to check on her and found Tammy very much alive. She had given him some lame excuse about having left a message on the club's answering service, but it was bullshit. Any other time she needed the day off, she would call him or one of the other managers directly. Once Bear confirmed the girl wasn't in debt or in danger, Marcus fired her via a formal email. It was a cold-blooded way to go about it, but it ensured he had a paper trail in case she tried to sue the club. Tammy was done testing his authority and his patience. Marcus watched from his perch as one of Shay's men, Swan, escorted Honey over to the table and introduced Honey to Dombey. Her smile was so wide that he could see all 32 of her teeth. Marcus was uncomfortable with the way that Honey was gazing at the rapper, and if Shay was a smart man, Marcus was about to go downstairs to check on the bar when someone, caught his eye. He'd instructed the doorman to alert him as soon as Trap had arrived. The gangster had managed to slip in. His shadow Moochie loomed behind him, ever vigilant for signs of danger. From the way he was aggressively bumping already, Trap and alcohol always made a bad combination. The fact that Trap was in Marcus's club drunk was disturbing, but even more unnerving was the fact that he was headed straight for his crew. By the time Trap's Porsche truck pulled up in front of Shooter, there was a good-sized mob gathered out front. It took them an extra 10 minutes just to be able to pull up to the valet. Moochie was out first, tossing the keys to the valet before muscling a few people back so she could let Trap out of the passenger side. Trap damn near spilled out of the car, slightly buzzed off the fifth of Hennessy he had been punishing on the ride over. He was slightly tipsy, but as soon as he saw the paparazzi heading his way with it, though he wasn't a major act like Big Dog, Trap had made a name for himself on the underground circuit, and the streets loved his music. He stopped to take pictures with a few fans before making his way to the entrance. No sooner than they tried to cross the threshold, they were met by security. The beefy man looked at Trap and Moochie like they were rabble trying to sneak in. Private party tonight. Come back tomorrow. I know, but I'm a guest at Marcus. The name's Trap. He introduced himself. The bouncer glanced down at his clipboard. Yeah, I see your name. Still, there's a dress code, so I can't let you in. He looked at Trap's black t-shirt and big chain. Trap cocked his head to one side and looked up at the taller man. You really want to do this like this, my nigga? I'm ready to do this any way you want to do it, shorty, the bouncer tapped. Moochie took a step forward, ready to take the bouncer's chin off with one of his thick butts, but Trap stopped him. He spotted Wayne standing near the coat check and waved to get his attention. When Wayne spotted him, he looked like he was contemplating leaving Trap and Moochie outside, but he decided against it. They're good. These are Marcus's people, Wayne explained. The bouncer knew Wayne from seeing him come in and out with Marcus, so he took his word for it. Aye, but I still gotta pat y'all niggas down. Trap spread his arms. Knock yourself out. The bouncer patted Trap down rougher than he needed to, and once he was sure Trap wasn't carrying any weapons, he let him pass. You too, homie, he told Moochie. Fuck out of here. I'm a female, so you better either get a broad to check me or take me at my word that I'm clean, Moochie snarled. The bouncer had to take a good look at her to make sure she wasn't lying about her gender, because he could have sworn she was a dude. He looked around for a female member of the security team, but there were none in earshot. His good mind told him to make her wait until someone would come over, but he didn't want any trouble with Marcus, so he let her pass. Appreciate that, big homie, Trap told Wayne when they were inside. No problem. Just don't make me regret it, Wayne told her. I'd never smudge your name, Wayne. Say, where's Marcus? I don't know. He might be up in the office or something. I'll go check. You do that. In the meantime, me and Moochie gonna hit the bar and get something to drink. Try not to get into any trouble while I'm going, Trap, Wayne said. Now, what could I possibly get into between here and the bar? You run along and get the boss thing. I'll mind my manners until you come back. Wayne gave Trap one last warning look before disappearing into the crowd to find Marcus. Some niggas is just extra, Moochie said after Wayne left. Cut him some slack, sis. You know Big Wayne is just being a mother hen. Say, you got those? Trap asked. Of course I do. Moochie peeked around to make sure nobody was watching before digging into her bra. From her bosom, she produced two .22s. These niggas must be crazy to think we're gonna roll anywhere unarmed, she said, slipping the small guns into her pocket. That's my girl, Trap pounded her face. Let's hit the bar. I'm suddenly feeling very parched. Moochie led the way through the crowd to the bar, which was surrounded by a sea of thirsty partygoers. A few well-placed elbows and a murderous stare got the siblings to the bar in under 3 minutes. Trap ordered a bottle of champagne for himself and Red Bull on the rocks for Moochie. They placed their backs against the bar and surveyed the crowd. A lot of paper in the room tonight, Trap said, sizing up the different groups of ballers. They were rocking big jewels and spending big money. Had this been a few years ago, we would have had half these niggas in here naked and tied up. Yeah, we were some badass outlaws back then. But that was a past, and we need to be focused on the future, which is staying legit. Mochi said. I know, sis. Just thinking out loud. That's all. Chap said, sipping from his bottle. He noticed a crowd formed in the corner around one of the tables and craned his neck to see who was sitting at it. Suddenly, a smile spread across his lips. As I live and breathe, he tapped his sister and pointed to who was staring at him. Mochi laughed, which was a rare occurrence. You know, I thought this was a classy joke, but it seems that they'll let in any dog off the street. No sense in being rude. Let's go over and show the proper respect to the great and powerful Don. Chap dragged his bottle off the bar and walked off. Yo, son, you straight murdered that shit. Hands down. That had to be the performance of the century. Father gushed after Don B had returned to their section. I did my thing, but it's the crowd that made it special. Don is only as great as the people who support him. Don't ever forget that, Don B told Dollar while cracking open a bottle of water. Between the blunts and cigarettes, he seemed to be getting winded earlier and earlier during his sentence. He ain't lying. I think I saw two bitches faint when you did your verse from Slap Yourself. Your shit was so hard, I'm sure nobody even remembered that True and them were on the original record, Wise added. He was trying to do his part to stroke Don B's ego, but all he ended up doing was crossing a very delicate line. Bad Blood was the first act to kicked off. The group was comprised of young dudes Don B knew from the hood that had the talent and swagger to make something of themselves in the rap game. Unlike most, they were actually living the things that they rapped about, and it would be their lifestyles that led to each of their deaths, including their frontman True. True was Don B's protege and best friend. He had been a stand-up dude and a star in the making. When his past and future collided, he paid the ultimate price. Don B had buried many friends, but it was True's murders which affected him the most. Though True lost his life due to something that had been brewing since long before Don B came into his life, the mogul always felt like blood was on his hands. Maybe if he had done more, or set a better example, True would have lived to see the success Don B had always promised him. In death, he sold more records than he ever would in life, but Don B would have gladly traded it all to have his friend back. Don B turned to Wise. The fuck do you know about it? You were still going 250 on a bag of smoke with your mans when True and Bad Blood were on the charts. Don't talk about shit you don't know nothing about. As a matter of fact, why the fuck are you even talking to me right now? He snapped. Chill, bro. He didn't mean anything by it. Wise was just trying to give you your props. Dollar tried to quell the situation, which earned him his own dose of Don B's rap. I've been praised by millions. What the fuck do props from either one of you simple-minded niggas mean to me? You wanna do something for me? Go to the bar and grab some more bottles. We getting light over here, Don B told him. Why we gotta go get the bottles when that's what our waitresses are for? Dollar asked. Tone rested his hand on Dollar's shoulder and gave it a little squeeze. Know when it's time to take a walk. Dollar picked up on what Tone was throwing down. Say no more. We're gonna spin the floor right quick. He got up. Come on, Wise. Don B tapped a cigarette on the table angrily, watching Dollar and Wise bumble through the crowd. Things we do for family. I swear, sometimes I wonder what you see in them, Venus said, tugging at the leather booty shorts their stylist had made her wear that day. They were uncomfortable as hell, but looked good on her, and she had the attention of every man in the room when she took the stage. She was eye candy, and Don B wanted to capitalize on that during their performance. Venus had sung her heart out during the cameo she had made during Don B's set. She had done shows before, but it was her first time taking the stage with the Don. She marveled at the polarizing effect he had had on the crowd, and dreamed of the day the fans held her in such high regard. I'm inclined to agree with the lady, Neville spoke up. He was Don B's personal bodyguard, and the person he trusted the most, other than Tony. You should have left those two idiots in the shithole town down south where you found them. I call myself looking out for them by bringing them up, Don B said. Well, you didn't do them any great favors by bringing them up north. At the rate they're going, it'll only be a matter of time before they get into something you can't buy them out of, or somebody kills them. You might be right about that one, fellas, Don B agreed. Times like this, I wish D roll with us because those two niggas always make themselves scarce when he's around. Why did he come again? He said he wasn't feeling too good, Tony answered. Pussy, that was funny. I remember back in '83, I fought in a 10-round amateur bout with walking pneumonia and 104-degree fever, and these young niggas call out of work if they got tongue aches. He shook his head. Well, this ain't '83 and niggas ain't made out of steel no more, Don B joked. But on some gangster shit, I don't know how I feel about G leaving us on stuck on a night as big as this one. He's always been reliable until now. I told you about trusting new niggas, Devil reminded him. You want me to fire them niggas? He asked, meaning murder. Don B thought on it for a few seconds. Nah, not yet. Keep your eye on him though. I'll let you know when and if it's time to retire that nigga's number. Look alive, we've got company. Tone nodded beyond the rope, where Swan was escorting a beautiful woman over to their table. Well, hello. Don B peered over his sunglasses at the curvaceous girl with the blonde beat. Put your fangs away. That's Shay's lady, which means she's off limits. Unless you want to get yourself whacked. Devil warned him. Take it easy, Devil. I was just admiring the merchandise, Don B said. Red Devil. What it do, blood? Swan greeted him with a complex handshake. Devil shrugged his shoulders. Same old, same old. I see you're still up to your old tricks. Funny, because I heard you were relieved of your duties. Word on the streets was there had been some kind of falling out between Shay and Swan over something no one was quite sure of. Whatever it had been was serious enough to where Swan had fallen off the grid for a while. People speculated that Shay had had his best friend executed for the offense, until about a year prior when Swan reappeared, but he never left. Nobody was stupid enough to ever ask Shay or Swan what had happened. The devil had had his suspicions. Nah, I just took a little break to sort some personal things out. I'm back where I belong now, busting my gun at enemies of my family, Swan said proudly. While we're on the subject of guns, I heard you guys have got a new hitter working for you. Surprised he's not here tonight to watch Don's back. I got Don's back covered, Devil informed him. Of course you do, Devil. You've been looking out for Zombie for years, which is why it was newsworthy when you brought in somebody else to help out. I hear he's a cold piece of work. I was hoping to meet him tonight. He wasn't feeling well, so he sat this one out, Tone told Swan. By chance, would you care to share with us how you're more familiar with the big dog employees in our own human resources department? He wondered if Swan asking about a man who they were just discussing was just a coincidence or a sign. Swan smirked. You of all people should know that the Clarks have eyes and ears everywhere. But let me not get sidetracked. He motioned for Honey to step forward. Zombie, this is the birthday girl, Honey. I promised her I'd introduce you before the night was over. She's a big fan of your music, though I can't figure out why. He chuckled. Swan, you don't have to be an asshole all the time, Honey told him. It's cool. Being a dick is in his nature. Zombie mustered a phony grin. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Zombie took Honey's hand and kissed the back of it. The pleasure is all mine. Honey blushed. I wanted to come over and thank you personally for agreeing to perform at my party on such short notice. It was the best birthday gift ever. It was an honor and a privilege to serve as the security team immediately swooped in to form a barrier between zombies. There was a brief commotion, which brought over the club to help get it sorted out. Zombie was furious. He shoved his way with bodies. Chapter 20. From the time Turk walked in the club, he knew the night was going to go to the left.
What's disconnected? I can see comment. What you saying disconnected?
They were allowing friends and family on that side, and the girls were neither. They could have let Turk and Holiday slide with getting the girls in, but Honey made a big deal about it. Her exact words were, "Them bitches can't sit with me." Being treated like a second-class citizen in front of his guests didn't sit well with Holiday. He had painted himself as the man next to the man for Claudette, and the treatment he received betrayed his true status in the food chain. Turk could tell from Claudette's body language that her perception of Holiday had changed, but Holiday didn't seem to notice. He smoothed things over by splurging on bottles and bribing one of the bouncers to let them have a rickety table in the back of the club. The view of the festivities sucked, but at least they weren't standing up anymore. About 20 minutes in, Holiday slid off with Claudette into one of the bathrooms, leaving Turk to entertain Rocky. Rocky didn't talk much. She mostly looked around curiously at everyone while trying to act like being in a room full of half-naked girls and killers didn't make her uncomfortable. "You good?" Turk asked in an attempt to break the awkward silence that lingered between them. "I'm okay. It's just a little loud in here." She had to shout over the music for him to hear her. "I guess it's to be expected, considering we're in a club," Turk said. He meant it as a joke, but Rocky didn't laugh. More awkward silence. "Is Turk your real name?" Rocky asked. Turk shrugged. "It might as well be. It's the only thing anyone has ever called me since I was a kid." "Rocky, your real name?" "No. It's short for Raquel. I never liked it, but it was my grandmother's name," Rocky told him. "So, you think they'll be gone much longer?" Rocky looked at her phone impatiently. "I can't speak on another man's stamina. You're more than welcome to go in and check on them if you like." "Thanks, but I'll pass," Rocky said with a roll of her eyes. She went back to checking the time on her phone. "Listen, if you want to get out of here, we could... Let me stop you right there," Rocky cut him off. "Just because my friend is fucking your boy in the bathroom doesn't mean you'll be bending me over in any sinks, stalls, or small packaging need in the backseat of a car. I don't get down like that. Shorty, you need to slow your roll. All I was going to suggest is that we can go outside in the back where the music isn't so loud," Turk informed her. Rocky's face turned red from embarrassment. "Sorry, I just thought that because your friend is a hoe, I automatically assume the same about you. That would be kind of close-minded on my part, but dumbass thug niggas like me is supposed to act, are we?" "I never called you a thug," Rocky shot back. "But you thought it, didn't you? No need to lie, shorty. I saw it all in your face the first time we met, and bringing you here amongst Holiday ignorant ass and the rest of these niggas only reinforced it." Rocky opened her mouth to counter, but she couldn't. She did think he was a thug, among other things, that she would never admit. "See? I told you," Turk laughed. "Don't feel no type of way about it. I'm used to it. People have been making assumptions about who I am for as long as I can remember." "Okay, I accept that. So why don't you tell me?" Rocky crossed her arms. "Who are you?" The question caught Turk off guard. He didn't have a logical answer because no one had ever asked him the question. "I'm just a Turk, I guess." "I'm just a Turk," Rocky mimicked him. "Speaking about yourself like that, you sound more like something to be owned instead of a person. With as much time as I spend trying to advance in my job, that's how it feels," Turk admitted. More often than not, he felt more like a tool of the Clark organization than a part of it. They took him out the box to use whenever necessary, then put him back in. Rocky shook her head sadly. That's a shame. Throwing yourself so deep into your work that you don't take a minute to enjoy life should be a crime. Take it from someone who knows. You need to get out and have a little fun once in a while. Who says I don't? You just did, Mr. Workaholic. You're one to talk, Miss Uptight. Rocky faked offense. I am not uptight. The hell you aren't. The whole time we've been sitting here, all you've done is scowl and look at your phone. It's not exactly the most fun I've had on a date. Is that what this is? A date? I thought we were just thrown together to keep each other company while our lustful friends fornicated in the public bathroom, Rocky joked. I guess you do have a sense of humor after all, Turk said. Stick around long enough and you'll find out I'm full of surprises, Rocky said playfully. Is that an invitation, Miss Raquel? I guess that'll depend on you, Mr. Turk, she replied. As it turned out, Rocky wasn't so bad after all. Once she loosened up, she proved to be quite interesting. Rocky was funny and surprisingly smarter than Turk gave her credit for when they first met. She was nothing like Claudette, which is why Turk found it so puzzling that they were hanging out together. Rocky confided in Turk that she hadn't known Claudette very long, and that they weren't exactly besties, but she didn't have many friends in the housing project she'd moved into. Claudette must have felt them talking about her, because she suddenly reappeared, Holiday in tow. Holiday was smiling like a cat who had swallowed a canary, but Claudette looked irritated. Her hair was slightly askew, and there was a wet spot on her skirt, as if she recently tried to scrub out a stain. We were about to send a search and rescue team looking for y'all. Rocky gave Claudette a dirty look, letting her know she didn't approve of her hoish behavior. I wish you would've. Claudette sat down. She grabbed one of the bottles of water and rinsed her mouth, spitting into an empty glass. The expression on her face said she had a less than favorable time. Everything cool? Turk asked Holiday. Yeah, I'm cool. I don't know what the fuck her problem is, Holiday told him. Nigga, don't even get me started. Claudette rolled her eyes. There was obviously some tension between Claudette and Holiday that neither Turk nor Rocky wanted any parts of. They continued making small talk amongst each other, but their angry friends showing up had affected the vibe. Turk was saying something to Holiday when he spotted a commotion in the big dog section. He was just going to watch, in hopes of seeing a good ass whipping, or someone getting dragged out. But then he spotted Honey and Swan near the center of the disturbance. Excuse me for a second. Turk got up from the table. He patted Holiday on the shoulder before making hurried steps towards the disturbance. It took Holiday a second to figure out what was going on, but when he caught on, he was out of his chair and on Turk's heels. So what happened? Rocky asked Claudette after the boys had gone. Girl, where do I even begin? Claudette fills a glass with Hennessy. I spent 15 minutes sucking his little ass stick because it acted like it didn't want to get hard. Then, when we finally get to the business, he lasted a shade over 5 minutes before shooting his load all over my damn skirt. If this shit leaves a stain, I'm not going to be able to return it in the morning, she fumed. Wait, you fucked a nigga you barely know with no condom? Rocky was appalled. Claudette waved her off. Holiday ain't got nothing. He don't look sick. Anyway, what happened with you and his pretty ass friend? Did he crack on you for some pussy too? No, Turk was actually a perfect gentleman, Rocky told him. Claudette rolled her eyes. You are one lucky bitch. I wish I'd met Turk before that asshole Holiday. I'll let that nigga put a baby in me. Our kids will probably have some good ass hair. Rocky pinched the bridge of her nose. Listening to Claudette's ignorant ass was starting to give her a headache. So what now? Now, we drink up all these niggas' free liquor and move on to greener pastures. Claudette refilled her glass. The way she was tossing them back, she'd likely be drunk before long. Claudette, that is so tacky, Rocky said. Fuck all that. From the looks of things, they're gonna have their hands full for a while anyhow, tending to Shay and his bitch. Claudette cast a dirty look over at Honey. If it wasn't for her uppity ass, we'd be sitting with some real ballers instead of these two fucking grunts. I swear, girl, I'm not leaving here without getting some rich dick and a few dollars for my troubles. I heard somebody call my name. Dalla appeared at their table as if out of thin air. As usual, Wise wasn't far behind. Out of the frying pan and into the damn fire, Rocky twisted her lips in disgust at the sight of Dalla. I see you still ain't managed to pull that stick out of your eyes, huh, Rocky? Dalla invited himself to a seat between them and turned his attention to Claudette. What's up, Ma? Surprised to see you two here, since it's a private party. I could say the same about the two of you, Claudette replied. We were invited by some friends, but things didn't work out the way we planned. How did y'all manage to slither in here? You wound me with your accusation, Dalla faced straight. I'll have you know, we didn't have to slither in anywhere. We're with the star attraction. He nodded in the direction of the big dog section. You know, all this time I thought you were full of shit when you claimed to be a part of Big Dog. Claudette moved in closer to Dalla. Normally, she would have given Dalla's thirsty ass a time of day, but that night she saw him as a means to an end. I told you I'm connected, Ma. Dalla ran him, trying to make the best out of a bad night. Now shut your ass up and play along. Chapter 21. Is this how you greet all your friends, Don? Or is this special treatment for little old me? Trap looked down a line of angry faces flanking Dombey. What are you doing here, Trap? Dombey asked in a less than friendly tone. He and Trap had history that stretched back to when Trap was an unknown rapper trying to come up. Like the rest, Trap wanted to get down with Big Dog, but a misunderstanding between he and the Don blew the deal and landed Trap on a bus back to Florida. He had been holding a grudge ever since. Who says I wanted anything? Trav asked. As it happens, I've got business here tonight. Bullshit. Shooters is shut down for the private party. No outsiders allowed tonight, Zombie said. Oh, but I ain't no outsider. I happen to be a personal friend of the owner, Trav informed him. Tone laughed. Funny, because I've known Marcus for a while now, and I can't see you having much in common. Me and Marcus got more in common than you might think, but it ain't for me to put another man's business in the streets. We were kind of in the middle of something when we rolled up, Zombie told him, letting Trap know that his presence wasn't welcomed. Trap's face saddened. I'm not detecting a lot of love coming from you, Don. I know things ain't been right between us since you shitted on me and left me broke and stranded in New York, but I ain't holding no grudges, so I don't see why you are. As a matter of fact, I'd have thought you'd be happy to see me, especially after doing you that solid back in Miami. Do your new friends know about Miami, Zombie? Zombie had tried to forget about Miami, but he couldn't. To that day, he still had nightmares about the things he had endured during their trips to the Sunshine State. He and the Big Dog crew had gone down to Miami on business, but of course, Zombie had to mix in a bit of pleasure. He had met a dancer named Rain and had found himself smitten. Rain was beautiful, cunning, and about her money, and a perfect match for the Don. He had visions of making her his queen, but Rain had visions of making him her fool. Unbeknownst to Don B at the time, Rain was using him in a plot she had to avenge her sister Unique, who had been murdered. The young girl was a casualty in the war the man known as Animal had been waging in the streets across the country. Don B didn't have anything to do with Unique's death, but his connection to Animal, and being a New Yorker, put him in Rain's crosshairs. During their last encounter, Don B came expecting a bout of mind-blowing sex, but instead received a dose of his own medicine. Rain drugged him, tied him up, and put him through hours of sexual torture. The worst part about it was that she videotaped the whole incident. By the time Rain was done violating Don B, he was ready to die, but the world wasn't quite ready to let him go. Just before his final moment, he was rescued by Trap and Moochie. Rain died that day, taking the secret of Don B's humiliation with her. Don B never told a soul the truth about what happened to him, not even his closest confidants. The only proof was the tape, which unfortunately was in Trap's possession. He had been saving it as his trump card to use against the Don whenever the mood struck him. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable with your goons hovering over me, Don. Why don't you tell them to give us a little space? Trap phrased it as a suggestion, but it felt more like an order. All eyes turned to Don B for direction as to how to proceed. Had he given the word, Devil and the team would have happily beaten Trap to death. But sadly, this was not to be. Stand down, Don B said in a defeated tone. Don, you sure? Devil asked. He was itching to crack Trap's forehead to the white meat. Are you hard of hearing? I said stand the fuck down, Don B snapped. Devil didn't like it, but he did as he was told, and gave the signal for everybody to fall back. That's more like it, Trap smiled. He took the seat Don B had seconds before vacated, and put his feet up on the table. This is a nice setup you got going over here, Don. Picked up a bottle of Hennessy and chugged from it. You don't mind, do you? He asked as an afterthought. Knock yourself out, Don B said through clenched teeth. It took everything out of him not to have Devil knock the smug grin off Trap's face. Mighty kind, Don, mighty kind, Trap said sarcastically. He looked around, his eyes landed on Honey and Venus. Hello, ladies. What are y'all names? Spoken for. Swan pushed Honey behind him protectively. Baby, is this your nigga? Trap asked, ignoring Swan. Maybe you didn't hear me when I said she was spoken for, Swan said. Oh, I heard you, but I was talking to her, Trap shot back. What's the matter? You don't know how to talk? We speak a different language around these parts. Turk stepped through the crowd. His thumbs were hooked in his belt, showing off the handle of the meat cleaver sticking out of his pants. After what he pulled with Carl, Swan didn't trust him to carry a pistol that night, but he'd be damned if he went into a den of wolves without some type of weapon. Maybe you're familiar with it? Trap leaned forward. Are we gonna have a problem? Turk looked him directly in the eye. If you continue to disrespect my OG's lady, absolutely. Trap laughed. Moochie, you see the balls on this little nigga? Yeah, I see him, Moochie said from behind Turk. She held both the 22s at her sides. Turk had been so focused on Trap that he never saw her ease up on him, and neither did Holiday, who was supposed to be watching his back. Trap folded his hands on his lap. So, am I speaking your language now? I told you niggas I didn't want no shit in my club. Marcus came pushing his way through the crowd. He had Wayne, Bear, and a half a dozen bouncers at his back. What is going on here? Ain't nothing. Trap raised his hands in surrender. Just a little friendly banter among gangsters. You know how that goes, Marcus. You know this joker, Marcus? Swan asked. His dislike for Trap and disappointment in Marcus was written all over his face. Marcus looked at Trap, who was watching him quizzically. Unfortunately, I do. I apologize if he's being an inconvenience to you guys tonight, Swan. Is that OG Swan? Trap asked, recognizing the name. Man, y'all should have told me this was a club party, and I'd have been a little more mindful. We ain't never met, But me and your boss know some of the same people, he told Swan. I seriously doubt that, but whatever. Swan dismissed him. Marcus, we appreciate the hospitality you've shown us, but I think it's time we call it a night. Swan, y'all don't have to leave so soon. It's still early. They haven't even brought Honey's cake out yet. Let me have the girls bring out some more bottles while I personally check on the cake, Marcus offered. He knew if the clerks left, the money would follow. Nah, I think we've had our fill for the night. Swan looked Trap up and down. I'm sure our paths will cross again soon. Of this, you can be sure. Trap saluted him with a bottle of Hennessy he'd taken off Don B's table. Swan strutted back to the crowd, ushering Honey in front of him, with his young goons watching his back. Turk spared a glance over his shoulder and found Trap watching him and smiling. Trap, I need to speak with you about something important, Marcus said, trying his best to hide his irritation. Trap considered lingering around for a while longer, just to make Don be uncomfortable, but he didn't want to test the limits of Marcus's hospitality. Well, he got up. It's been real, fellas, but as I said earlier, I've got business here tonight. He took his time walking through Don B's entourage, recklessly eyeballing each man he passed. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, Double called after him, which caused Trap to stop short. I don't think I'll have to worry about that. Getting hit in my ass by anything ain't my forte. Damn shame I can't say that about everybody here. He cut his eyes off Don. Oh, and Don? I think I'll be calling in that favor you owe me real soon. He snickered and left with Marcus. What's that nigga talking about? Tone asked Don B after Trap had gone. Nothing, Don B lied. He ain't talking about nothing. Why is it that you always do the exact opposite of what I asked you to do? Marcus asked Trap. You asked me not to cause trouble in your joint, and I didn't. All I was doing was rapping to a pretty lady in a dress, and niggas all in their feelings. Trap downplayed it. Rapping to that particular pretty lady could have gotten you murdered. That was Shay Clark's wife, Marcus informed him. Is that right? She looked kind of familiar. Did she used to dance? I don't know, and I don't. You got the verse? Marcus asked. What, you think I can fit 100 grand in my pants pockets? Trap asked sarcastically. The money is in the trunk. I was going to give it to you at the end of the night. No sense in waiting. We can walk over and get it now, Marcus said. He was ready to get it over with and Trap out of his hair. Okay, Mr. Pushy. Me and Moochie were about ready to call it a night anyhow. I got a date after I finish with you, Trap told him. Marcus shook his head. I pity the poor girl who's dumb enough to let your dog ass get in her pants. Nigga, I've had about enough of your insults for one night, Trap said seriously. For your information, it ain't even like that with me and Shorty. I kinda like her. This surprised Marcus. Trap, you've always been the loving and leaving type. Yeah, I know. And that's because most of the chicks I come across ain't worth keeping around. This one is a little different. I don't know her that well yet, but she seems to have a head on her shoulders. I met at this after-hours spot in Harlem, Trap said. Trap, I'm sure I ain't gotta tell you to be careful with bitches you meet in hole-in-the-wall clubs, especially in Harlem. She was probably in there selling pussy. Trap laughed. I thought the same thing at first, but after I got to talking to her, I didn't get that vibe from her. She was just in there having a few drinks and blowing off some steam, same as I was. She lives in Cali and is only in New York for a few days. A Cali chick? Shit, they're probably more scandalous than the broads in New York. Don't go falling all head over heels for the broad until you see what she's really about, Marcus told him. Why not? You fell in love with Billy and you hardly knew her, Trap pointed out. It ain't the same thing. How did you meet Billy in an after-hours spot? Marcus replied. And what's that supposed to mean? Trap asked defensively. It isn't supposed to mean anything. All I'm trying to say is, you know what? Forget it. Let's just go get this paper. Let me find out you doing low-key shade, Marcus. Trap eyeballs him. What? You supposed to be the only one who can find somebody? It wasn't until that moment that Marcus realized that Trap might actually be serious, and he defended him. My fault, Trap. You know I ain't no hater. I'm just trying to make sure you don't go into anything blind. You're paying a fucking ass, but you're still my nigga, and I never see harm come to you at the hands of a man or a woman. Just take your time with it. That's all. You know I don't rush into nothing unless it's a gunfight, Trap said in a much lighter tone. But seriously, thanks for being concerned. He gave Marcus that. So what's Miss California's name? Marcus asked. Trap was about to answer when a commotion broke out across the room. If it ain't one thing, it's another, Marcus said in frustration. Hold that thought, he told Trap before making his way towards the disturbance. Chapter 22. That was some real dumb shit you did back there, Swan told Turk as they were walking back to their section. I saw niggas swarming, and I was just coming over to cover your back, Turk explained. Man, I wanted to laugh like shit when Turk's crazy ass wanted to test that blade against them guns, Holiday snickered. I don't see what the fuck is so funny. You were supposed to be holding him down, and you let that bitch get the drop. You know better than not to have your partner's flank covered. Swan scolded him. Turk, I understand what you were trying to do, but you could have caused that situation back there to get ugly. I thought I told your hot-headed ass not to carry a weapon tonight. You're too irresponsible to carry one when we're shay. You said don't bring a gun, and I didn't. I brought my hatchet, Turk said sarcastically. Don't be a smartass. You know what I mean. Now fork it over. Swan held his hand out. Reluctantly, Turk handed over his cleaver. Swan examined the fine razor edge. I know you're not dumb enough to still be carrying the same blade you used to amputate Carl's hand. Turk just shrugged. Swan shook his head. For someone so smart, you sure are dumb, Turk. Holiday, get rid of this, then go find Andrew and tell him to bring the car around back. It's time for us to go. He handed the cleaver to Holiday. Okay, let me go deal with these boys and I'll get right on it. Fuck them bitches. We need to get Shay and Honey out of here before something else happens. So, I'm just supposed to leave them to get home on their own? That's rude, Holiday said sarcastically. Nigga, since when do you give a fuck about being courteous? For all I care, those bitches can walk home. You're on the clock, so you belong to me until I say otherwise. Now you can do what the fuck I told you to, or I can let Shay tell you himself right after I inform him how you and this mutt almost started a shootout. I'll take care of it. Turk spoke up to try and defuse the situation. Holiday, get the car. I'll drop some cab money on these bros and meet y'all outside, Turk said and walked on. You wouldn't have to talk to me like that in front of Turk, Holiday said once the youngster was gone. What? I hurt your little feelings? Suck it up and deal with it, Swan told him. Swan, I'm supposed to be a lieutenant, and when you talk down on me in front of the soldiers, it doesn't do much to boost my position. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't kill you to show me a little respect, Holiday said. Swan laughed. Nigga, you want respect, then you should try earning it by not letting pussy and partying cloud your judgment. That's what got your ass shot. Twice. Now go find Andrew so we can bounce. Turk was glad to be away from Swan. He was on some bullshit, and Turk was no fan of his mood swings. Sometimes, Swan could be the coolest dude in the world, and others, he could be a dick. It's as if ever since he had come back from wherever the hell he disappeared to, he'd been moving different. It sometimes seemed like he was working harder to gain Shay's approval than Turk, which he found odd since Swan was the Clark underboss. There was definitely something off about their relationship lately. Turk was a bit put off when he reached the table where they left Rocky and Claudette to find two dudes sitting in the seats he and Holiday had vacated. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he had recognized them. They were the same two knuckleheads for the project. Rocky spotted Turk first, and the expression on her face betrayed her shock and shame. Oh, hey, didn't expect you back so soon. Apparently not. Turk looked at the two men sitting with them. Listen, this isn't what it looks like, Rocky tried to explain. You don't owe me any explanation. I ain't got no papers on you. We were just keeping each other company while our friends were occupied. That's what you said, isn't it? My bad, fam. I didn't know these belonged to you. Dollar spoke up. His words were slurred and his eyes were glassy. Probably due to the fact that they had drank almost all the liquor Holiday had tricked on. Nah, they don't belong to me. We good, homie. I was just coming over to tell the ladies that we were leaving and offer them cab money to get home. But I guess you guys can take it from here. Don't tip off so soon. Stay and have a drink with us. I needed to holler at you about something anyhow, Dollar told him. My G, we don't know each other, so I can't see what we would have to discuss. I've said my piece and I'm gone. Turk turned to leave, but Dollar grabbed him by the wrist. That's kind of rude of you to give a man your back before he's done talking. Dollar could have let it go, but he felt like Turk was slighting him in front of the girls. Turk looked at Dollar's hand as if it was something foul. As I've already said, we don't have anything to talk about. He yanked himself free of Dollar's grip, which seemed to only make Dollar angrier. The fuck is your problem? Here I am trying to make a business proposition on behalf of my big homie, and you acted all funny style about it. Dollar said much louder than he needed to. Let it go, D, Wise said. He felt the tension mounting. Shut the fuck up and stop acting like a pussy, Wise, Dollar snapped. See, that's a problem with some niggas. They get thrown a few scraps, and they don't know how to accept a full meal when it's offered to them. Dollar was pushing Turk, and as bad as he wanted to break his jaw, he kept himself in check. He had caused enough drama for the night and didn't want another incident. You got it, big man. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening, and our liquor. Turk turned to walk away. Whatever, nigga. Dollar turned his attention back to the table and the drinks. I don't know why you think so highly of that dude, Wise. He ain't about shit. Fake ass chi-alley looking motherfucker. All them Clark niggas think they better than everybody else because they got money and a few guns. But ain't none of them about shit. Fuck the Turk and fuck Shay Clark. Everyone at the table became deathly quiet, except Dollar, who continued his drunk rambling. Rocky didn't want to look up for the drink she had been staring at since the argument started, but she couldn't help herself. She raised her eyes in time to see Turk coming back to the table. Turk, don't! She shouted, but was too late. 1 minute, Dollar was talking shit, and the next, he had a mouthful of tablecloth when Turk slammed his face into the table. Before Dollar could collect his wits, Turk kicked the chair out from under him, depositing the loudmouth on the floor. Wise bravely tried to come to his brother's defense, but he wasn't a very skilled fighter. Unfortunately for him, Turk was. He hit the young man with a vicious combination of blows to the head and sent him reeling. About this time, Dollar was staggering back to his feet. Seeing Turk beating the hell out of his brother sent him into a rage. He knew he was no match for Turk with the hands, so he pulled a gun. He had Turk dead to rights, but him being drunk off his ass, he forgot to take off his safety, which provided Turk with the precious split second he needed to close the distance between them. A powerful chop across Dollar's wrist sent the gun skidding across the floor and into the crowd, making it a fair fight, if that's what you could call it. To his credit, Dollar was a better fighter than Wise, but Turk still outmatched him. Turk lit Dollar's face and head out with a flurry of blows. Angrily, Dollar tried to rush Turk and use his superior weight over him. But Turk reversed it, and Dollar ended up lying on his back on the table. With murder in his eyes, Turk broke out one of the bottles and wielded it like a dagger. Dollar knew his end was at hand. Turk would have surely killed Dollar had Marcus and his security team not subdued him. By then, a crowd of spectators had formed, including Tone and Devil. They had come over in the hopes that they would find Trap on the receiving end of an ass whipping, but were surprised to see it was one of their own getting mashed up. Get the fuck off me! Do you know who I'm with? Turk struggled against the bouncers to no avail. I don't know who came with, but I know who you're leaving with. Take this motherfucker outside and hold him until the police come, Marcus ordered his men. But it wasn't his fault, Rocky tried to explain. You with him? Marcus asked. Well, yeah, kinda, but then your ass is gone too, Marcus cut her off. As a matter of fact, evict all these motherfuckers from my spot. The bouncers were pulling Dollar to his feet, preparing to toss him and Wise out with the girls, when Tone interjected. Those two are with us. He pointed at Dollar and Wise. Marcus didn't look happy. These two idiots are part of your camp? Sadly, yes. I apologize on their behalf, and we'll take care of any damages, Tone said, thinking how he had to clean up yet another mess because of Dollar and Wise. Keeping them around was starting to get expensive. Marcus wanted to toss them out on their asses after giving them a good beating, but didn't want to ruin any chances he might have had to make some more money with the record company down the line. Alright, let them go, he told the security people. But they still gotta go, Tone. They pulled guns in my club, and I can't have that. Fair enough, Tone agreed. Let's go, he told Dollar and Wise. That nigga is lucky, because I was just about to get his ass, Dollar both saw wobbly legs. Shut your ass up, Devil shoved him forward. Not wanting to miss her opportunity to come up, Claudette fell in step behind Wise and the others. She made it a few feet and realized that Rocky hadn't moved. She motioned for her to follow, but Rocky stood there, obviously conflicted. Claudette didn't have time to wait around for Rocky to figure out her moral dilemma, so she abandoned her friend and got in where she fitted. What the fuck is wrong with you two niggas, B? Zombie started right in on Dollar and Wise when they got back to the big dog section. That wasn't on me, man. Drew started and I was just finishing. Dollar drunkenly threw some mock punches in the air. More like you were about to get finished, Devil pressed his thumb against the knot that had formed over Dollar's eye, causing him to flinch. Y'all let that pretty little nigga wash the both of y'all. I'm ashamed to have you flying these big dog colors. Hold up. You mean to tell me one dude laced both y'all boots? Zombie asked in disbelief. Who the fuck did you pick a fight with? Black Dynamite? They call him Turk, Claudette blurted out. She wasn't sure why she'd spoken, other than the fact that she was determined to be noticed. Zombie let his sunglasses down and peered over them at Claudette. I'm sorry. Who the fuck are you, and why are you speaking? Oh, I'm sorry, she stammered. I'm Claudette. Dollar invited me to come over and hang out with y'all. Well, if you want to keep hanging out, I suggest you keep your mouth closed, unless one of us gives you something to put in it. Smell me? Zombie checked her. Getting back to you two fuck-nuts. He turned back to Dollar and Wise. You two were supposed to be recruiting the Turk, not volunteering to be punching bags for him. What the fuck is up with that? Wise deferred the question to Dollar with an accusatory look. Yo, on everything, I came at that nigga correct, Dom. I tried to tell him how much sweeter his life could be if he was running with Big Dog, but the nigga wasn't trying to hear me because he was in his feelings because his bitch chose me. Dollar lied, dragging Claudette into it. Zombie looked her up and down from behind his shades. She wasn't much to look at, but she had a nice body. So, you're the piece of pussy who started this fiasco? Don't put that on me, Claudette sneaked her neck. Ain't nobody got no papers on me, so I can't be held accountable.
Appreciate y'all tapping in, tuning in. Gonna get on the street up and holler at y'all. Look, man, Mr. Milton.